A lot of those games just across the board, the executes were awkward. I want to see Boom Esports on another map, but to be fair, we haven't seen Haven since the first day, right? So I kind of want to go back to it. See if any counter-strats have come out. Granted, that's difficult against MOTV because what is there to counter-strat? You haven't seen them play, really. And they're from two very different regions, so overall, it is impossible to say who's going to win this game. I don't think Boom Esports necessarily looked bad in their game against Attack All Round. I just think that Attack All Round, they should have qualified anyway, right? I think if they had that match go ahead with MOTV on the first day, I would have felt comfortable with them winning because they are a team that generally is respected in that region. I think it's the... trying to remember what region. I think it's a Hong Kong team, if I'm correct. No, Thailand, sorry. There's quite a few Thailand teams in that region that come in, but the fact that we're starting off on split, I think says a lot. Boom Esports only lost 13-11 against Attack All Round 2, so I still fancy them, even though they lost their first game. I still fancy the chance of a team that did lose against one of the tournament forerunners against the team that we haven't seen. That might be dumb, but generally that's where I'm sort of leaning towards.
Well, yeah, I think as well, just in the fact that it was a very, very close game, even though I don't think they necessarily played to what I would expect to be their best, considering I saw a fair few mistakes. So if they managed to fix that, that would be great. Interesting comp, though, from them. There are very few sort of defensive agents for Boom. They're going in with, okay, fair enough, you do see a Raze quite commonly, you're going to see yourself a Sage regularly, but to have a Reyna and a Raze alongside all of that, or a Reyna and a Raze, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this actually works out for them. Already though, going quite confidently towards that mid position, and also both sides actually bringing in a breach.
The lack of Cypher is very nerve-wracking for me. You are attacking first. I don't think you're going to get too much use, but even on attack, I think a lot of people just assume that Cypher's not going to be very good, but you have a really nice lurking opportunity. Maybe we'll see the Omen do this on the side of Boom Esports. And Adrian, we saw a lot of him and just really didn't have as much impact on the Reyna that he did play on Haven. So he needs to be very much a forefront of getting some of these frags, and luckily Sis is opening up the calendar for him even though he goes down. And Slim Chio is the last alive. The paint shell forced him to play super close to the wall. They know where he is. It's going to be super difficult for him to break, and there's 4 players rotating around even using utility to just peek him out. He can't get a frag. So Boom Esports have to start an attack. And MOTV need to be careful. Defend disadvantage, I guess, to an extent. They want to sort of lessen the blow for them when they attack. They want to have the best half that they can. And this isn't particularly the best start.
No, I'm definitely interested to see how Boom will line up when they get onto the defensive side. I personally guess they would probably put the Omen on the B side. We've seen that quite regularly with different teams switching things up, and there have been a couple of times where I've seen Breach played towards the very back side of A, sort of like we have now, where you're just going to try and use your flash points and try and stun as many people as possible. It's worked out for Miko, and actually this is not a bad round already for the side of MOTV. The problem is they have lost the A site, and even the spam that goes through is actually going to do a relative amount of damage to your man Craigies.
Craigies has a nice position. He's been up there the whole time, and Boom Esports need to be careful because they just sat on the site, so this is all for MOTV to clear. Granted, they've only got pistols, but this is a good anchor point for them to hold on to.
Well, the issue now is they're going to have to win some pretty horrific duels to be able to get away with this. Blaze King already is going to be able to find 2. And while there's not really anything to be picked up here, just a slight upgrade to the Ghost, which does give a little bit of a benefit for range. But other than that, it is going to be Boom converting their second round. So they will take the 2-0 lead on the attacking side. And I think they're going to need to have a relative amount of attacking rounds here. Normally we talk about this map being one of, if the most defensive map that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that realistically with this sort of composition, you're going to need to get quite a lot of attacking rounds. But I guess if you're starting on the attacking side, maybe that was the plan.
I mean, potentially, if they have an aggressive lineup like this, maybe they didn't have a choice. Maybe Split was their map pick and the other team chose to attack, to defend first, sorry. Speaking of this defense, they're taking a lot of ground early on mid. It's forced out a little bit of utility. Boom Esports aren't afraid to let them know that they are at the bottom of mid towards market. And even Adrian's going to try and contest him a little bit. Has a layer that might throw out to the side, but MOTV push the site, then go back, then put down the wall. Instantly broken, so I can understand putting up the wall to make sure that it doesn't get tripped, but at this point, when you know that there's people mid, they're just going to break that wall regardless of whether they push for it anyway. So a little bit of a waste from MOTV. And they're sat very passive when it comes to Heaven control. Boom Esports have a lot of utility to push through this very quickly. There is a tripwire there, but other than that, it should be pretty straightforward for them to get onto Heaven without being traded by MOTV here.
Well, they're already going to go running through the wall used to just section off Heaven as well. Nice shot from Craigies. Of course, this is the round where they kind of need to be closing down these angles. They have a deficit when it comes to weaponry, but they have actually invested quite heavily into the rifles. But what is normally a bit of a bonus round, Robocop will come in and eliminate one from the Heavens and at least keep this in an even scenario. The problem is, chances are the spike is going to get planted, and already Asterisk has been able to find one. Are they going to be watching Heaven? They will. Do they expect the second player, however? Well, they do. Blaze King with an easy couple of kills, and I'll be honest, the fact that both defending players had to try and just walk through a dark cover to win the round pretty much has me a little bit worried about the future of MOTV.
And they had 3 people on the B site, and they weren't really able to do too much damage other than a kill from Craigies on the high ground. It's a lot of space given up for free. I can understand sort of sitting back to try and take those engagements, but it felt like no real utility was used other than like a slow orb to stop it. And when you look at the utility that you have a raise on that site too. There's a lot of stuff that could at least slow down Boom Esports to let MOTV rotate around from the A site to help out. The fact that they took that long and that they had to walk through the smoke, like you said, suggests to me that like Boom Esports didn't do MOTV didn't do enough of a good job to slow down that aggression, and that's just an easy kill for Sis. That should not be happening. Slinchio just meets up against a Boom bot and loses.
Oh, they're even going to commit the showstopper to this. I guess at this point, maybe they're just having a little bit of extra fun, because that seems like a completely unnecessary ult. But I guess for Sis, he's just running around killing everyone, so he'll probably have it back in a round or two anyway. 4-0 for Boom on the attacking side. As said, this is one where I'm at least looking at a 7-5 in favor of the defense, if not more, a lot of the time. So the fact that this is already a 4-0 start, they're going to be very happy with how they're doing on the attack.
Not a good start at all by MOTV. I don't think I've ever seen a team make their debut like their first game on the final day. And it's difficult for them because they only realistically have one match to decide where they should be, right? So it's made easier when you get a de facto win over 2 opponents. But also at the same time, you need to warm up, I suppose. You need to play games to get a good understanding, and at the end of the day, if you want to go through playoffs, you need to thin the crop a little bit, and it's difficult for MOTV to show their worth, I suppose, in just one game against a team that took another stalwart Thailand team to a very close game on Haven. But this is not the ideal start, certainly, and it says a lot of Boom Esports are quite happy to slow peek through us, like an area of the map that could easily be crossfired and just sprayed down. I don't think they really have fear against their opponents, and MOTV, they're not pushing for any intel or any information. They're just waiting for Boom Esports to hit the site, but they're not really doing enough damage to them when they do so. So Boom Esports explode onto a site, and MOTV are just kind of like, okay, we could play retake, or I mean, look on the attack. Nobody's pushing to see if there's anybody on A lobby from the defenders. So as far as the Breach and the Omen know, they could be there, they could be on B, they have no idea.
Yeah, this makes rotations almost impossible for the defensive side. I really don't like the way they're playing this map at the moment, and it is going to be that push coming in. There's the fault line. It's a good utilization of the stun, but they don't actually capitalize, and I don't even know how to say that name. Yeah.
A-E-I-O-U.
Is not going to be able to get anything. It's just a rough name to say.
Should we just call him Vowels?
Vowels, that works for me. Or just bleh. No, it's got to start with A, so it's eh. This is just bullying, it seems, at this point. Just running into either side. The thing that's frustrating is the fault line actually stunned the majority of the team, but
and the paranoia
nobody
too.
Capitalized off it. Yeah, it's like,
utility was really
what's
good.
The point? It seems like someone has tried to drill into them that they're not allowed to peek. So they're just all hiding. It's like, no, coach said don't peek, so we'll just stay back and wait for them to come to us. Because it's ridiculous. Like what you said about the ice wall as well. They just throw that up at the beginning of the round. It's worthless, absolutely worthless. You're just spending 400 credits every single round to put an ice wall there just for banter.
And I think a lot of people get the Sage Wall wrong. And like talking to some of the coaches in the EU region, at least. A lot of the time it gets used to sort of put up like short on ascent, for example. You put it in there so you protect that angle, and by the point that an attacking team gets into a shot by the trees and stuff, where you can sort of go up and around where the little glass houses and stuff, by that point you're dedicating onto that site. It's much like lamps on bind. If the attackers are there, they're not just going to run away and go to the other side. They're pretty much on the site they're going to execute there. So having a Sage Wall there, if the attacking team go through it, they need to break it. And if they break it, you have a good indication of what they're trying to do, right? That Sage Wall is telling MOTV nothing. They have no intel to work off other than that camera that it's going to be a B execute. But by the time that we can see these defenders poise, it might be a little bit too late, but that's a great pick from Slim Chio. This is much better from the defense. And this is what I mean. Getting that plant in is going to be so awkward for Boom Esports until they get rid of this annoying Cypher.
You will not kill my ally.
Well, they're going to do that and take another one down at the same time. The showstopper utilized, and it doesn't actually get the kill. Maybe needed to be a little bit further into the corner. Fault line's also going to leave them stunned. They're still trying to push into the side. The res comes in on the other side, and this is quickly swung into an advantageous position once again for Boom. Miko will at least find one and a second for Robocop as well. However, he's lost his teammate in the meantime, has to do it all, and he can't quite do it. It will be 6-0 for Boom. And, well, if you can't win a round where you get a two-man entry, I don't know what round you can win.
These are quick rounds too. Like, we saw some very dominant games on mostly the first aid rather than the second, but we saw some games done in half an hour. This could be done in even less, like if MOTV are not careful, because a lot of the rounds that we've seen previous tend to play out a lot longer. But this is just execute heavy from Boom Esports. They're not doing anything too flashy, and MOTV look a bit, I guess, uncomfortable when it comes to mechanics and aim. That's a great shot, though, from Craigies. First time that we've seen the operator really in the hands of anybody on this defense. And we've seen already how much of an impact they can make for some of the other teams. I'm looking at USSB. When it comes to just having that operator changes up how a team plays completely. Even in other regions, you look at Wardell, for example, when he doesn't have an operator, he doesn't look as crazy as we're used to. But that nice first pick is going to force Boom Esports to rotate away. And yet again, MOTV, the only intel that they have is a camera that the Cypher is going to be sat in. There's nobody nearby to help.
Well, they also have the From the Shadows, which I think on this sort of take can be so powerful. If you have that flank available, then it just makes things so awkward, especially if there's only one agent looking to try and defend this site. We haven't even started to see the rotation yet. It's so slow from the defenders, and there is that From the Shadows. Maybe not the best spot to go into, and the Rolling Thunder, they're going to expend a lot just to make sure that they can finally get their first round on the board. All the ultimates utilized, and it will be a first round for MOTV, but that took a lot.
Really well played from Slim Chio, though. Held his own. The only concern I have with that camera is that you don't see if anybody's pushed across, like, A main up to ramp. Exactly where Vowels is now, I guess it would be. And that's a lot of space to give up before MOTV realise that there's an A execute. Because if Boom Esports go up A ramp and take that, and then suddenly the Cypher's like, oh, they're attacking A, he's immediately cut off from the rest of his team. And he just needs to hope that he frags out much like he did on MOTV. So there is a shining light with Slim Chio's Cypher on this defense, but in 5 rounds he has to attack, and I don't imagine that's going to be easy, even with Boom Esports' super aggro team.
A nice start. It does seem like the operator has been able to open things up a little bit more as Craigie's aggression into mid has at least found them that opening pick. And that's actually the Reyna as well, who had the Empress available. Probably one of my favorite ultimates to witness, as it does give that huge clutch potential. I think even within the first few tournaments, we saw Hip manage to pull off some crazy things. And well, of course, we don't even need to mention Scream, but Robocop, he's definitely not been having the best of times around mid, already using a lot of the utility, and well, we are going to see the Aftershock and the fault lines just expended into mid. They're all so low, though. Like, the Raze is literally seconds from death. I think they might at least get a little bit of a heal eventually, but unless they're going to wait until the round ends, I don't think they're going to be healthy as they make this take.
Craigie's is the only one facing MOTV. The Paranoia is good. These Paranoias have been pretty good by Vowels, but there hasn't really been any follow-up. You've got the Breach and the Omen setting up these plays. Aftershock, there it is again, but all it's really doing is delaying Boom Esports. So this is expensive utility to use to then not try and capitalize from. And there's no real time left for Boom Esports to actually get onto a site to get the plant in. Much better from the defense. But I still feel that Boom Esports will have this advantage, or at least go into half-time with an even score, even if MOTV win the remaining 4 rounds. But I think this is all just Craigie's at this point. The operator facing a lot of different areas that Boom aren't really predicting. And from there on, it's easy pickings for MOTV.
Oh, 6-2. Boom. Still very much firmly in the driver's seat, but I have liked that Craigie's addition of the operator has clearly made a big difference to how we're witnessing the play. Once again, it still seems like they want to try and challenge into mid, even after the failures of the last few rounds. They've also switched the Raze up into more an aggressive A position. And I don't know, I think if you're having relative success in mid, I'm not sure too much why you change it, but I guess the idea is to try and be surprising. Here comes this ice wall again. I think they already know that there's some people there, and here we go, Empress going to be popped. I think if you pop an Empress and don't win the round, then something's definitely gone quite badly wrong. And actually, I think the Rolling Thunder of their own teammate has just pushed back their Reyna and leaving them stunned in the corner. That is definitely not what they meant to do. Peek out, though, from Sis will find that opening pick, and they're drinking. This Empress probably isn't going to last too long at this rate because his teammate's just doing all the work.
Like a knife through butter. And it's really disappointing because MOTV are using some really good utility, some really nice placed Aftershocks, a fault line, sorry, some really nice placed Paranoias. But you're right, like putting the Raze onto the A site, it's just gambling that that's the direction that Boom Esports are going to take. He's really the only one at this point I think Boom Esports are scared of. So I think as your attacker, you peek down mid, you don't hear an operator. You've got people lurking on B, they don't hear an operator. The execute comes in relatively easily. And MOTV, everybody else doesn't seem to really add any form of resistance. Even Slim Chio, that's anchoring onto the site and has been doing a really good job of it, was easily taken out, and from then on out, it's easy plants for Boom Esports. MOTV really need to be careful with some of these rounds, because right now they're just acting scared. They're not facing their opponents, and they're giving up so much space for free.
Well, 7-2. As said, like I'm looking to see at least 7 rounds on the defensive side, and I don't know how good your maths is, Ryan, but it's not possible anymore for MOTV. Now, they do definitely have like the ability to do well on the attacking side. The Paranoia combined with Breach alongside a Raze can do work. And especially when we've looked at the fact that the defensive comp for Boom would be a little bit questionable. The problem is, if they go into this with like 9-10 rounds, it doesn't matter. Like, to get a cheeky 2 rounds on the defensive side should not be difficult for them at all. And we've gone back to the same sort of defensive comp where it's literally just one agent trying to defend this whole site. They have gone aggressive again. Unfortunately, they've got it completely wrong, as it is going to be the Raze now peeking in towards the B site. And Slim Chio needs to at least get a kill or 2 here. Ooh. And there you go. Nice step up from the Cypher. He has been one of the saving graces for this squad. And it's left all onto 2, but these 2 seem to be doing quite a bit of work. Blaze King left 1 versus 3, and will eventually Vals comes in from behind to kill him off.
And look how close the Boom Esports got to the site. It feels that wherever Slimcho is, at least that's the place that MOTV stand a chance. The way that he's playing A is especially really good, considering Cypher's more of an anchor onto the B site. But he's very much paid attention to how the meta is evolving for utility, like the tripwire there on ramps, just to know if people push that far. Again, it's the whole, if the attacking team are that far, they're not going to just run away. They've pretty much dedicated to the site that there's no real way out. But you've pointed it out before, MOTV constantly changing up their positioning. Raise with the operator makes sense, fair enough, but the Cypher's gone from B to A to B, and I think that lack of consistency from MOTV has made things really difficult for them. Because how can Boom Esports predict what they're doing if they're not quite sure themselves, I guess?
Well, already things starting to look a little bit better for MOTV. Of course, we're in a weird scenario where round difference actually does matter, because we're going to have a 3-way tie for teams if Boom actually managed to take this one. I don't know if it goes to head first, which it potentially could, but then it still goes around in a circle anyway, because there's only 3 teams. Either way, they're heading in towards Vals. He's still got his paranoia available to him, but the problem is he's just facing into the angle. Here comes the paranoia. This should be a few kills for him coming up as he mows them all down. Probably one of the most powerful abilities in the game at the moment, and well, you can see why they couldn't see him at all.
And this is what MOTV could do when they have that info. Like, that happened because everybody else on MOTV was pushing around, taking space, and realizing that there wasn't really anybody mid, there wasn't anybody A, and so it was easy for Vals to just line up a perfect paranoia with the push. And I imagine money's not going to be good for Boom Esports, but that won't matter too much. They're going to force because it's the last round. Oh, they got operators and stuff, never mind. Pretty much going to be set from winning the first 6 rounds, I think, for the rest of the game, right? And that's a very early showstopper that's thrown out from Sis, but it takes out Craigies, and that first blood tends to mean that MOTV are going to struggle from here on out, because Craigies was one of the first to just put a bit of pressure onto Boom Esports. And now you can sort of see, instead of stacking in all one direction, they're going to spread out a little bit and take some of these 1v1s. They feel comfortable.
Okay, maybe a little bit too comfortable. Sis is not going to be able to win things out versus Robocop. Their opponents are going to be eliminated. They've got Vals on the cross as well, who should be there for freebie, but the timing could be worse. He does, however, drop the spike, but a Drinkin or Adrian is already going to be clearing things up, leaving just 2 left. They are going to have to make some pretty interesting plays to try and get themselves the spike back, but actually, Vals is not going to fight for it. He's going to fall all the way back. They'll be able to get this for free. You can see all the utility that's being expended just to try and retrieve this spike, but the fact is, there's actually just a full rotation. I'm actually quite confused as to what the plan is here from the defenders. They're not necessarily grouping up either. So if the pick goes one way, then there's not really anything they can do, and the flashpoint is going to leave the Cypher completely out of the mix. Slimchio, though, still manages to find one more, bringing things back into contention. He's got everything to do himself. And so paranoia will come through into the 1 versus 2, and well, if at first you run through a smoke and it doesn't work, maybe learn from your mistakes.
Slimchio forced to clutch up 8-4 though, the score for Boom Esports, which, all things considered, considering it was 6-0 at the start, isn't too bad for MOTV. I was expecting worse, to say the least, but this is going to be a difficult one to attack on, I feel. Maybe we can see more out of some of the particular players. I'm very interested in seeing how Slimchio plays as a Cypher on attack, because he had a really good defending half. Actually, Vals and Robocop top fragging is quite interesting. I think everybody in MLTV's had like an okay game. Nobody's running away with it, much like Sis is for Boom Esports, really. But I think pound for pound, Boom Esports seem to be winning it out. Look more comfortable with mechanical skill. MOTV have better utility, but it's how they're using it and like making sure that they're following up on that utility too.
Well, they themselves are going to be going in for some pretty heavy mid control. I like the switch up of the ice wall. It's interesting. Like, it's one that sections them off to go in a different direction in mid. The thing that would have been interesting is if they had gone towards ropes. If you look at the current setup of the A defenders, it would have been a little bit awkward. I imagine the Rays probably would have turned around if they had any sound cues in that direction whatsoever. But they are firmly dedicated to either one of these sites, and there's going to be no rotations here. That's the thing you have to bear in mind. It's going to take a very long time for anybody to get to the other side of the map. Now, Rain is clearly getting some spidey senses tingling, has already started making that rotation back as the push does begin to come in. Craigy's not actually going to be checking, and Sis has got away with 3! Not checking the angle properly. It's one that we see actually more often than I'd like to admit, with a player just being able to hide behind that tiny little box in the corner. It's a nice round off that alone, and you mentioned one man running away with the game. It's Sis again.
Great start to defending half. MOTV dedicated all their players running down A main, and it was a bit of a gamble for Boom Esports to have 2 people on the site like that. Again, giving up ramp control. If MOTV went up and around them, they'd have no idea until it was too late, and then that aggressive play and off angle, I suppose, that Sis was holding on could have gone very differently. So MOTV kind of running into the fists a little bit of Boom Esports there, but there's still more rounds to go. But being 10-4 up, Boom Esports could be that with the guns that are about to buy. It's going to be really difficult for MOTV to come back from that, especially as they are going to be the attacking team for the rest of this game.
Well, now we get the more standard ice wall. Again, it's not going to take very long for them to get through it, even with the pistols. But they are going to be sat in a 3-man crossfire moving forward already, making the cross. It should be a relatively easy cleanup, though. In fact, Asterix clearly feeling like he wants to get in on the action, but by the time he actually arrives, it's already done, and the Cypher was just lurking on the other side of the map. So, Slim Chio, 1 kill. That's all I'm asking. If you can get 1, it's not too bad. And there you go. It's a little bonus. It's something extra. Forces a rebuy. Not really going to be the end of the world for the defenders, but going forward, if you maybe manage to break their SMG round, it might mean that their next buy is actually going to be a bit more of a weak one.
Now we have the big guns involved. I like some of these map shots and then the scoreboard. I personally like to see the scoreboard up more a little bit. Now suddenly Sis is pulling 5 extra frags on this side of the defense alone.
They've gone double up.
I mean, it's no surprise, really. I think MOTV have been struggling when it comes to rifles, but add 2 operators into the mix, and they have to use that utility to punish the operators. But when they're not doing that against the rifles, it's going to be awkward. You have the Cypher sort of pushing and lurking, but the tag shows that Boom Asterix is aware of it, misses the shot, but that's going to mean that the Cypher isn't going to necessarily push as aggro. Both showstoppers thrown out at the same time. 1 misses, or at least the sound doubled up maybe. The Sober has to teleport out.
Oh,
Doesn't
no.
quite get there. And defenders have already chipped away at the attackers with a big buy round.
These operators actually not being able to do too much. You see a nice flashpoint though is going to set up Sis. Of course, still got his SMG in play and has been getting away with so much. The paint shells just destroying them. And well, this was meant to be the round that came a little bit cleaner for the attacking side, as they had themselves the rifles facing off against what was mostly SMGs for the defenders. They get absolutely nothing done. It's 11-4 in favor of Boom, and as I sort of mentioned earlier, in this group, round difference might actually make a difference. So the fact that they're getting absolutely smashed at the moment is not a very good sign. And I guess if you're looking at Boom right now, their comps not really mattered too much. Like, it's been a lot of very aggressive individual plays. You can see that Sis is very much comfortable on the Rays, which I will admit is one of the agents that very much flourishes on this map anyway. So it's not like it would have been the end of the world if he just fit into a more normal comp. Asterix as well. It's interesting how he's using a lot of his utility more to just like, okay, I've taken a shot, now I'm going to use this to just hold them back from pressuring me. It's not the most common operator style, but I actually quite like it.
I think Breach as an operator agent is actually a nice fit, because you could use your utility from so far away that you could sit back and flash people from a distance, much like Shadow does for Fun Plus Phoenix. I think it's something that doesn't necessarily get an awful lot of credit, but it seems to be working out quite
Yeah.
well for Boom. You're right, though, about map differential. I think it's also worth pointing out that MOTV's win against Attack All Around, their default win because Attack All Around forfeited it won't be classed as a 13-0. I think they take like an average score, right? So average score's probably going to be like 13-7, 13-8, especially if it's based on Attack All Round's other game against Boom. So even with that loss for Attack All Round, I think their map average is still going to be better than MOTV's after this loss, if Boom Esports win it now. So I think at this point, Boom Esports would qualify for just such a decisive win when everybody else's games were fairly close, or at least averaged out. And MOTV had a nice chance to just even qualify, even if they lose, by just making it a close game, and they haven't even done that. It's been super disappointing to watch for them.
Yeah, I think clearly not been playing too well. How does Blaze King get away with that? He's just walked out with a ghost and found the opener. They've traded him back. You can see at this point the Boomer maybe having a little bit too much fun. Asterix, though, is actually going to drop the spike in mid. Now, the rest of the team have already gone pushing. I'm not even sure why we're seeing a challenge into mid anymore when they have this site under their control. Luckily, a big play from Craigs is going to keep this going and leave just Notorious left. Not someone we've really had to spoke about too much, and we won't hear either.
Good mid play from MOTV. Not using too much either. And they were on the back foot pretty much instantly with Slim Chio going down. The ultimate should start to come online for them too, so you have the Showstopper, the Resurrect. You're not going to find too much use from the Shadows, I suppose, on the side of AEIOU. And he's only got it in 2 ult charges anyway. Everything needs to be thrown out for these next few runs of MOTV. And like I said, even if they lose but make it a close game, their chances of qualifying are still pretty strong. So they shouldn't have to... Like, this is the worst case scenario for them. So if they can sort of relax and go, we don't need to necessarily win this. If we do, it'll be ideal, but we just need to... It's damage mitigation, I feel, at this point. This mid control has been good from MOTV so far. It was one of the reasons why they won the last round. But you saw Vowels there trying to put down a smoke, open utility out in the open, easy kill for Adrian. It's just, yeah, you expect more from this level of play.
The smokes can go through walls. Like, he could have done that smoke from anywhere.
Or at least had somebody else looking at that angle.
Yeah.
None of those happened.
He could have done that from literally anywhere. He's gonna die again, isn't he? He's been cursed when it comes to all of the nades and stuff. He will just about survive. The boombot going over the top, but ultimately won't achieve anything. And now they are going to try and put pressure on this B site once again.
That's
the
a good
fault line
stun.
is going to make things awkward, and they're still trying to push in, but they're just getting staggered. And this is something I've learned many, many moons ago. If you keep getting stopped, it's going to become easier and easier for the defense to wipe you out, unless you have some very impressive entry fraggers. And they've already got the full defense here. This is done, Ryan. That's one of the more dominating matches we've seen, and it's unfortunate that it's coming on day 3. The other thing as well is, like, if we do see MOTV ending up in a tiebreaker situation, they're not going to win. It doesn't matter who they play against. Like, they've just been smashed by Boom, who lost their first game. They're going to get smashed in the second map, unless they have, like, okay, we didn't do that well on Split, but we're really good at Haven or something like that. I just don't see that happening, because that was poor. Like, as you said, there were times where their utility usage seemed decent, especially on the defense, but I'll be honest, I don't think a lot of the utility they were using is necessarily that hard to use. Like, for example, your Paranoia, or like, for example, your Fault Line. The thing is how you actually play off of that. That's a very different thing. Like, if you give me a flashpoint, I can probably blind someone. But if I don't have a teammate that's going to kill him, then what's the point? It doesn't mean anything. So I just think that although they have, like, some players who are very good at their own individual agents, as a team, I didn't really see much at all. In fact, I can't think of any situation where I saw any team play from them.
No, and just cardinal sins, like Vowels at the end, the Omen, went out of B main and wide peeked from that little space into 3 people, had 1 person in front of him sort of at the back of the B site, 2 people on Heaven, and he just tried to peek and face them all. It's just stuff that really should not be happening. I think that advantage was really theirs to try and take and capitalize off, But
Yeah.
Boom Esports, I'm pretty sure at this point must have qualified because their loss against Boom Esports, they only had a -2 map differential, and this was such a decisive win for them. I don't think there's any way that Attack All Round could do anymore. They only had a +2 map differential with their win over Boom Esports, obviously. Then lost an average scoreline against MOTV. MOTV won with an average scoreline and went from there. So I don't think it's going to be that clear cut. And whoever's left, if the scores are decided, I think we do have a match off later on today. So I think that's looking likely to be MOTV versus Attack All Round. And much like you said, I fancy Attack All Round. I think they would have qualified regardless, but that forfeit loss just makes things a bit awkward. It gives the chance to MOTV, but it's not. I don't think they're going to be able to take it, unfortunately.
No, I'd be very much inclined to agree. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see much of a change going into the next match. We do have Sharper facing off against MORPH. Two teams are in very different situations. One almost guaranteed to be eliminated, the other guaranteed to go through. So probably going to be a bit of a quick one coming up in the next match, but we'll find out in about 10 minutes' time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. We're going to be going into our second map of today. Of course, this one, I'm expecting, Ryan, is going to be a bit more of a blowout. And considering the last one was very much a blowout, that's a bit worrying. We've got MORPH facing off against Sharper. Sharper have been one of the best teams I think we've seen in the tournament so far. MORPH have arguably been the worst because, well, we talk about how MOTV managed to just get 5 rounds in one map. They've managed 10 in 2, so on average, just as bad. It's not been good for them. They lost 13-5 in both games to LZ and AHQ, and we saw AHQ play later versus LZ, and it wasn't a particularly good showing from them. So now Sharper going into things, obviously they beat AHQ 13-6, they beat LZ 13-7. I think you basically have to look at this and go, they should blast MORPH out of the water.
Yeah, should be the operative word. It's looking likely that MORPH have the worst map differential across everybody, like you mentioned, but double the other team that's second worst. So it's not something really good. It's not a good look for them by any stretch of the imagination. But this is just a map, I guess, to show off exactly what Sharper Esports can do. Alert and Beta have some of the best average combat scores across the scene, good KDs, good kills per round, and these aren't really like the stalwart like entry players, I suppose. Like they both can't be necessarily. Like looking at the agents that were picked, Beta was the controller. He was like playing it like Angel, remember? And then you have Alert that was the Jet. Sort of expected a little bit more. But this is a kind of team that you expect could go relatively far in the tournament. And even having a comparison shows just how dominant Beta has been. The combat score is pretty much consistently 300 against 2 tough games, right? Like, I don't think that for them it was inherently straightforward. So this is just a nice way to sort of finish up the day. Kills per round, 1.13, is pretty spectacular. And it's not really First Bloods either, too. Like I said, he's a controller. He's a Brimstone player. So he's not just holding an operator and then peeking an angle to get the kill. He's consistently good across the board.
Well, the other thing as well is this was one of those matches where you kind of looked at it and go, okay, there wasn't really a bad performer within the whole like roster when they played against LZ and when they played against AHQ as well. Like you had your top fragger getting like 21 kills. Sure, there was someone with like 9 in one of them, but again, they didn't die particularly too many times. So you're never going to have those crazy average combat score stats like we saw in some of the other matches being like 400 because it's just not needed. Like you have to actually lose rounds to have these like crazy combat scores, and someone needs to be carrying. So for them, they've just looked like a really good unit. And as said, from what we've seen from MORPH so far, they have just looked rough. I think they've come into this tournament as one of the teams that obviously qualified from Indonesia. Like again, we don't really know how competitive the local scene is going to be, but we've had Boom obviously playing in one of the other groups, and they were the invited Indonesian team. They looked decent in their last match, but against the tackle round, it wasn't really some of the better games that we've watched. So I think that maybe just at the moment we haven't quite seen the best yet from Indonesia as a country, but realistically in this match, I think it's so favorable in favor of Sharper that MORPH would basically have to either come in and just go, okay, we're just going to play a very loose style and try and get a little bit more aggressive and have a little bit of fun with this one, and Sharper would have to just go, oh, we're already through, so maybe we don't really need to try.
And that being on split 2 is just going to exemplify things a little bit more. Surprised that we haven't seen Haven since first day, considering we saw it like 5 out of 8 times or something ridiculous like that. Sharper Esports though could show us what they could do on attack. I think MORPH have to have a really good defense here in order to do quite well. I'm looking at Cud. Cud's got one of the worst average combat scores in the game. The 2 worst in the tournament so far are the 2 players that we saw out of MOTV. One of which being Slim Show, which I don't necessarily think is fair, but that might be because it hasn't updated yet. Because I thought he had a pretty good game. All things considered.
Here.
Alrighty. Are they going to check left? I think they saw the slow come in, but it came from the other side. I think the Jet's just going to lurk on the edge here. Even if he gets a kill onto the Omen at the back of the site, this should be a relatively Easy kill for Vidal, and already it's a much better start for MORPH, managing to get a few kills. I'm going to see Not eventually break that Cypher trap, but it's probably too little too late. 3 players already to find. MORPH looking strong in their CT pistol, and already so much utility being used to just finish him off. They're going to get off to a strong start.
Perfect start, really. And Famous and Freya, the Raze and the Cypher were some of the better players on the side of MORPH. And I don't really think, like, looking at the stats of some of the players in particular, that the 13-5 scorelines for both their losses really, maybe, it looks more damning than maybe needed. Because I think you've got some really good teams in this. You've got AHQ that are clinging on to life, and they're playing up against Team LZ in the game after this, right? So it's very much been a difficult group for them when it comes to the kind of teams that they're playing. Especially Sharper being a Thailand team. I was going to say Taiwanese, but Thailand team. So there's a lot of stuff coming out of this region. Of course, you've got Thailand Attitude. You've got Attack All Round, like we highlighted. There's a lot of stuff that they need to deal with. And getting this kind of head start that they're getting right now could get in a nice triple kill there. They need all the help that they could get going into this result. But Sharper want to show that they are going to be front runners for this tournament now, because I think when it comes to consistent results, they've looked like the best team that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it is also possible, like, if you look at, for example, their match versus AHQ, that they did start on the attacking side of splits. We didn't really get to see too much of their defense because they went 9-3 down. On Haven, I don't really have as many excuses for them because they started on the attacking side and only managed to get 3 rounds. So I'm not going to talk too much about that one, but I do think that there are at least opportunities for them on the defensive side of split. We see that quite often where a team starting on the attack just doesn't get anything done and then everything falls apart. Freya, though, has to be a little bit more careful because this is now where the rifles come into play. The SMG, the Spectre up above, is definitely not going to be too favorable in these sort of scenarios, and already utilizing the Cyber Cage to just try and hold them back. We've seen a fair gamble coming out from MORPH. They've already got 3 players over here, an aggressive player in mid as well, and then you can spot the Omen, who's already gone deep into the B site, so they know where this push is coming in.
And they're very much prepared for it. A lot of resources been put onto ramp. You've got the Raze at the back of the site that might want to be playing super quiet, wait until the attackers of Sharper Esports get onto the site. But Fat Penguin coming in to try and flank, get a frag in and get out, but Corso's going to spot it, and not only that, that's where the spike's going to be pushing. So this stacked defense on the side of MORPH could easily be punished. Mostly from the Omen just overextending a little bit, trying to get too much done. And then suddenly there's this window open now for Sharper to push, get the plant in, and now MORPH, who were well prepared for their defense now, aren't going to be when they're switching sides like this.
3v3 situation, and as I said, the weaponry's already a little bit diminished. Somehow, though, Freya actually manages to win that duel, but it is left all onto Fidel. He's found himself a Phantom, and the first headshot is clean. Just needs to try and figure out where the remainder is. It's some Sage on Sage action. I like the peek from Corso, though. Finds a gap in the slow. A triple for him to close out the round. But it's still very, very close for MORPH. And as said, that's a round that we normally say is the bonus. That's where you have your SMGs. That's where you have your extra guns from the previous round. So realistically, if they can come and win this one back, the money will really be hurting for Sharper.
And it's an important match for them to win. I think they don't want to lose to the team that's lost to everybody else. I don't think that's a particularly good sign coming out of it so far. And it's both the Sages that have had good impact. Vidal is going to be picking up the Operator too. Peeking down B long super aggressively. The Paranoia used very early too from MORPH. And Sharper Esports, I think because of that Paranoia, are going to take peek in this corner super carefully. I don't think MORPH and Fidel are necessarily peeking for the frag on B long. I think it's more just scouting that intel, firing a couple of warning shots, and then just getting out of there and disengaging. But comparing MORPH's defense here, the way that they're positioned to MOTV in the game beforehand, you could see just how much more proactive this defense is. They're not sitting back and waiting for the attackers to come through, even using a bit of paint shell utility like that just to scare away the attackers. And right now, Sharper Esports have no info on the map. They have no map control. Even pushing down mid like this is a scary ordeal with the amount of utility thrown out of MORPH right now.
Yeah, the only worry from my perspective is that they don't have much left. Like, it's pretty much all been expended, or at least in a lot of the early stages, they've thrown out a lot of utility. Timing going to be everything here, as Alert has 2 players currently watching behind him. Now, he's going to get down into the ropes. The fact is, though, the Cypher has definitely foreseen this and has put a tripwire down there just to make sure that if he does try and rotate through, it's going to be a bit tough. So you can see the Jet is just going to be waiting for this push to come in, so that then he can time it well when he actually breaks the tripwire. The rest of the team already starting to make their move. Now the Jet goes through, and you can see Freya has too many angles left to try and watch. The Spike is going to make his way onto the site without any trouble at all. Even the Ice will utilize just to hold off that elbow position. And this is a really nice take. However, they have taken a fair amount of damage here, so the defense is still in with a good chance.
And they have all of the control around them. They're just going to resurrect Fat Penguin. And Freya taking this positioning, I think it's pretty much doomed Sharper at this point. There's only one left alive, and it's an easy retake for them just because they held their ground. I was pretty critical of Freya there just because he was so fixated on the Jet that was in the rope room with his tripwire. But whilst he was looking and keeping an eye of that general direction, the rest of Sharper Esports were able to push out utility. They put down their smokes. They even threw out some recon bolts on the side of Cheney's. And he just did not notice it. Like, having that intel, just knowing that that's where they're going to execute a little bit earlier, would have been more beneficial for the defenders. But a good response. Freya kept himself alive. He kept control of that area of the map at least. But that's something that could easily be punished. One Jet really caused all of the attention to be focused on her. And MORPH just let that site be completely open, not trading anybody else in. Worked out well for them, but that won't happen against better teams.
Not famous. It's going to win the duel versus the Cypher. Of course, just lurking on the other side of the map, trying to delay any of that presence being taken. But in this sort of round, you can't really expect too much from the side of Sharper. They do have only some pistols. That's actually a surprising use, but I guess this is just going to be some easy kills for Cud. He's going to wipe him down, make sure the economy stays strong for MORPH. And I have to say, from what we saw from the last couple of days of their performances, this is looking a lot better.
Definitely. I think when we saw that this was going to be, you know, clearing out the rest of the groups, there's going to be a lot of teams that have won all their matches versus teams that have lost all of their matches. You sort of expected that this would be a very different day, much like the game that we just saw with MOTV and stuff. But MORPH taking a lead like this is going super well for them. They seem to really suit this defensive style, and they're playing it very smartly. And Sharper Esports are now going to be able to buy guns and stuff. Fat Penguin wants to bait this teleport. I think he might be overthinking it. The paranoia is pretty much going to hit everybody. There might be somebody clear, and he just can't get the spray in. Forces so much, but Cud is able to at least trade 2 before he gets downed. But that went disastrously for MORPH. I think they got a bit too big for their boots, tried to do too much and force out that play, and it just opened up the slate for Sharper.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind the fake step, but
The wide peak.
Ultimately, yeah, that was really risky, especially because the support from Cud seemed to be a little bit too far behind. Like, you had the peak already coming out, and then Cud peaks, I think, maybe 2 to 3 seconds afterwards. If they peak at the same time with all of those players blind, I think it could have been a very different story. So maybe just a little bit of synergy issues there for MORPH. I don't necessarily mind those sort of proactive pushes. The problem is I'm always going to make comparisons to this map to the likes of Cash, where it's like aggression seems to be the cure for many teams, but any duel that has, like, for example, even amount of players on either side is going to favor the attacking side because of just the angles that you have to take if you're on the defense. Like, you basically have to push through a tight choke point like we've just seen here. So it's going to take a huge amount of risk to actually win a lot of those battles. Now, the paranoia expended, you can see it's going to put out some dark cover just to try and slow this push in towards the site.
No.
Nice shot through, though, from Beta. Sure, it's a risk from Fat Penguin, but I don't think he expected to be domed that fast.
Big problem for the Omen. Like, he puts down the smoke and he just stands in the easiest angle to pre-fire for an attacker. And it was good for him to get the frag in the first place, but now that this is an even 4 versus 4, and the 4 members of Sharper have a good portion of map control, the defenders are a bit skittish now, they're going to sit back a little, other than Famous, who's taken a lot of space and gets the lurking alert. They sort of put themselves in these situations, and it's quite surprising that Sharper are not aware that the Rays could be lurking behind them. They're keeping a tentative look at it, they put the camera there. Or tripwire at least, but Famous has already taken that space. And yet again, we've seen a lot of teams in this region kind of go, there's utility there, there's no way that they can get around it. They can't exist here. So Famous, I think his opportunity of being hit there diminished as he just was a bit too hesitant. Luckily though, Frey's still anchoring onto the site and having a good hold on it, but wasn't expecting a wraparound by not.
Yeah, he doesn't have time. It doesn't matter in the end. Cud is going to close things as they will get their 5th already. And, well, they've matched every other match that they played so far. It's been 13-5 losses for MORPH.
Here we go then.
Seemingly, it looks like we're going to see them get to 6.
And I'm actually really impressed with how these guys have played. I think AHQ and Team LZ in this group 2 have looked a bit dicey in some cases. That match is going to be an absolute monster when it comes to those two teams. Pretty much whoever wins qualifies, right? And another save forced out from the attackers. 5 ultimates, though. They have a lot to work with if they want to choose it. They have decided to use the Bladestorm on the attack. I think if MORPH lose this round, though, that would be a big loss. And the fact that they're playing very close to facing on the A site. Famous really wants to take an engagement here. It's not out of the question to just get, you know, Ferrari peaked Sheriff shotted, much like Nut's about to do right now. I can feel it.
They have used the Bladestorm.
It's still in use.
Oh. It's a bit of an awkward fight. This is a bit risky for Famous, considering he has such a weapons advantage. I don't think there's too much that Jade's can do, and he's actually going to get connected on by the blast pack as well. A filthy entry. Of course, this is all about just keeping this round nice and clean for MORPH. The rest of the team, in the meantime, are going pushing up into middle. Now, they know that if kills can come in off the back of this Bladestorm, that's weaponry into their hands, and unlike other FPS games, you don't really have that much of a weakness. Even if you don't have armor in these sort of situations, just extra health. There's no real issues other than that. Cud, though, will get one. There's the trade back. The Bladestorm still going strong as they do continue this push. That's another one, and even a third coming up. Alert is going to continue his reign with this Bladestorm, and he's even retrieved himself a rifle, and now they're going to go pushing into the A site. It seems they realize that there is a man in heaven already, and we're going to see the From the Shadows used to TP round behind them. It gives much more of a chance, as Not still doesn't have any real weaponry. However, Alert with that Phantom has just ruined their round. Leaves one man to try and bring this back. The man who started it all off in this round. However, I can't say I'm much of a believer.
If the Cypher knows he's there, it's quite surprising that Sharper Esports aren't really helping him peak. They're just playing time, which is fair enough, but you want to see like a double peak coming out at some point. Like Famous has been here the whole time. And it's messy from both sides, but this Sharper Esports winning this on a thrifty round shouldn't really be necessarily happening. MORPH's going to be able to do quite a lot of damage before the spike does deploy. Like, this should just not be happening. One team is doing far better than expected, can't go through the qualifiers really at this point. One of which should be top of their group. They won that thrifty round, but even then, there's a few like fundamental errors that they've been running. So I was expecting Sharper Esports to be one of the top teams to really get to the final, certainly on this side of the bracket. Now I'm not too sure. I think we've seen better stuff out of some of the second teams in the C and D group especially.
Yeah, I think I do wonder if some of the teams who are likely to go out in the D group might have been able to even win some of the other groups. But I guess like, I wouldn't like to be the person doing the seeding for this, because we haven't seen any of these teams play on a non-local level. So it's really tough to sort of balance them out between some of the other opposition. Flashpoint going to be expended by Cud. He does also have the Rolling Thunder, which, again, one of my favorite ultimates in the game. I think it's very good for site takes, but also delaying pushes, a heavy stun, and even actually pushes players backwards. The attack, though, also have a hell of a lot of ultimates. Now, we've spoken about Sova before and not being a particularly big fan on it on a map like Split. The ult, though, is not a bad one, especially with some of the angles that can be cleared fairly easily, especially if they make a move into Heaven. I think it's quite a tight choke point, so there's at least potential to force some of these players back. The thing is, though, Sharper don't even seem to really know what they're doing at the moment. They're taking a lot of rotations.
And using up a lot of time too. The spikes going from A towards mid now. They use the paranoia across rope room, which is an interesting one. And it's more the fact that you've got alert pushing onto the site, gets picked off by the operator. That's despite being dropped by Fat Penguin. This is really bad from Sharper Esports. This is not some good Valorant at all, which is surprising considering how well they seem to do on Haven. I guess as soon as they get put into a map control scenario like this, where they have to be very selective about where they go, like Haven, they're really starting to struggle. It's nice to see MORPH bring it back a little bit at least, but now things are going into Sharper Esports' favour, and I don't necessarily feel that they should have been. It's crazy that they got the plant in the first place.
Spike going to be tapped, but it's all too easy for Beta to clear out one of the remaining men, and now they know that Cud has an operator, so all they really have to do is play a little game of Ring Around the Rosie, and this is perfect for Beta. He has completely mind-gamed his opponent. It couldn't be easier for him on the Omen. It will be a 4th round on the board for Sharper, and maybe it was a slow start. Maybe they're just starting to figure out what their opponents are doing. But as we've already mentioned before, like if you're getting sort of like 6 or even 5 over on that attacking side, I would call that a relatively good half.
And I feel like I've been super critical on this team, but it's just because we're sort of expect that. I think Group B, there were a lot of question marks around teams, and Sharper Esports did a really good job to put themselves on top as the favourable one. And when you beat the teams that all beat MORPH, you sort of go into this expecting that you have this in the bag, but MORPH have been giving it a good game, especially Cud, who, like I said, is one of the worst rated scores when it comes to stats in the tournament so far. He's top fragging for his team, and I think in the server too, so this breach is having a lot more impact. Famous playing super aggro with the showstopper, and Sharper Esports know that they have economy advantage, could get the shaft kill, shows that they are still just running with pistols at least. So at least them running away from the showstopper was a good play. They've opened up the B site for themselves in fairly easy fashion. It's just going to be that race with the Bucky leaving to chase in.
Well, I'd love to see a Bucky 1 versus 3, but unfortunately at that sort of range, it really isn't going to be able to do too much. Actually, Sharp are going to use the res just to keep their economy strong, which that actually seems to be one of the more common uses for the res, which I think when people came into this game and heard that there was the opportunity to bring back teammates from the dead, it was something that horrified anybody in tactical FPSs. But in all honesty, unless it's in like a clutch round or a retake, it doesn't actually play as much, anywhere near as much of a part as some of the other ultimates.
Yeah, Monte Cristo and Foreign are still turning. I was going to say turning in their grave, but they're just still disgusted. I'm excited to see what those guys do, though, with their Ignition event coming up. But in any case, MORPH's still on 5. So we could see another 13-5, and Alert's going to sort of add to that potential theory, I suppose. Cud just runs into 2 players, a nice little narrow peak, double peak coming in from Beta and the rest of Sharper. Much better from them. It took a while for them to warm up, and I feel like they're making less mistakes, that are really starting to just chop through MORPH in a lot of these 1v1 engagements. It's just a Cypher and a Raze now. Maybe considering saving at this point. Economy, they just saved, right? So money's not going to be good for them. To the point that I think the Cypher's just going to pick up all of his utility to have it for this last round.
Maybe MORPH are just sponsored by Team 5 and they're just not allowed to go above this number, because they were looking so good until they got to 5, and then they went, do you remember that contract we signed where we have to stay on 5 for the rest of the game. Because it just, since then, it's just all fallen apart. Like, all the positives seem to have disappeared. Even on an individual level now, it doesn't look like they're able to match up whatsoever. Like, we didn't see any rounds where it was a like 5-on-1, just trying to save onto a weapon at the end of the heart. Like, that wasn't something that was happening at all. And now, Sharp are making that a regular occurrence.
Score was like 5-1, wasn't it? And now it's 6-5. I don't really know what the difference has necessarily been. See it in a second. Yeah, it was 5-2. And Beta's come alive again. I don't think he was like performing less than usual. I feel like it's just been this attack is taking a lot more space. I think MORPH has had a lot of like incredibly aggressive plays that haven't paid out all that well. And it's been great to see these guys adapt. Alert with this operator has also been phenomenal, just getting these first bloods. And I think when it's always like a 4 versus 5 for MORPH, they look a lot worse. Nice easy kill for Fat Penguin. Tries to get the transition in onto Corsoy. But this is good play. My Corsoy gets the frag instead of pushing onto the B site, which would have been easy. He backs off a little bit, sees if anybody's going to try and trade the teammate of MORPH.
Look at Cypher.
Yeah, he's lurked all the way in. The famous clearly hasn't expected it.
Oh, no. That's so unlucky. I think if he doesn't reload there, he might actually walk up to him by accident. Oh, dear. This is just falling apart. 7-5, a very strong attack in the end after a bit of a slow start from Sharper. They just started isolating Jaws, and as you mentioned, I think the operator coming out on the jet was something that it did seem like their opponents couldn't really do too much about. Like, they didn't have much of a response. A good game so far from Cud, though. But again, a lot of that, like, I remember he got like a big spray down in the anti-eco round after using an ultimate. Like, there was a few where it kind of, like, he padded his stats, I guess you could say, a little bit.
Seven 5, MORPH haven't won a round in 5. And hopefully at least this change into halftime allows them, if they can pick up the pistol, they can start to get a bit more of that momentum. But Fidel, that looked awkward, like he just very close to the wall, peeks 3 people. But the fact that he forced out the wall here, MORPH looks shaken. I don't know what's done this to them. They came in like a really solid team, but something's clearly happened that Sharper Esports been able to get into the heads of the attackers, and the executes could have come in nicely, but Beta's been there the whole time. All of this space, heaven control, ramp control is so important if you're attacking on this site, that we've seen a lot of teams kind of mess that up. Not just ends up in a 2 versus 1 and gets cut out completely. And the paranoia is good to scare off the silver on attack. Alert taken down 2. They have been aggressive with taking up this space, and Sharper Esports just allowed them to do it.
Yeah, I like the teamwork in this pistol round, though. Like, they've managed to basically get themselves fairly one-sided duels all the way through. It has to be admitted, though, that Sharper didn't really hit a lot of their shots either, though. So it's pistol. It's always going to be a 50-50. They've never really seen too many statistics to say anything else otherwise. This round, of course, though, will be considered that freebie round, unless we're going to see an aggressive investment here from Sharper, which is not something you see too regularly unless a team is either very far in the lead or very far down. You don't really need to go for these sort of risks. The thing is, as well, you have to take into consideration that this probably means that MORPH's rounds are also going to be padded a little bit because they are taking these early economic advantages. So we'll see if this can be the start of something to actually give themselves at least a victory, because we do have the other 2 teams playing against each other. So realistically, there is no chance for them to qualify, as we've already got 2 wins on the board for Sharper and obviously 2 for whoever manages to win that match later in the day. Alert is going to manage to get 1 off the back of the shorty. It's basically a jet speciality. And while they did start to get tagged from behind, very lucky to be alive, Fat Penguin, who sits on just 1 HP. They're still being wary of some of these flanks coming in from behind, and not is going to have to do something relatively impressive to get away with a kill here.
They have a rough idea that this is where the Omen is. They have spike control again now on market. They have time to rotate away. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if the Omen was in his smoke. But Beta, sorry, I think it was, yeah, it would have been Beta. Oh no, not Beta on the attack. I'm getting myself mixed up. Fat Penguin was just in his smokes. Tried to get the frag and was just cut out completely. That would have been really awkward, and it's surprising to see these kind of mistakes. We saw this earlier as well in the game beforehand, where it's an Omen in smoke mode, trying to line up stuff out in the open, an easy frag. I think maybe Beta thought that he was protected a little bit more. Fat Penguin just tried to go for the frag. But MORPH doing better on the defending side at least than I think AHQ did on Split. That halftime finished 9-4. So MORPH did a little bit better. But not good enough really at this point. The scores are tied, but the momentum is definitely in the favour of Sharper and has been over the past 10 rounds or so.
I don't like that. You know that they're likely going to have SMGs in this round. I don't know why you'd play close. That just seems like an unnecessary risk for the defensive side. Like, you have a huge range advantage here, and you've somewhat just sold it down the river by handing some extra weaponry over to your opponent. Also, your Sage being the one to get aggressive. And that's one of the things that I would much rather see a Raze than a Sova. It is that you can have that sort of risk taker. I still don't really see the value or the overall value of having a Sova on the defensive side of this map. I imagine it's just due to the comfort of the individual player. Like, that's what you... Because on a map like Haven, Bind, well, maybe not necessarily Bind, but Haven and Ascent especially, it really does work. So I guess if that's just been something you've been practicing, then it kind of makes sense.
It's a smart play by Not. Very passive, but it's suddenly getting very aggressive. He tries to triple peek far too many people. I like the cyber cage just to keep control of that area, but pushing through it was a bit too much. It's made life a living hell for the rest of Sharper Esports. MORPH take the lead, quite rightly now, with that kind of round. And I don't really know what's happening with both of these teams. Sharper Esports especially. These are kind of mistakes that you should not be making. Not at a really good game against AHQ. It was consistent. He was really difficult to move on their defense. But I think they're just disrespecting MORPH to the point now that MORPH now have the lead and are looking to be the better team in some of these rounds. Cud having a much stronger lineup than ever before. And Not, who finished the last game with 16 kills, pulling up the rear in this game.
Oh, we're going to see the aggressive play off the shorty. I thought for a second he might get two, but couldn't quite fire off the second shot in time. We are going to see the shock darts expended, which don't really do any damage. Is it going to be another one? Oh, he gets two! Cheney's bringing things back, and now another one coming in. The flank comes in behind. That is some massive mistakes being made. A cheesy round from Sharper. And after what has been a few good rounds from MORPH in a row, again, we just see something that sort of questions how they've even got into this point in the first place.
I don't think you can lose an anti-eco like that, especially when it's shorties and you know that they're running shorties. It's more the fact that MORPH kind of ran in the same line and were able to be picked off from the same person in the same place. Just kind of like lost their brains a little bit there. Could manage to pick up a couple more kills at least, but at that point, it was easy for Alert to just clean up house. Even dedicate the Blade Storm. You could tell that Sharper Esports turned that around and were willing to go for it. And this just should not be happening. MORPH have utility, they have a breach, they have a paranoia. Just dry peeking operators with very little respect for Sharper Esports right now. Very quickly make sure that you start the game, or the round at least, with a big disadvantage.
They're going to use the wall to get up. Like, I get that see, these are the sort of plays that I don't really understand. Like, I guess it's a surprise factor, but you don't know where the other players are. So they've just been caught out by Cheney's. Also, walls are so easy to break. I think in the early days, we saw people doing this quite regularly, where you just wall over something. And then everybody realized, okay, we can actually just break this in a matter of seconds if we just all shoot at it at the same time. And the reason I would much rather see that is, especially on the attacking side, there's so many places that you can just wall off to quickly rotate through. Like, for example, if you wall off Heaven, you can quickly get onto the site. If you wall off CT, you can delay the retake a little bit and get yourself a plant. Instead, you use the wall here, and the fact is, you had most players watching towards that B heaven position, so nobody actually checks ropes, and it's all too easy for Chinese to just wipe out the round. So high risk, no reward. It is going to be the lead taken once again for Sharper, and well, the money in the next round might start to get a little bit awkward. Alert being back on the operator as well. I don't know about you, Ryan, but I think this is where the game starts going more heavily in Sharper's favor, because the second he got this on the attacking side, we saw MORPH really start to struggle. And in the last round, he managed to get the opener fairly easily again.
He's not afraid to face those angles too, so even if he doesn't get a frag, he knows very much that, and he's doing this right now, the B main is clear. The rest of the defenders know that there's going to be some push from heaven at least, so if you're alert, you almost kind of want the attackers and MOTV to push onto the B site, and his position isn't going to be expected, they're going to wrap around. But you can see that Sharper Esports are just reading this situation super well. Fidel is just walking out into the open, is going to get double peeked to the second, and is already taking a bit of chip damage. Silva's right in behind, isn't afraid to just drop down, and it's stuff like this. MORPH have the utility to use, even have ultimates. Granted, it's an eco, so they're not going to use them, but they're still just not even using utility, really.
Oh, here comes the Rolling Thunder. It will leave one stunned at the back of the site. He's going to need some help from Cheney's, and he's done a pretty good job at actually just holding the line. 3 kills already for him, as we will see Famous eventually get the trade. But it might be too little too late. Well, it actually might be, is a pretty optimistic outlook on things. He does manage to at least kill off Beta, but with 7 seconds left, he's going to jump into the corner. He needs his final kill, and he's so close, but alert, just lurking in that back corner, does manage to win them the round. A little bit close for comfort in the end, but ultimately, if you're looking at the round as an overall, a use of the Rolling Thunder, no capitalization, and only a close clutch, making that even look competitive.
It's some cost, though, from MORPH. Like, it was either just get out of there, save the operator that you have, and just give up this round. But instead, we saw Famous use a bit of utility, dedicate the ultimate, and die and lose that operator. It's just like MORPH very much want to get some of these rounds back, but to the point that they're not making smart decisions. Famous there again, like, that's what you do when you just want to make something happen, when you're a bit on tilt and you just want to push ahead and force a play. I think MORPH are just running into it now, and I don't think that's, like, it's disappointing to see considering they started off this game so well. And Sharper Esports' defense across other games have been really good, like winning sides like 9 and 3 and stuff. So MORPH have an opportunity to do better, and I guess still do quite well when it comes to, like, in this group, but maybe because there's no chance of qualifying, they're kind of throwing this away a little bit, it feels. And they shouldn't, because they look really good on this game.
Right here.
Yeah, well, it is kind of what we expected, but maybe not quite in the manner. That is just ridiculous. You've just thrown that paranoia right into your teammate's face. Well, I guess Freya's going to find a kill elsewhere. That is Beta going down, and that actually gives them the A Heaven position, or at least for the moment. 1 kill coming in, and well, we are going to see the neural theft popped. It does give information about where the remaining defenders are going to be, and they'll realize quickly that there's nobody actually on the A site, so they can at least get themselves into an afterplant position. The problem, though, is that they don't have much ground to hold on to whatsoever. I wonder if we will see the From the Shadows ultimate actually popped just to try and get some slightly better positioning. Instead, it seems like they're going to try and push into CT, but they've been denied, at least for now, and just stuck into the site. It's a horrible position to be. They're just going to be rounded on a need to get these kills almost instantly, and it isn't going to be happening. All too easy for Sharper in the retake. I'm actually a bit disappointed that we didn't see them try and push CT to at least just get slightly more ground, because if you're locked into that back corner, there is no way you're going to win unless you hit some crazy headshots.
It's not even about taking more space, it's that they had that space and then gave it up. They were both on Heaven to begin with, yet they both hopped down. The Cypher especially not moved from a position where he could maybe find an off angle on Heaven to just contest that space a little bit more, but instead hopped down to the low ground and held just outside of screens, and then was forced to play on the site basically next to the Omen the whole time. So, like, more mistakes coming out. It's just that they had a nice position to begin with, made some space for themselves on A, and then just completely gave it up. And easy for Sharper Esports to take back Heaven, take back Ramp, and just bit by bit work out exactly where these players are and just kill them pretty much instantly, one after the other.
Well, something needs to happen here for MORPH, and it needs to happen now. We've got both Omens with the From the Shadows available, although it really hasn't become one of the more impactful ultimates that we've seen within this game. They're all going to be playing into mid, though. Now, there is already 2 defenders waiting in Heaven, one of them with the operator in hand, as we've already seen. Alert has been very good at finding picks so far. He's actually going to go rotating, maybe expecting this to be a play through the ropes in towards this A site. It does leave just the solo defender waiting on the other side in the form of the Sage. Now, of course, actually, I was going to say slows and wall, but actually all the utility is already gone. 40 seconds left on the clock, and well, already this is going to become very awkward. Nice Paranoia is going to hand cut a free kill, and unless there's something crazy here from Not, this should be a relatively convincing round coming up for this side. However, I say From the Shadows doesn't have any impact. They actually don't check the back corner. The flash is good, but he still manages to survive, and thankfully, Fidel is going to manage to do the work. It needs to be some crazy kills from Alert, and it isn't going to happen this time.
Much better play. Took control of that super well, and Sharper Esports now only 2 rounds ahead. It feels like they've been steamrolling for a while, but I mean, you look at the rounds that have been taken, it's only been the 4 rounds out of 13 rounds. It's all been Sharper Esports, both at the end of the last half and most of this one at least too. The Sharper Esports economy will still be decent at least. So MORPH just need to try and have the same sort of discipline that we saw out of them. Frey's positioning going to be given up. Luckily, there's not going to be a Hunter's Fury on the defense, but the Omen is starting to push up ahead. Freya isn't going to spot it necessarily, but has good time when it comes to Beta, who just pushes way too aggressively. Considering he finds no intel there, he doesn't need to get any more, really. He doesn't need to try and contest those positions. And another reason why Silver isn't played all that much, luckily, Alert can trade to make it a 4 versus 4. But MORPH are going to take that space on A, and right now, Sharper Esports aren't necessarily expecting it.
Yeah, I think that A site hold has definitely been a little bit questionable, especially with their consistent abandonment of ropes. It makes things quite awkward for the remaining defenders. Now, there has already been a rotation in, but Cud gets the entry once again. The flashpoint is so perfect that although Cud goes down, it's a worthwhile trade. It leaves just 2 players standing for the defense as MORPH have broke back at the perfect moment. And well, this one starts to beg the question, is this actually worth going for? A 2 versus 3, this time there's a lot more map control available to the offensive side. Now, they are going to be able to find out where they are, but it's a little bit too late. Fat Penguin comes up behind them and ends the round with 10.
That's what we wanted to see in the previous round, right? Just taking that aggressive space and be a bit more in the face. Really well played there from the Omen. Fat Penguin, the neural theft was coming through. He heard it, and he knew that his position was going to be given up, so he thought, like, screw it, I'll just play super aggro. And you saw Sharper Esports look at the minimap, see that there was an Omen behind him, and by the time that they've reacted and rotated, he manages to kill both of them. So really nice play from him. Saw that his position was going to be given up, so just decided to dedicate to it aggressively. And now MORPH can bring this to a super close game. Sharper Esports, I've been disappointed with both teams, to be honest, because MORPH have made some big mistakes that have meant that, like, they're looking like they're struggling with this one. But Sharper Esports are qualifying. We need to see better than this, getting close to a team that has lost all of their games so far. They don't look as good as some... Yeah, right? Like, it's... I'm looking at the other teams in Group C and D that have had much closer games and look really good. Will Sharper fare that well against him? I'm not too sure. Famous gets 2 with the operator on mid on really awkward angles. And Alert is here with the Omen. And they're not really contesting or trading. They're just sitting back a little bit. So 1 by 1, they might fall to MORPH here. He's trying to play aggro with this ultimate. He's not hitting the shots. Luckily, the shot is a bit more consistent.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's good to say Fidel just puts that out of its misery, because that would be a lot of space that MORPH is taking for itself. Fidel's keeping the attention, and the spike's going to get planted on A.
Yeah, the chances of this retake ever happening are slim. They'd have to move very quickly, and they're already struggling just to try and kill off the remaining member in mid. They made this round very costly at least, but I imagine this is just going to resort to them saving some sort of operator into the next round. Still a little bit too close for comfort, but I like the fact that the remaining members of MORPH just decide, okay, let's make sure we get the round. Let's not hunt the frags. Let's not take too many risks. We know where the remaining players are. And they're going to even things up 11-11. It's a position I never thought we'd get to, especially with how good Sharper have played in a lot of their other matches and how poorly MORPH have managed to do versus the same opponents. But I guess this matchup just looks slightly better for them. And, well, it could also be just the fact that at this point for MORPH, there's no pressure. They've already been eliminated. There's nothing really for them to lose. It might just be that they're playing with slightly more confidence, and in some of the other matches, the pressure got to them a bit. It could also be the same for Sharper, though, that, okay, they've already qualified, so maybe they're not taking things too seriously.
11-11. A very close game. I still think Sharper Esports having the advantage when it comes to just being a defended-sided team, not only across Split, but also on Haven, too. The economy is still good. They don't need to worry about that too much. If they lose this and go to match point for MORPH, then money's very much going to be tight for them. And I'm still looking at Kurt. You look at the stats from the previous two games, and he's been bottom of the barrel when it comes to just impact, but he's been one of the main reason why MORPH is having more of a stretch at taking this game. Shellstopper getting used on attack, but right now, the Race isn't finding anybody. Famous can't even spot a target, and I think at this point, the ultimate would have been rescinded. So the three defenders on the B site are still there, and they're rotated very quickly. Luckily, Alert goes down. Famous is having more of an impact with those first bloods. Shades is still there being awkward, but this is a really awkward engagement.
Oh, the paranoia is spot on, but we don't actually see much of a capitalization. I think Chains has mainly been the player to watch in this game so far. So many high impact kills is going to happen again for him. Left to try and clutch this one out, peeking him one by one, but luckily Freya lands the headshot. It is going to be 12-11, a chance for MORPH to at least get themselves a victory within this tournament. As said, it isn't going to play a part in how the group plays out, but at least for their confidence going forward, it's going to be something that they'll be quite happy about if they manage to get it over the line.
Really casts a lot of question marks over Shadow, though. They qualified regardless. They might lose first seed, though, which could put them in an awkward spot playing at the team that tops Group C, I think, at that point. Which yet again has been fairly decisive. I believe it would have been Fives. I don't think this team wants to go up against them. I think Fives now looking to be the better team in the tournament.
Yeah, they've definitely called to question whether or not that company should have tried to maybe save money elsewhere rather than dropping that squad, because, yeah, they have looked like one of the best teams in the tournament for sure. Very aggressive play coming out at the moment from the defense, though, and this could work wonders. There's not really anybody watching the flank as they've already pushed into mid, and the timing is probably going to work out for the Sage to go down. That is a very good start for Sharper Esports, and now the rest of the squad have to almost try and turn their gaze in this direction. Cud, is he going to check the close angle? Well, this is an oversight, to say the least. Like, I don't know how that's managed to happen, but I guess he heard the footsteps running away and just assumed that meant that the round was over. Another comes up for naught, and this has all fallen apart. Just one round where we see Sharper try something a little bit more aggressive, and everything goes wrong. Just trying to put at least Hunter's Fury onto the spike, but realistically, it isn't going to do any damage.
NeuroTheft just shows that they're surrounded on all sides. At least Not is still lurking, gets his third. There's no chance really for Famous to get this frag in. Even the Resurrect dedicated, why not? It goes into overtime at this point. Of all of the games to go the distance, I certainly wasn't expecting it to be this one. More for the team that we saw the first two games of. Maybe they just did a really bad first day. But this is just not expected, really. And I would say at this point, MORPH deserved the win. I think Sharper, considering that they are a team qualifying, you expect to see more out of them. They've just made a lot of like big mistakes that have opened the game up for MORPH. But MORPH have also played super well. So this is now getting into interesting territory. It's the first overtime, I think, for this tournament so far, at least. Works in the same fashion, near enough, as Counter-Strike, right? Like, whoever can win and build a 2-round deficit ends up winning the game entirely. The economy is reset every round. The ult economy is also reset to be 4 out of 7, or at least halfway, 3 for 6 for some of the ultimates each round, and also switching the sides each of the rounds too. So I still feel the advantage is there for Sharper, considering that they look consistently good on attack and defense, certainly more so than MORPH. But considering that MORPH took us to this point, I would say that they are going to be feeling this, and they've got no pressure on their shoulders. They're out of the tournament regardless. They could at least go out with a bang.
Yeah, the worry for me is that I feel like the second Sharper try anything even remotely audacious or just like aggressive, you just see these very, very basic mistakes from MORPH. Like that last round that they just lost was an atrocity. Like that's all you can put it down to. Like that's just people not checking angles, not playing together, just basically just not checking anything. Like if you're holding in a default in middle, why are there not people watching your flanks? Like that's the bare minimum of any FPS game. And I'm going to be honest, at that point, I feel like you have to give this over to Sharper and just say, like, this is now yours just to take. Like, you know that you're the better team and just not playing up to your level. They're going to be grouping up outside the A site where there's a hell of a lot of utility being expended from both teams. Both ciphers, in fact. Cage will at least deny for a second, but it's Alert looking to lead the charge. No operator this time, but it doesn't look like he needs it, as he's already going to find that opener onto Freya. The spray through does a little bit in terms of spam, but Famous, he just focuses the spike. A smart decision from him. He's going to slow down this push. He does fall elsewhere, and in fact, it's now Fidel who's picked up that operator. Going to be left on to just one man remaining, and Fat Penguin is going to make that retake work. It is a 13th to MORPH, a messy one at that. And I have to say, the big play that came out there was definitely from the Rays. To be able to deny that spike from actually rotating over the site bought so much time for them to actually get in.
And you can see exactly where Sharper died, or maybe not now as we go into the next round. They all died pretty much in the same position around the column on A. It forced them backed into the corner, and easy clean it for Sharper, which I don't think they necessarily deserved. Like, Freya just sort of ran out into the open. The Cypher on ramps gave MORPH a good opening, but yet again, MORPH don't really take heaven control. They just seem to barrel down A main, try and hold super close up to the screen doors, and it kind of just allows Sharper Esports to just overlap them by taking heaven control and then just peeking down, seeing that they're there. Easy kills, really. So MORPH are giving themselves nice advantages, but not really capitalizing off them in the right ways, at least. But now it's Sharper's turn to defend. MORPH just need to have a solid attack, and it's going to be difficult. Sharper's Esport hasn't had the most impeachable defense, but at least it's been somewhat consistent, unlike MORPH's attack generally. So this is a great way for Sharper to come back into it and try and take the lead again. And you can see just how much space that MORPH are trying to take across the map, but they're going to be in a lot of 1v1s. It's whether they fancy them or not.
Well, it is going to be Beta to start things off. Fat Penguin, he has the spike, and he's lining up utility standing next to an opponent. This is mental, and he gets away with it as well. I'm not sure how this is working. I'm not sure how they're getting this far. It's going to be left. They don't check the angle. That is a bare basic, and that's going to drop the spike up in heaven. I think we're going to a second round of overtime, as this is looking bleak for the attackers, but Fidel at least manages to turn it into a 2 versus 2. Not at the back of the site, though, has not been cleared. And while now it's left all onto Famous, operator going up that rope is not going to end well. And I think he's just hoping that somebody peeks him. He's got 8 seconds. This is already done. Beta going to close it out. And yeah, that was a messy, messy round.
And yet again, it starts with Freya dying on A. Beta pushes him. Considering the Beta was there, goes to show how much space he took control of. He pushed A main, killed the Cypher, knew that nobody else was there. He wasn't going to get traded. He didn't hear a sound or any utility being used. He knew that it was just going to be the Cypher lurking on its own like a lot of Cyphers do. Rotated to B, was there to protect. MORPH just kind of walked into that one. Yet again, that seems to be the general consensus of when things start to go wrong, kind of like you said, it just gets worse and worse. It's like a Benny Hill cartoon for them sometimes. But when they don't get phased out of games early by like getting first blooded, for example, they look really good. It's just when things start to go wrong, they just lose that confidence and then start to play some really messy Valorant.
Well, I think one of the things I've noticed is they seem to tunnel vision onto whatever like their plan is. Like, for example, there's been so many rounds now where MORPH have just not checked very basic corners because they have a plan to go onto the site and say the team are already pushing through B main, the players in heaven just, we need to go. So they just don't check a corner because of that. And that's like, you've lost a man and then the spike's been dropped up there because of just a silly little mistake that if that doesn't happen, you probably win the round. We're going to see this execution onto A once again. Freya in a very good position, but will only get one. However, I was expecting Famous maybe to get two there as they were both looking in the other direction. Still, though, we have seen some pretty tasty retakes on this B site so far. Fat Penguin is going to start things off by breaking down that ice wall, knowing that he needs to try and use some utility to cover off some of these angles, but the paranoia utilized just to hold him back, to deny this push at least a little bit longer. Fidel actually going to group up alongside him, but realistically, this is a really tough position to try and retake from. They're going to need some easy kills, and the Jet of Alert coming in from behind should make this round impossible. Of course, it will get them to 14, and now we have Sharper with a chance to win the match.
Really well played from Alert. Got the frag onto somebody on on MORPH, sorry. Took Heaven control, but also backed off. I think went down the ropes in Rope Room just to give a little space to make MORPH believe that they had control of that area. So MORPH naturally move away from it and push ahead. The Jet then pops up there, has Heaven control, pinces MORPH on their retake, and it just goes horribly from then on out. And Sharper just need to have a good defending round. There's no ultimates that are going to be available either, so it's just outthrowing a potential and using that utility wisely. It means that Famous can't really buy an operator without losing out on armor completely. Is that worth the risk? It's hard to say. Some players could just make that work, especially if they're playing Sage, for example. They could just heal themselves up if needs be. But this is surprisingly passive from Sharper Esports defense. They're not being aggressive here. They're not trying to take too much info. And MORPH are just making a song and dance on mid. Everybody's stacked up on various angles, and we know from the last round that MORPH attacked on, they sometimes miss a few of these angles that should be checked.
Yeah, there's not too many proactive positions. You could see it. It's actually going to be the close spot, and I like that wall. It just makes things irritating. A little bit tougher for them to try and clear some of these positions. What is not doing? You've just seen them break that wall. Why have you tried to go down the rope at that moment? You madman. And now he's left it onto Corsoy. Alert at least will find one, but it seems like MORPH might have this in the bag. He, again, comes up trumps. Cheney's, he's going to try and push the smoke. And, well, I've said it a million times. We've seen so many people push smokes in this game that are just going to get domed because of it. Beta, 1v3. I think we're going to triple overtime. I think after the first game, someone wanted to elongate the schedule a little bit, maybe give Banks and Mitch a little bit more time to sleep. And we're going to go 14-14.
Split going the distance. And Fred, a nice position in here. It's like you said, the wall goes up. This is great intel for MORPH on this defense. Oh, sorry, Sharper on this defense. Yet not tries to peek it. And you see as well, Corso try and do something similar here. He's like, you know, I respect the passiveness that he's doing, but this is just literal suicide to push that angle. The smoke was going to come in a second. He could just hold that area and try and take it back, similar to what we saw the Jet do on A in the round previous. Yet again, both these teams feeling that they need to force plays when I don't think that's inherently true. Maybe it's the lack of ultimates to make them feel that they need to just peek around the corner and get like a triple kill. I don't think it's necessary. I think if both teams really slow it down and then just try and put pressure in particular areas of the map, things should be fine. But both of them are struggling in some of these cases, and this has turned into a hell of a matchup between these two teams in very different scenarios.
I think as well that the aggression is not very calculated. I think that's the problem I have with it. Like, there was the round that actually brought us to overtime where we saw a two-man aggressive push. It looked methodical. They used the information well. And I think that was a smart piece of aggression. Whereas a lot of these have been like running through smokes or just trying to do weird rotates to catch them off guard. And it's solo plays. It's not actually off of team play. Nice clear from Not, though. He's going to start things off with the opener, and that actually gives them a fair amount of space, using the cages to try and actually clear out ropes, although it's still going to be the peak coming out from Chaining. Again, it's a solo peak. Famous, he's just getting 1v1 duels, and a lot of the time he's going to win them. It's going to be Cud to come up with another as they try and push into this site, and well, the spike is going to be planted, but with such a powerful position in the retake, I was going to say it should be easy, but Beta has definitely made things interesting. He falls, but he gives his teammate a slim chance, but the timing through the smoke couldn't be better for Fidel. It's going to be a 15th for MORPH again. They get another attempt at map point, but let's be real at this point, Ryan, it could go for the next 16 years.
Who knew that the defending teams would constantly be trading rounds off each other like this? To be fair, it's not been that straightforward. Freya again, like, he's pushing way too aggressive in, like, off angles that MORPH are clearly going to be checking if they're trying to clear a site like this. Beta had a really good job. Like, I like the wall that was put down from Korsoi, because what it did is it forced the defenders of Sharper Esports. This is very confusing with the constant switching in, like, the sides. Like MORPH holding the high ground, and then Beta could just sort of come in, keep an eye on Heaven where two people peek it, and he gets those frags fairly easily. Wall just forces him to play a bit differently, and Korsoi should not be allowed to do that by Famous. Fat Penguin, though, is able to punish it at least. And now being a 4 versus 3 with the jet being super low, so it's more like a 4 versus a 2.5 almost. MORPH seem to have run of the board right now.
It's really interesting to me that they're using their probably one of their only more defensive characters in the form of the Sage to get aggressive. That seems to be a common thing for Sharper. The only thing I can think of is that they want to try and wall one of the sides when they get down there, but it just seems like such an aggressive risk to try and take it around where if you lose, you lose the match. They are one man down, and, well, you can see Beta just going to be waiting in the heavens. He did very well in the last round to at least try and make things competitive. They're going to need him to once again, and, well, that's not a bad start whatsoever. They're going to use the paranoia once again, and they need to try and retrieve this spike and cross, and that's the problem. They don't have any heaven control, so it makes that cross tougher and tougher. You can also see in the background a flank coming in. There's going to be a Cypher duel, and Freya's going to win it, leaving just 2 members to try and fight this one back. You can see Alert eventually going to start breaking the wall, and they should expect Beta to be on this upper ground. I think he may have even been spotted by a slight shoulder peek by the man on the site, Cud. Already, though, is going to hear the movement forward, an easy kill for the first, and finally, we have ourselves a victor. It will be MORPH to take things 16-14. It seems like Counter-Strike has come back for the day, as that is the classic scoreline that we normally get. But yeah, that was a game where, although you talk about overtimes normally being quite exciting and clutch and a game that you just want to keep watching, I'll be honest, there were so many mistakes made in that match, I couldn't wait for it to end.
It was really frustrating to watch, wasn't it? It was like I was expecting a very much a clear, decisive win out of Sharper.
Yeah.
They won so decisively against AHQ and LZ, who are playing next, and that match decides who's going to be qualifying with them. This changes it up a little bit. I think, actually, there could be an opportunity where Sharper Esports don't qualify at all. Actually, no, I don't think that's even possible.
No, they
definitely, yeah. So they're definitely through regardless, but Team LZ, AHQ are going to be possibly topping the group at that point too, if they just have a good map differential. I think because that game was so close, it's hard to say. But the stats say it all. I think MORPH played super well. It's kind of a shame that we're not going to be seeing them for the rest of this tournament at least. And Famous was the one that sort of came in and had huge impact alongside Cud, who I kept shouting out for being just a consistently strong player. But even looking across the board, you can see just the consistent amount of first bloods that Famous, Cud, and Fat Penguin were able to get. Alert had some impactful rounds with that operator, but I think you're looking at the First Bloods and you just see pretty much like it rounds up to what the rounds were too, right? Like whoever got First Blood was going to win that round, it felt like.
Yeah, I did something to just touch on what you mentioned a moment ago. For Sharper to not finish top of the group is actually going to be quite tough for one of the next two teams. So within the group on round difference, they are +11. LZ is next with +2. And AHQ is +1. So basically, they would have to win by 9 or 10 rounds to actually get themselves the victory and finish top of the group. So chances are the winner of this next match is just playing for the qualification. But if it is a complete blowout, we could see them now take over the top of the group. So that would at least make things a little bit more interesting. In all honesty, though, I think this next match is actually going to be really interesting to see. Both teams actually losing in fairly dominant fashion to Sharper, 13-7 and 13-6, and both teams having a 13-5 victory over MORPH. So if anything, this should be a perfectly balanced game. But as we've just witnessed, 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2. Like that, it can equal anything you like, because we've just seen MORPH, the team getting bodied by everybody, end up winning the last map. So it is going to be our decider. Coming up after a short break, Group B, we will know who goes through. So join us in roughly about 10 minutes, plus some tasty highlights. Hello and welcome back to the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open Valorant Ignition Series. It definitely doesn't roll off the tongue, but it has been some interesting matches so far today. We've already had one upset, I would say, with MORPH managing to win in triple overtime versus Sharper Esports, and we're going to be continuing with Group B as we have Team LZ facing off against AHQ. The winner will be heading off into the playoffs, and of course, if they win by a significant margin, they could even make their way through in first. Now, I personally don't believe in that, but someone who's always an optimist, always a believer, is Mr. Ryan Central.
I do my best. Both these teams beat the team that we just saw MORPH in pretty decisive fashion.
Yeah.
They also lost to Sharper in consistent fashion too, so evenly this should be a pretty lined up game for both these teams to try and do their best on. I think we saw them both on Haven and Split, so there's still it really does depend on the sort of groups, but we can look at those in particular to sort of see how things are looking at this point. 5, SMG and Sharper are all teams definitely locked in. And we have the TaFZ versus Only One Word, Thailand Attitude versus Legends, Piperex versus Team SMG games later on today. But as you mentioned, Team LZ versus HQ, won one game, lost one game, very similar when it comes to map differentials too. Very unlikely for them to catch up to Sharper Esports to nick first place in the Group B rankings. But you're right, whoever wins this will be going through out of the group stages into the playoffs, which start on Friday a little bit earlier. Couple of hours beforehand, so those should be really good games. It's still very much up in the air on who they play. Well, actually, no, I think it's fair to say that whoever wins this will have their quarterfinal up against 5. So not only is this match going to be difficult for both these teams, they got to prepare for a quarterfinal against the best looking team in the region, I think.
Yeah, also, I think the problem with these groups at the moment, from what we've actually witnessed, is we're seeing a very, very small amount from each one of the teams. So, for example, Team LZ, right? You mentioned they played MORPH. They also played Sharper. They won one, lost one, both maps on Haven. Doesn't really tell us too much about the overall team and the map pool. It just tells us that they're somewhere in the middle of those two teams.
Right.
Then we have AHQ. Again, dominant win versus MORPH. Crushing defeat versus Sharper. Again, both on Split. So we've only really seen one map from both of these teams, and we've seen that they can play it very well and then suck against two different teams. So realistically, I wonder if we're either going to get one of the teams clear favorite choice. Do we get that Haven coming in for Team LZ, or do we get the Split for AHQ? Or does that mean we're going to end up at some sort of middle ground? Do we end up going to Ascent or Bind to sort of see a little bit more from either of the squads? either way, I'm not feeling particularly confident for either of them going into the playoffs, just because we've seen evidently that maybe they just have a good matchup on specific maps versus some teams, whereas some of the more dominant rosters we've seen, for example, Five, have shown, like, they showed a bit on Ascent, they showed a victory on Bind as well. Like, I guess for me at least, we've seen a little bit more depth from their roster so far. That being said, we have seen in the past at least a few more results coming out from AHQ. Like, they do have victories against some other decent teams, like playing up against Legends. They've had wins. They've beaten Attack All Around before in a best of one, but then also lost in a best of three. So I do expect them to be slightly favored in this roster. But as we've sort of mentioned throughout the group stages so far, most of these games are fairly up in the air.
And we have more of those coming today. There's just so many games that are decisive on who qualifies and who doesn't. Certainly Group C and D have looked a lot more exciting. Group B, more straightforward, but at least we still have a game to sort of finish out this group, at least. It decides who's going and who's staying. Like, the last game that we saw wasn't all that much exciting. Not only, well, in regards to it being overtime, sure, but because we knew the results and the impact that these results would have on this game wasn't really going to change much at all. But this is very much lining up. Baltu on the Rays and Milk, I think, has been the entry fragger player for both these sides. Shows exactly what they want to try and do when it comes to, I guess, how much impact they need to have. We looked at this head-to-head in the game with MORPH and Sharper before, and the first bloods were dramatically lower than what we're seeing on screen, like 9 to 10%. But this is double that, because these are the agents that they played. They played Erasers, they played those like first in-the-face kind of agents. Baltu had the pretty much run-of-the-mill, if you remember. Like, he was the one that was just barreling down B mid on Haven. So I think if we go to a map, like, I guess it would be Split, Bind, Ascent, or just not Haven, I don't think he's going to be able to get away with that half as much as he did before. But then again, there are certain areas on the maps where you want to be aggressive, even on the defense, to try and take space away from the attackers. Certainly more so, I think, on like Bind than anything else, but still, you get the point that it's very much up to these players to really dictate the pace of the match for their teams, and if they don't, the other team is just going to overrun them completely. So you think that it's going to be like a close game? I could see one team just dominating over the other throughout.
Yeah, I guess that's just the way it's going to go, though, is that especially with not being able to see either of these teams on any other maps, it's definitely going to make things a little bit more interesting. We are actually going to be heading into Split, which, as I already mentioned, is, I believe, the only map we've actually seen from AHQ so far. So they clearly maybe won that, but again, it's impossible to tell how much depth we actually have from Team LZ as well on this one. For Baltu, still going to be able to play onto his all-favored Rays, and Milk has been pretty dominant actually with the Rays so far. I think he's one of the top 5 players within the tournament overall. I feel like in terms of comps, we have pretty much the standard for AHQ. Like, this is what I would be looking for. Maybe you could switch out like one or two, like the Brimstone might go missing for some teams, for example. Having a Sova and a Phoenix, though, that's something that's going to be interesting for me to Team LZ. Like, I would not say this is a standard compilation for this map by any stretch of the imagination.
There's no Cypher again on the defense, so you can tell that Team LZ want to play super aggressive, have the Cypher get a lot of intel. You can see just based on where Baltu's playing, it's pretty much, as I said, wants to play in the face of the enemy. Unfortunately forced away by the smoke, but still gets the kill through it. So Kilo goes down, Senna playing the Phoenix is traded up by Kant. How could I forget Kant on the Brimstone? The Duke are rotating all the way around. There's a lot of space being taken by AHQ on Heaven, and this is very different to what we just saw with MORPH and Sharper. Aduka instantly trying to contest, but Milk quite rightly taking that position, taking hold of the high ground. Frosty is looking to either smoke this and go around or do vice versa, but that camera is going to even show that he's there. Going to teleport to see if he can catch the attention of anybody else, but 2 players are looking at his spot. 3 of them with Milk, as he's the one that gets the 3rd kill. AHQ, a great start on this attack with the amount of space that they took, and Team LZ still pulling in some kills out of nowhere, but the main thing is that AHQ took mid control very early on in that.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, Milk has definitely been someone who's impressed me so far, like, on his raise. I think they're just clinical with his individual skill. Kant was someone that we highlighted, like, heavily in the first match that we witnessed because he was fantastic with his aggression. When he played the next match, he got completely shut down. So I do wonder which Kant we're going to see today and whether or not there will be any preparation from Team LZ to be ready for just the level of aggression we're going to see out from him as an individual. As you can see right now, he's currently trying to fight mid all on his own. The support will eventually arrive, but this is his chance to pad those stats, maybe build up some extra ult points as well, which, knowing how valuable this orbital strike can be, if you do manage to just get into mid, you can section off the ropes. I think ropes is probably my favorite place to see that, because if there's anyone in there, escaping is pretty much impossible. So him getting some early kills is always going to be very valuable for the team.
The fact that Dioman is still here ready to face says a lot about what he wants to do, and he's keeping the attention of 3 players. Luckily, Senna's there to try and help, and Kilo able to get a frag. He's still keeping these 2 defenders focused on him, even though the spikers are going to get planted on B. He's just dip diving and dodging. Wasn't expecting Balto to push all of that way, but his job's done. He can leave peacefully now, because the Sage is ready to meet this raise, rotating all the way around. Has the spray in nicely. Really nice play. I know that it was, you know, going up against the eco, but I really like how Kilo just dictated their attention so much.
Yeah, made it very easy for the rest of the team. Of course, in this sort of round, still losing a couple of weapons, it's not the end of the world, but it does mean that this is less of a bonus round and now more of a proper purchase, as the chances are you're going to see those remaining players invest into rifles rather than just save that extra cash. So the buy in the next round would be severely diminished. Again, I've not seen anything that has convinced me that a Sova is worth playing on Split. Like, we've seen multiple different players.
Absolutely not.
Attempts at darts to give you information, but even then it seems to be very short-lived, and as we've sort of spoken about quite a bit, like, it seems to nullify a lot of his other utility.
The map is just so narrow. Like, where are the best places to show recon bolt even? And even those positions that you can find where it's a good one, they're just going to get killed pretty much instantly. At least the Aldron can find a lot of intel without putting Subby at too much risk. He's the one I think that has the highest average combat score across this team, as well as the best like kills per round, kills per death. But it's fair to say for both LC and AHQ, they've not had a complete standout player that's been dominating to the same level that we've seen out of, say, Zespi. He's the first player that comes to mind just because he had that kind of impact. It's not really there existing for Team LC and AHQ. Sure, you have like individual performances, certainly out of Senna, who I loved watching on the first day on the Cypher of all things. Starting off lightly, Baltu 2. The players that are important can't as well. Like, these are just all players that have done really well for their teams, but certainly not to the level that they're carrying them on their back, much like we've seen out of the other startler teams that are looking to do quite a lot in this tournament.
A big risk taken, and now Leo left in the clutch. He's another one. I think that he's a very good Cypher player from what I've seen so far. This round, though, not really going to have much of a chance. Of course, a 1 versus 3 clutch. And nice work from Team LZ to at least get onto the board relatively quickly. I do still question. The only thing I'm thinking is that we talk about tight choke points and tough angles. I do think there is some viability for Hunter's Fury. I think just with, like, if you know roughly where people are, for example, going through ropes, it's very difficult to escape. So I think there's potential opportunities for that. Evidence of it. Like, in theory, it could work very, very well, especially if you talk about this A site, very long and narrow, the same with Heaven as well. But we've seen now multiple players play Sova on this map, and I can't think of anybody other than maybe in the last map, some decent individual aim coming out. There was not really anything that the Sova did in particularly with utility.
Looking across the stats though, Team LZ have a massive advantage just based on how stuff has been working. The reason is that both these teams, on the wins that they had, were 9-3 up on their defense in the first half.
Oh dear.
Kilo. Senna's on cleanup. So yeah, these teams like to play on the defense. Their wins over MORPH have had them winning with that advantage. So as Team LC pick up their second round at least, if they could finish this half 9-3, then that's going to be a great start, because AHQ's defense is also really good. So it's up for Team LZ to take advantage of being the defending team for the first half and just try and run with it as much as possible. Otherwise, AHQ will do the same once we get to half-time. Should make for a really close game overall, so I think how both these teams play here on out for the rest of this half is going to be pivotal to deciding who also joins Sharper qualifying out of this group.
Well, I imagine we might be seeing a run it back at some point within this round, just how aggressive the stance currently is into mid. Subby is going to gain some intel that there is someone out in front, and you can see Senna is tempted. He's had a very good start to this game, 8 kills on the board, and looking to be a little bit cheeky into mid. Now, bear in mind, Kant currently has the spike. This is something that is a big pet peeve of mine. If you're taking an aggressive angle solo in any round, you shouldn't have the spike. It should either be on the ground or with a teammate playing more passively, especially considering you had 3 players lurking outside of the B site. It makes a lot more sense for it to be there. And obviously, in this round, it doesn't really matter. It hasn't played a part, but he's still entry fragging. He's still going first, so it definitely has its risks. I think they've realized maybe a slight flaw in the defense, though, as they're going to go straight through in towards heaven. This is going to make things really awkward for Baltu. He needs to connect his shots, and he does manage a first, but he needs more than this. Otherwise, he's going to give up the site, and a whiff gives Rainy the kill. Now it comes down to a 4v4 retake, which on the A site, as we've seen, is definitely doable, but doesn't mean it will happen.
And really nice play coming out of AHQ. Leo's positioning is perfect, really. As soon as HQ start to feel pressure from heaven, certainly when it comes to the little balcony, Leo could just swing around and get this frag. And it is keeping the attention of the Silver, actually. Smokes are coming in just to make sure that anybody that's on A lobby isn't going to be too punishing, but that's another great orbital straight for Khan. He's had a few of those across the tournament. And this attack is holding off this retake. Yet again, Leo's positioning is very much passive, but pushing for the smoke now is going to keep control. No chance of this defuse coming in. A great attack. Nice use of space for AHQ. They put a lot of pressure onto sort of the mail room on B, certainly going up into heaven. And then they walled it off and went A. It was a nice way to just force a bit more weight for Team LZ to stack it behind B, and then used it to their advantage, and then had a nice clean execute onto the site with very little to stop them.
It's going to give them back the lead. And well, all we've really seen so far is some impressive kills coming in from Senna. I don't think Team LZ have really showed me too much, at least with their agent composition. Aduka, obviously off to a pretty poor start, but we are now going to see a play once again coming in. It's Milk off the back of the operator. Nice curveball to leave him completely blind. And they are putting a lot of pressure here this time. After having 4 players almost stacked on the B site in the last round and just a solo A player, this time they've stacked 4 into middle. So LZ clearly relying on their in-game leader quite heavily to make these sort of calls as to what they're going to be pressuring. You can see the Cypher as well starting to edge his way in. The problem of not having a Cypher, of course, is your information gathering almost comes off being aggressive. Like, they're having to just dedicate players to different parts of the map and rotate players around all the time to just try and work out where certain players are actually going, because you don't have those tripwires, you don't have the cameras. It makes things very, very awkward for you. That's why it has become such a staple within the meta at the moment, is because it does just lock down certain parts of the map. Baltu, though, is going to catch the aggression of Kilo and keeps them at least within this round, as it is going to be a man advantage for the defense. With only 35 seconds left, this is becoming a bit of a rough position for the attackers to be in.
Oh, and the wall doesn't go up in time. The Kant, who is already super low health, gets taken out. Senado is downed. Rainy, or the Ray, sorry, having to rotate away, and Frosty's able to at least get a kill in before he's traded out. A 1 versus 2. Leo waiting to put the spike down, doesn't really have much time, can't really pick his positioning too much, and the showstopper's just going to be thrown in from the head. Baltu getting the frag. Much better from Team LZ. Really kept the place in, and Baltu was the one that really kept control over A as well. You have Kilo going on this crazy aggressive flank as the Omen, going all the way to A ramps. But Baltu with the operator just holding on to it, making sure he has control. Peeks for a little bit more info, then rotates over to B by the point that AHQ have decided what they want to do. You can tell, yeah, they're just sort of following where Kant wants to go. And in some of the cases, these executes when it comes to utility and lining up, it's either works out super well where they have like a nice clean road to go to the site that they want to go to, or they just run into more problems from Team LZ. Super close game. Really interesting how both these teams are playing it.
Well, there is that operator push from Bao2. Something a little bit different, trying to play that rotational up role, and that is perfect. Kilo's gone. That's the one lurk player, and I will say that AHQ, I like the fact that they're constantly pressuring mid. I think it's a very important portion of the map. But when you know there's no Cypher, when you know there's very few defensive units, I would actually like to see them gather up and just try and pressure one of these sites, because there's been such heavy middle defense coming out from LZ, and then they just rotate off where they think the players are going. If they can work this out, yeah, exactly. It's just a solo push. Whereas I think if they just made that play in towards one of these sites, it would be all too easy for them. Either way, this mid pressure has actually worked quite well.
Very well. Frosty's been anchoring these sites and is at least been able to get a couple of kills, but like lowest stat-wise across his lineup, but can still pick up 2. Rainy, though, I think gets collateral when it comes to those kills on Subby and Baltu. So a nice 1v1. The Omen has utility and he's teleported. He might even force out the resurrect from Rainy. But he needs to act on this before the res player can at least come up and help. Frosty can get the frag, but at the end of the day, Milk just becomes bait for Frosty, and Rainy can get his third. These are really down to the wire games from both sides, and you're right. I think if AHQ start to split off a little bit more, stop going for these like Lone Ranger lurks, I suppose, like the defaults of 4 and 1, 4 executing and 1 lurking, having the team actually split up to be more even numbers that they could trade for Baltu as an example if he's getting those operator kills, I think these would be going so much more in favour for the attacking team that they won't need to worry about these rounds going close. The economy is really shifty on both sides now.
Hell of a lot of close rounds, and we're going to see this default again. And for the defense, like, this is what I mean. Like, did you currently have 3 players in heaven, 1 starting to try and get a little bit aggressive over towards A. I do genuinely believe if they just went for a B push, this would be a very easy round. And by the looks of it, that is what they've decided. They've used the from the shadows to get into the back corner. The dark cover already going to be sectioning off the site, and well, there you go, Ryan. That's as easy as it is. Just a B push. That's all it took. Sure, there was an ultimate thrown into the mix, but this is an after plant with what, like 30-40 seconds gone and an entry kill. Very, very easy for AHQ, and I'm glad that they've come to the realization that they can get into this site as easy as that.
But nobody anchored it like a Cypher, you're right. But they was smart from AHQ because they defaulted the same way that they did the first round, having multiple people in mid, throwing a lot of utility, making a lot of noise, so Team LZ just sort of poised for a similar round. But in the end, they rotated where the lurkers were and where the execution was coming in. But yet again, Aduka's getting quite a lot done. Milk, though, with the rotation, sprays in. It's got to be an ace coming out of the Sage. And yet again, Rainy is only the last alive. Even in rounds like this where HQ can get a clean execute onto a site, these retakes are still dirty from Team LZ. It only really came in because we saw Milk rotating behind them to sort of lurk. And that's why the lurking role is so important for both of these teams. But like I was mentioning, much like we're sort of about to see now, I feel AHQ put a lot of players mid, have 1 lurking. You can see the Cypher on the left, the Omen on the right as per usual. But what we're starting to see now is the group in mid make a lot of noise, throw out a lot of utility, and then split up to anchor and push some of the other sites. It's super interesting. I think it's working out quite well. So they'll stick together, make a lot of noise, put a lot of pressure on Team LZ in mid, and then they'll start to move over to the Cypher or to the Omen. But actually, look where Baltu is now. He's pushed through sewers and can catch more people out.
A bit of a risk taken from Leo there. They wanted to try and get that kill. Luckily, Rainy is going to be in from behind. Or what comes first, the flank or the flanker? I think it might have been heard. And oh, it's almost there for Baltu, but he won't win the battle versus the rifle this time. And well, it is just going to be left onto 1 man, all alone, up above. The lone Sova trying to do some damage here. Still a res available as well for the attacking side. And that's the thing, like, look at how many ultimates they currently have. They managed to win a round purely off of the from the shadows, and then obviously all the kills that came in thereafter. But having a res, an orbital strike, and even a showstopper for potential entries with a 6-3 lead already on the attacking side. AHQ is starting to run away with this, and Team LZ has said I didn't particularly like their defensive comp coming into this. I think they focused heavily on the attack, which, considering you're starting on the defense, is a bit of an interesting thing, especially considering this is a very defense-sided map anyway. But the other thing as well is, like, if you don't get enough rounds, if you don't at least even things up here, I think you're done for anyway. As we sort of premised at the very beginning of the game, AHQ have shown that they can run a very good defense on this map.
And their attack is even more surprising. It was their defense that helped them get the win against... It would have been MORPH. And their attack is one of the reasons why they lost against Sharper. So this is a dominant performance. And it doesn't make much sense why Team LZ would not want to run the Cypher. They ran the Cypher on the 2 games they had on Haven. Senna was one of the better players that I watched. He just controlled and dictated the game. I haven't seen that as the Phoenix. I feel like you need to push to be a lot more proactive to do that with Phoenix, certainly in comparison to Cypher, who has all of that utility and intel that he can make work. Milk, though, fires at the showstopper, and it is dodged narrowly by Aduka. But it is forcing yet again Team LZ to stack a lot of people onto B. It's only going to be Baltu who's now finding himself surrounded on this. The wall goes through, and yet again, it's up to the Race to protect. She's got all the utility out. It's put in the right position. But he gets caught out anyway. There's nothing really that he can do. Luckily, Aduka's rotated around very quickly, and even Frosty's made his way onto the site seamlessly. I don't think we see the attackers really notice this.
They're going to go back.
Yeah.
They have. It's one of those ultimates that it's like a foghorn going off next to your head. Like, it's so obvious when it's used. So, like, I don't know. Like, I get the rotation, but he needed his teammates to do more. I'll be honest with you, Ryan. I hate their CT setup. Like, not even just their agents that are being played, which I guess if that's what you feel comfortable on, fine. Just the actual way they're trying to set up these rounds. Like, the fact that you have 3 in Heaven and 1 on B, it just shows to me, at least, the power, the true power of a Cypher on this map, or just any sort of defensive agent. Because I've seen other teams not run a Cypher before, but at least they threw something like a Breach in there, for example, where you can use the fault lines, you can use the other stopping power to at least delay. They don't have anything to delay. They've literally just got Sage, and I guess you can say you've got the Paranoia at times, but that's a very one-and-done sort of usage, and it's very, very situational. Then, of course, you've got, the hot hands, but if you're using hot hands as one of your main ways to delay teams, you've got issues. Like, that is just not going to work.
It's more the fact that I would say that Senna's been missing, even though he's top fragging on his team. It's just, I feel like he has to do so much and is seeing very little for it too. Subby as well was one of the highest performing players in this roster who's now bottom fragging, not having the same impact. It's probably like the Sova on Split is something that they've ran previous, but actually no, because this is their first game on Split, so that hero selection is just not working for Subby at all. You could start to see why teams often change it up for a Breach, as an example. And Frosty's taking out anchoring onto the site yet again. Aduka, at least with Sheriff, can put a bit of damage onto AHQ, but the fact that Rainy's just allowed to just dry peek these corners and the showstopper's going to be used, gets the frag. No. This is way too easy for AHQ.
Yeah, I think we're seeing severe limitations in their B site, but their A site again just relies on aggression. It's obviously, this is more of an eco round, so I feel like we're just harping on them a little bit, but it is becoming very, very easy for AHQ to actually work out what they're doing. And the problem I have with it, there was a few rounds early on where I was like, oh, okay, they're making some adaptations. They're taking some risks. We're seeing them pushing, like A, for example, to try and gain some control and gain a pick. They were using utility to actually help out as well. That I was excited for, even a couple of aggressive B plays that didn't necessarily work out. But I feel like that was the necessity. When you looked at this comp, you had to be aggressive. You had to take map control. Like, you can't play overly defensive or slow when you don't have any agents that actually support that. That's just a fact. Like I said, even if you do sub out a Cypher, you normally put in something that uses slows. And if you're going to have yourself a Sova, I don't think you can avoid having a Cypher. Like, it doesn't make sense. So to then do that and then basically go, okay, well, the aggression we did isn't working, so let's just stack mid every round and hope they don't go A. Like that, I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And they've actually gone for a complete switch up. Like, this is how you know that even they don't believe in their own setup anymore. They now have their Raze playing B, who's been A the entire game. You've switched one player from mid, the Phoenix, into A. Like, this is basically just random now. This has nothing to do with an actual setup. And Baltu is going to try his best, but this has just become a brute force match. They're even going to go pushing through the smoke at exactly the same time. This is too easy for Milk. And yeah, I have to say, I said that there was a possibility we ended up on a middle ground map but one team has played Split twice, the other team has played Haven twice. The fact we ended up on Split and Team LZ don't look like they have a clue what they're doing is actually really disappointing. Like, firstly, either have a better veto, or secondly, just make sure that you're actually ready to play this defense, because you losing a 9-3 half on the defense is just unacceptable.
It's also like they stayed on the Sova, even though Sova really isn't a meta pick for this map. Yet they changed up the Cypher away to a Phoenix because of this map choice, right? That's the thing that doesn't make much sense to me. Like, just if you're going to keep the same composition across all of the, like, maps, certainly when an agent isn't as good on that map, in this case it would be Sova, then you've got to keep that team the same. Like, if you know that somebody's not going to have a good game because the map isn't really good for the agent that he plays, you can't then go, okay, I'm going to move away from Cypher to play Phoenix. I don't know anybody that's ever had that thought process. And, like, this is where it might work out a little bit more for Team LZ on attack. Like, obviously, the Phoenix is going to have more of an impact. But I think it's made life hard for Baltu as well. We saw Baltu, like, let loose, I suppose, on the maps that we saw him play on Haven. But that was allowed because the rest of the team helped him do that. But in the defense, at least, Baltu's been pretty much playing on his own. His team aren't even traded for him in a lot of cases. And even now, the fact that Baltu is kind of just lurking instead of being the tip of the spear attacking the A site, which is clearly where Team LZ want to go, is a bit of a problem. I would like to see it the other way around, that Senna's the one lurking on the Phoenix as opposed to Baltu, because he's just as better utility for it.
Already, with the amount of noise that's been made over onto this A site, you can see a full rotation. This defensive side are just ready for this. They have everybody in play. It's just going to come down to whether or not they can win the firefights. You see the paint shell already doing a hell of a lot of damage. Eva going to come in. That was almost a double off of a blast pack because of how low these players are. And they are going to end up finishing off that kill. The offense is going to go rotating back. Baltu at least will claim the site, and they are going to make that rotation. If they drop the spike here, it could be everything, and it is. It's going to hit the deck. There's a matter of seconds for them to retrieve it, and it will be technically attempted. They had enough time, but it doesn't even matter. That was a very good pistol round strategy coming in from the defenders. Quick rotations, nice usage of the utility on the Raze. And I'll be honest, although we've been harping on Team LZ a lot, I think the other thing we have to take into consideration that AHQ have come into this very well prepared. I think individually they seem very comfortable. Their composition looks very good. I'm impressed. They look much better than what we saw when they played yesterday.
We were saying that AHQ could top the group, I think, at this point. If they win 13-3, then I think they could just top the group. It's going to be close. And Senna putting a dent into that might be enough, but at this point they want to qualify. They won't care about the seeding. Their lives are in the balance. Leo is just offered a free spray in and knows that more's coming. And Milk with the Bucky from distance. Like, I get that it's an eco, but I think Team LC need to have a bit more like of a care, I suppose, going into that. One more round at HQ on match points, so this is now a pivotal buy round for them. And their attacks not only on Haven, and of course on Split now, have not been good for them generally. And AHQ's defenses, even the games that they've lost, have been pretty decent. Even a game against Sharper, they did okay on their defense. It was their attack, but if their attack is 9-3 up at half-time, we all kind of can guess where this is going to be going.
Well, at least in this round, in terms of weaponry, they should have an inherent advantage, and we are already going to see some fairly major damage done onto the Sage. Of course, can easily just use the health orb to get back up to at least a decent rate. Mid control, it seems to be the bread and butter of this map, and well, Leo just holding a bit of a crossfire angle. There's even a Bucky in play. Milk shouldn't be able to get away with anything here, but he is at least doing some decent damage. And as said, Leo's still here in the crossfire. He's just going to go peek it out. Subby not quite prepared. Might have been a bit of an audacious re-peek, but even still, they've managed to turn this back into a 3 versus 3. And Leo's just going to try and lurk around the edge of this cage. He really likes doing that, utilizing them to try and give him an angle.
Three versus 3. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, but Rainy is completely distracted out in the open, and it's provided an opening for Team LC to at least get the plant in relatively uncontested. Saying that though, the surviving members of AHQ have been pretty strong when it comes to executing on some of these retakes at least. Leo has been really good to watch. Smart use of utility, only has the camera available to use, and Kant is going to be picking up a Phantom off the ground away from his Bucky. So regardless, it could even just be a save at this point. Just pick up some of these guns, upgrade and just let them have it. Might be a case of just go for some of these exit frags too, even though Team LC could win this round. Money still might not be good, but now they're going to go for it. They're clearly feeling themselves, and it's going to be a trade-up, and eventually can get the spray. Aduka just sits nicely. Being like not a tough performer, I suppose, for LZ in the games that we've seen previous, and it's done okay. I still want to see the scoreboard more. Like, I think this has just must have been Subby has not had much impact at all for Team LZ. Wasn't even really part of that push, but nevertheless, Team LZ are able to get around on the board. A bonus round for AHQ, they're still going to be able to afford. We'll see in a second just how the kill feed is sort of lining up. It's Subby 4 and 12. You just expect better. Baltu middle of the pack 2 is something that you want to see more of. With players like Milk, Leo, Rainy, Can, everybody on AHQ have at least been consistently good, and you can expect those kind of results. Team LZ are having players not show up to the same extent, and it's really hurting them.
Again, they're going to go for the fight into middle. The close corner angle being checked, and well, Kilo's just got a very easy kill onto Baltu. That luck has not been going too well for him. No opportunity to even try and find the res, and in fact, it's going to be an aggressive push. Rainy able to find the kill there just off the back of the Sheriff. They did have some pieces missing in this buy, but they've managed to rectify it off the back of that trade kill. Unfortunately, it means that although they did eventually get up to the res, it doesn't really matter anymore. Look at this rotation. This is a very big gamble coming out from AHQ. Clearly, after doing damage over towards that A site, or over towards B, sorry, they expect them to go back towards A. I guess with the wall down for now, they'd hear if it was broken, and they can just rotate back and peek in from heaven. And the scary prospect is here for the attackers, is they're going to expect someone to still be on the site. They've spotted 3 players here. They're not going to expect nobody to be here. Already, they're going to clear the backlines at least with the sensor dart. Already, though, Rainy's got an entry. The cross still trying to be held, but it is looking like they are going to get a plant in at least, and Subby gets a freebie onto Milk. I'm not sure what that push was.
It was a blast pack,
I guess
wasn't
not
it?
expecting anybody to be there, but it seems like a little bit of a mistake. Leo will jump down, and he's caught by Subby as well, and now it's left all onto Kant again, and he's actually going to be closed by the one-man Sova. So, he said he's had a bit of a quiet game so far. That's one hell of a way to step up.
And he was lurking on the A site beforehand. It comes in, wraps around. Typically, you sort of see, like, you're looking at Baltu, you're looking at Senna on the Phoenix, and then also Subby. You want to see this, like, triple threat, I suppose, come to have a lot more impact. And if one player is doing well, the other two just aren't. That's kind of how it feels, really. Senna was top fragging for his team, but Aduka's overtaking him, and Aduka's just been getting a couple of frags here or there. It's a lot of info spotted by Subby at least. He even got to throw out the Hunter's Fury to try and catch on. Can get one shot in. Can't get any more intel to know exactly where the others are going to land it. I don't actually think the Hunter's Fury connects at all to the Brimstone. And Team LZ, I think, have made a bit of a mistake here using the ultimate, and now HQ have pushed all of that space. You can see the rest of the defense rotating around to stack more towards B, which is the site going to be hit. Kilo's playing the very aggressive angle, but how comfortably they've been looking and how confident they've been playing. I still fancy him with the Sheriff to get at least a kill on this angle.
Oh, it's a dicey one, though. And Senna is going to get that entry to the back of the site. They're still playing this nice and slow. I don't mind this from Team LZ, just waiting patiently for this dark cover to fade. Not wanting to push into anyone else. I am a little bit worried, though, with this close range. Bucky, nice use. And actually, the ultimate going to come out. That will just fry the run it back, so it doesn't actually delay the rest of the team or do too much damage. Baltu also getting more aggressive on the entry. And this is what we wanted to see, although it's actually a problem. Milk has come back. The frenzy with one, and Milk's going to close it. 3 kills off a Bucky. That should never, ever, ever happen, but this man makes it work.
I know I said that about Frosty with the Sheriff, but I kind of mean it across all of HQ. Like, with these kind of dumb guns, on like a thrifty round like that's something the Team LZ should not be losing. But it does give me a bit of faith in AHQ going into the playoffs. If they win this game, it's looking likely. They're on match point. The Team LZ need to win 8 on the bounce now to at least bring it back, and their buy is not good at all. Sheriff, Spectres, very little big guns available for them. Rainy getting a double kill start off on a push like that onto mid. Nobody's going to trade him. He's even going to resurrect Milk, who died in the process. I think Team LZ are done here.
It definitely seems that way. Nice shot from Kilo. And while there's only 2 standing in their way, they got a hell of a lot of rounds. Still going to be using that Bucky. Oh, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. You can't end the game like that, Milk. This man just seems like one of the trolliest players you're ever going to play against. And it will be 13-5 AHQ. They definitely had some problems in their second map earlier in the week, of course, losing heavily to Sharper. But I think it's been evident the split is one of their more comfortable choices. They dominated that match from start to finish. And I'll be honest, I was really disappointed from Team LZ. I don't think their comp was good. I don't think their decision-making was good. I don't think their synergy was good. And after what we'd seen from them playing up against MORPH, I at least had some hopes that that was going to be a closer game. It just wasn't. They got absolutely dominated. And, well, you know what? That means that, unfortunately, they're going to be out of the tournament, as it will be Sharper and AHQ heading their way through. I believe as well that Sharper did retain their top of the group, because even with the +7 round difference, it would still only put AHQ to +8. So they will still be finishing in second. But a very good performance from them. Rainy, Milk having a field day, but there really wasn't a weak link. Like, sure, Kilo didn't necessarily have the most impact in the world, but with how dominant some of those rounds were, I don't think he really needed to.
And just looking at it, you can just see Senna. I really liked his Cypher play on the first couple of games that we saw, because they pretty much played back to back, like, because MORPH were in those games too, I remember, and it just didn't really come to fruition. Their understanding on how to play split was off. The hero cup that they chose for it just didn't make sense, and it was nice to see that getting punished, as bad as it sounds. You know what I mean? Like, it's like this region has to take things seriously to an extent, and I think if you're somebody that tunes into that kind of game and you see that composition and you see that do relatively well, it kind of adds a bit of a stink, I suppose, to the region as a whole. So it's nice to see these kind of teams across all of the games that we casted in the group stages, the ones that watch the NA games and the EU games and pick something up and learn from it and understand why it's done, they're the ones that tend to do well. So there is a really strong understanding here, and I think LC had a really good opportunity to qualify. But if you do place like that, I just don't think you should. It sounds really harsh to them, but at the end of the day, if you don't understand why you need a Cypher pretty much on all occasions, and you try and play an overzealous play by having a Phoenix and a Raze on a map like Split, and still dedicating to the Silver, you're going to have a hard time. And I think it was fairly easy for HQ. They're going to look at that comp and go, oh, this is going to be fairly straightforward for us to take down. And they did exactly that.
Well, either way, you get to watch a highlight montage of the AHQ roster, along with a couple here and there. It was a dominant performance from them. Now, there will be a short 10-minute break, and after that, you'll be joined by both Banks and Mitch, who will be taking you through the remainder of the games today. And we will see you again on Friday.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Hello and welcome to another day here of Ignition Series events. Thanks. You seem to be bouncing off the walls today. You got that energy. What's going on?
I've got internet, mate. I've got internet. We're not lagging. Everything's sorted. The clean feed's looking good. We're ready for some games. And we get to see how all the madness goes down for this group stage, mate, before we get to the playoff stages. Remember, the team's got a day off tomorrow as well. We then come back on Friday. They get to go into playoff mode from start to finish. They get to kind of reinvent themselves a bit when it comes to it. But this qualifier right now has a lot going on in the games we're about to see. You can see the group stages we got up here at the moment. We had one team, they forfeited out of it, right? So it made the other group slightly easier in that. But you can see all the ties. We'll come to that bit a little bit later on. But we started with them yesterday. Only one word going up against TaFZ. Both these two teams are up at 1-1 at the moment. So whoever can take this is going to be coming in second in that group.
Yeah, and if it's only one word, I guess we should be saying it faster, like only one word. So it's all together. Stay true to the name. Both of these teams have beat Superdomineering, ironically, and lost to 5. So it sets them up to be a really tight group, hopefully, fighting out for that second spot. We saw some good performances, though, from Only One Word yesterday. They were pretty impressive. I feel like this is a lineup that could do a little bit of damage. Habe, though, I was a little bit critical of his jet. We saw a couple of times just not pulling out the ultimate, even though the opportunities were there.
Yeah.
Exactly as he says there. You know, that's his feeling towards the jet ultimate. Just no.
He's relying on just his pure aim and skill from start to finish. But one thing I'll say about Only One Word is they are a team that look really strong, but they make a few basic mistakes. If they can iron that out, then they'd probably find themselves in a really comfortable position. I feel like as long as today, like I remember just the Raze moment, right? Comes in, gets 3 kills, doing absolute like crazy amounts of damage, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, we're just not going to check our corners, and then they just get wrecked. I think it was Dispenser was wrecking them, and then we're like, well, now you're in a bit of a rough spot. They could have had like a 10-2 half and it ended 8-4, right? So for these guys, they just need to, when they have that lead, don't get overconfident. Play your game, play smart, and don't mess things up a bit here. Then we come on to the TaFZ side, right? They're the invited team from Thailand. These guys, I think they have potential in this game, but this is the real test for them, right? It's more, can you change it up enough? Can you bring a different level when you're coming up against only one word, especially when the pressure's on? You're an invited team. That doesn't always mean you should be the better team, right? We've seen many qualifier teams even make the grand finals. We saw this recently when we were doing the Allied Esports event. But it's more like when the pressure's on you and your back's against the wall, can you kick it up a notch? Can you bring a new level to your game?
You know, when I look at these two teams, I think I've got to go with TaFZ as my favorite coming into it, just because they perform much better versus 5. You also had that really weird pick, right, from Only One Word, where they avoided taking a Cypher and instead went in and chose a Viper. Now, granted, Darkus had a really good game, but playing without a Cypher, it always makes me a little bit worried, especially because they started on the defensive side. That was even more confusing to me. Look at that head-to-head there. You've seen that in terms of top fraggers, it's a pretty close scoreline. The thing is, from that game versus 5, again, it just seems like they've got more to back up that top fragger.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what it is, right? It's not just relying on him to kind of sit there and have to own it up. Where if you're looking at the TaFZ lineup, maybe they do have to rely a bit more on it. One thing is, imagine, though, if Hyde was using that ultimate a bit more often and he was more confident with it, his stats would probably be a little bit more inflated than what we just saw then. I'm not going to just say, like, oh, you need to use your ultimate, but, like, it's very situational. If you do get yourself in a situation where the rest of your team can't buy, maybe you can pop the ult. That can literally win you rounds. You can get 2-3 kills, no problem at all. We're getting into it, though, Mitch. We're up on Haven. We're in our buy phase to start things off. It's that 30-second countdown. It's time for us to get ready. It's time for us to get hyped. And we're going to see Only One Word starting on the defensive side. Now, they've got the Phoenix in play, Mitch. You love to see it, don't you?
Of course. Absolutely love Phoenix. You know me, Banks. At least both teams have got a Cypher. At the moment, this is a bit of a change-up from what we saw on, excuse me, on Ascent from TaFZ. They came through, actually, with the Phoenix then. It was over on Pinocchio's, who's now gone down to the Rays, sticking with the DPS. And the rest of the team is more or less the same. And by more or less, I mean, well, exactly the same. It's nice to see that they're obviously making the Brimstone, trying to make him a little bit more viable, as we said. You know, someone like Angel spearheading that movement over in Europe.
Now we're seeing Hype on the Omen as well, right? He's mixing things up a bit. Not going to be playing on that jet. I'm always a fan of an Omen. I think Omen's 100% vital in this. We got the Cypher on TaFZ, so if you can get some early information, it's actually Zareno trying to push up early here. He's going for the forward position play. This is a good way of using the Jeff, though. Using the Cypher on Jeff on B and C, right? He's over towards B, but he's just using his camera to check the spot. I really like things like that because you can just don't have to commit to it too early on. We can see a smokes down already there as well. But slow play so far from TaFZ. Obviously, plenty of time to go, but they don't actually have much information, but they seem to want to hit onto this A site.
Oh, they
They're
definitely
gonna
do.
spot high, but whoa! First few pistol shots gonna be missed. He's actually tagged up pretty badly. The paranoia goes out. He's trying to throw out his shadow orbs. They know exactly where he is. They dome him straight away. They're walking in, absolutely obliterating him. TaFZ with the incredible push through on A. Spike's gonna go down, and now it's all on only one word to come through with a 3-man push in. Their Sage is down, so no heal's gonna come into play. TaFZ actually really need to get a heal up on their Brim, so TKCC. Oh, your head's showing too much, buddy. You got to crouch down on that and then pop back up. Yu does his best, but it's not going to work out. No one dying, just damage being done there. The raise went down at the very end, but TaFZ, that was pretty damn clean.
Yeah, beautiful round by TaFZ, just rushing in, overwhelming them at numbers. We said it was a slower approach.
Oh, yeah.
It worked out because they could isolate those fights one at a time, get up long without any resistance, really, and just punish that player tucked in the corner. Now, I wonder, for only one word, what kind of buy we're going to see. Some teams do like to go for the forced pistols around a Marshall, very similar to the CS Scout and pistol buy. But for only one word at the moment, it looks like they're going to take a nice light investment. Just very weak pistols for them.
Now, as it's online and as it's a good bit of fun to be had here, you guys in Twitch chat, let us know who you think is going to take the win on this. We spoke about only one word, looking like the better team from what we've seen from them so far in the group stages. But TaFZ already getting this pissed around. They're also the invited team. Maybe they're going to show us what's up when it comes to this one. This forward position from you with the shorty. Doesn't want to push out doors just yet. He wants someone to make a mistake into it. But for now, TaFZ, they're just going to be chilling back. They're going to be holding. They're going to be waiting it out.
Yeah, with that scoreline that TaFZ had versus 5, I feel like if only one word came in with that Viper pick again on defensive side, especially Haven, I'd be massively favored to TaFZ. But I think we're going to be in for a pretty close game. Look at that sneaky play by Jeff. He gets 2 on that as well. Gorgeous work. And although they obviously lose the site, the fact that they've already done that much damage is huge.
Oh, TKCC looks to push on it. Doesn't actually manage to blind him, though. Damage going to be done. The stronger weapons are prevailing. They do have a great chance to hold it on, but, you know, when you open up and you lose 2 players to a shorty that close range because it wasn't checked, that always becomes very scary.
Yeah, it does indeed. The fact that a shorty gets the double is just, it's insult to injury. You know,
He could have got 3 as well. They were really lining up for him.
Oh, if you imagine that was a Spectre, if they had a 4 spot up, that's the easiest round of their life. But thankfully, it was only the shorty, just the 2 shots for him. But 2-0 for TaFZ. It's a good start. Losing a couple players won't cripple them completely. You can see that into this round, they've only got 2 rifles. The rest are 3 Spectres. So it is definitely a weaker buy.
Yeah.
For only one word, they come in with a pretty gigantic advantage. What they need to be careful of is getting overwhelmed by the numbers. Because yes, a Spectre will probably lose a fight to a Phantom, but if there's 2 or 3 Spectres coming around that corner, all of a sudden the odds change.
Oh, a fast push in. The headshots landed as well. Darkest doesn't stand a chance. Again, the Sage going down early. He's not matching up against them. And this is such a solid push here from TaFZ. They're ripping him apart. They pushed him to B with very little resistance. Jeff is going to be smoked off for now, so he can't see through it. Takes a few shots in the dark, but they're not going to connect. Oh, that's nice, though. Hype. We know he can be the point man for this team. Took a bit of damage, which means he can't get himself healed up, but this could be the option for a retake if Jeff can get the right timing here, because they are very focused towards one position. Hype goes down, though, and that could potentially end it. Oh! Changed right on the edge of it. No problem at all. That was a clean round from TaFZ, despite having a bit of the lesser weaponry in there.
What I really liked about that is how they used their Spectres. They basically baited those players. Obviously, when it comes to running accuracy, you're going to be a little better off with a Spectre than with a Vandal. So the first players around the corner had the Spectre in hand. They swing, they spray, they do a little bit of damage, tickle up their opponents. Most importantly, though, they drag the crosshair along with them. And that's when you see Yokechi swing on in with the Vandal and just tap, tap, tap. He takes Darkus out, follows up over towards the A site and C site player as well. Everything about that was so well played because they bridged the gap of the disadvantage they had in weaponry. In this round, starting it out, they've got a long control as well. And look at the rotates from only one word.
Yeah, only one word, moving around very quickly on this. But actually, TaFZ, they've not pushed onto a site just yet. You see, TaFZ now are going to just decide to barrel into this C site. The Cypher is there, but Zoreno, problem is, if he doesn't check this corner and he loses a gun, that gives him a great chance in this. Oh, he lazy peeks, but he still gets away with it. Dark is not hitting those sheriff shots. TKCC wants to give himself some extra vision to try and make something happen here. But you're in a 2 versus 5. Spike's easily going to go down here for TaFZ. And they're not really met with much resistance. Guns or pistols, it doesn't really matter.
You know, it is kind of concerning to me, though, still that you see a player push through a smoke, considering that they're up against pistols. I never want to see that. Potentially
I
give away.
I love the sheriff shots when they land like that, right? But the problem is trying to get a second one is always hard. I say that, and he's actually getting it done. 17 health and a dream. The flashes, oh, they're blind, but they still get it done. It was just a little bit too late on it. TKCC does his best, but TaFZ, they're just not scared at all. They run on forward. They do kill him out, and we're at 4-0 already on this attacking side. Constant aggression coming out from TaFZ, and they're not slowing down.
Considering how that attacking side started, I think TaFZ probably should have gotten that one out much cleaner. The 2 kills, it's a real pullback by only one word. The TKCC, we've already seen be a solid player over in the previous game we were covering. But they're going to need to deliver massively now because they're 4-0 down. This disadvantage is huge if they lose this round. That should be 6 then in favor of TaFZ. They cannot afford to let this slip.
Oh, here we go, though. Got his ult up. He's pushing forward. Timing's not going to be on his side. Neither's the position. Hype's found the opener, though, and he's taken down the Sage. So TaFZ, they do have a one-man disadvantage. Nice positioning there from TKCC. A lot of players held over towards A. And it is maybe working out for him here. Flashes come out. Yu swings on it. He's delivering the kills. Only one word, looking a lot better in this round. But they did have to spend a lot on it.
Yeah, big investments, but I think they're definitely going to be warranted considering the position that they're in at the moment.
Yeah.
For TaFZ pulling this back, there are 50 seconds left. The potential is there for this to still go their way. The 2 remaining players haven't got smokes, and I'm only now realizing, I think I brushed over it because I've never seen it before. A Brimstone and an Omen at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning.
Completely flew over my head.
You are running the production as well, mate. You got a little bit more to look at.
Yeah.
So that's what I mentioned. I mentioned you got a breach on one side, right? But then you got the Omen and the Brimstone. It's a pretty huge way of trying to get this done. Will it pay off for them? Obviously, we're gonna have to wait and see. But for now, they've started off strong. They're clearly committing heavily to the utility they can use to get into the sites.
I don't think I've seen double smoke before.
Not in a pro game. I've never.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. Definitely when we're playing our matchmaking games, we've seen that.
We get madness.
Going to unrated, everyone wants to play. But yeah, no, in competitive and pro games, I don't think I've ever seen that, so it's quite interesting. On Haven, I suppose it's quite an open map. I don't think it's fully justified compared to what you're giving up, but at the same time, it can work. We spoke to Angel, obviously, about those more aggressive plays that you can make with a Brimstone. Well, when you've got both, there's definitely merits to it.
This goes here.
Oh, there really is. Now, a little bit here for Jeff. I'm not going to like completely say, oh, it's not a great idea. He's throwing the camera up at the same spot every single time. Good cages, the normal position, I'm down for that. But it's just like, if you want to actually utilize your camera really well, you try and mix it up a bit. Just make them have to go to multiple options of where to look for it. If you just keep putting it in the same spot, they're just going to smash it down every single time. And then you're going to sit there and go, no, I don't have any vision. You know, it's not the smartest decision he can make.
Yeah, you definitely want to vary it up a little bit so that it doesn't just get pre-fired out. And here comes the push.
Oh.
The ultimate in play as well. It's going to go straight through. Jeff's never getting out of there. He was beside a wall as well. That's how you know you're dead.
Pinned up against it, destroyed by the Razor. Okay, it only gets 1 kill, but I'm down for this, right? If the Razor's getting his ult up early on, use it. Try and get a second one in the half, maybe even 3 if you're having a really sick game in there. TKCC, though, his ult could be very useful here. If only one word want to try use it. They've got the revive up on Sage. How much do they want to commit to this? They used the Omen ult, the Phoenix ult on the previous round. Well, that might change things up a little bit for him. It may be a 1-for-1 trade. The push is coming in. flashes, but it's so unlucky. Change, he swings out, delivers 2 headshots, makes it look so easy. They only lost 1 player again, and TaFZ are on a roll right now.
There. Can I get a drop?
Yeah, the tear absolutely in full effect. 5-1. Only 1 word, can't afford to lose any more rounds, really. 1 at most. If they can tie up the half, it would still be a good position considering where they are at the moment. They're going in for an early stack towards A with 3 players. I'm presuming that maybe with the Omen being in position that they're going to go for a paranoia through and try to just completely push this, and it might just work out. There's a smoke in play. He's lining up the paranoia. It's going to come through in a second. There's the push.
Oh,
A
timing.
little bit too early. Way too early, in fact.
Here we go. Hybe needs to do some huge work here, but it's spotted out. That corner is an easy one to check. The slows are put on the floor. The boombot's going off on its own little journey. Oh, this is huge. Pinocchio just coming in, trying to deliver. He's getting all the information. Does still finally end up with a kill. Look to try and get some more, but his teammates are already in there. He was just like, can I have this one? No. Can I have that one? No. Finally gets one at the end.
At least he got his reward eventually. 6-1, man. This is unreal from TaFZ. I said coming into this that obviously just based on that game versus 5 and the composition, the very loose and weird composition I saw from only 1 word, I favored TaFZ. Now, when I obviously take a look at the Brimstone Omen, some alarm bells start to really ring out, but just on an individual level right now, they're delivering completely. Now, maybe things will swap over when we see the attacking side from only 1 word, but if they do only have a handful of rounds to play with, it doesn't really matter at that point. They've got to do better here and now.
And further on in the tournament, it'll be very interesting to see if it's when they start on the attacking side that they go for the Brim and Omen, maybe on the defensive side they go for a bit of a different setup in here. What's interesting for me is also what only 1 word are going to do now to try and combat this. They've got many ults up. I'd love to see them try and use the Omen ult, bait out of position, get some extra information, make sure that TaFZ have to look the other way and try play off of that. But for now, their confidence is probably feeling very low because no matter what they're trying here, they're being stopped at every single entry.
And with those 4 ultimates, I'm just waiting to see one being popped over. I was thinking about making the info play, but oh no, he just moves back a little bit. So if he has to cancel, it'll be a little safer. There's nobody outside C long. Now they can call a rotate towards that A site. There'll be 3 players here as the push comes in. DP up top, a little bit wide. They've definitely spotted him now. But Breach has his ult to play with. He can put this through and completely wreck them. It's not coming in though.
Yeah, he doesn't want to drop it yet. Maybe they're forgetting the flashes come out. Oh no, Hybe. Could have been pushed, but still stays alive. Is he going to be checked? He's good for 1 at least for now. Oh, he's locking it down. Can he get another on the board? Oh, he doesn't spot the player. What's he doing? No, he was too focused on short, but his teammates there to back him up. A second round achieved here, but that was a bit scary towards the end, and even popping the revive. But I'm not too sure of that. Why would you pop the revive then? Your money's pretty good.
Yeah, if we see that cash come up, I mean, maybe on some of the players, the other players, it was weaker. I don't know. We'll see the scoreboard in a second, but it does seem like a bit of a peculiar decision.
Did he even pick up a weapon off it?
Yeah, he would have.
Okay, good.
So, okay, you look over towards some of the players. You got even a Spectre coming out, so I think it was probably worthwhile.
Okay. We got that bug down there again where it looked like she had more money.
Of course, yeah.
It showed 5.9k. I was thinking, why are you doing that?
For you guys at home, what I understand it works as sometimes is that like the first player we spectate in the round, his money just turns up as everybody's credits the whole time. So it just kind of freezes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it can be hard to really get a read. See, everybody is 3,200 credits now down the bottom right. But yeah, it kind of throws you off sometimes. So
I was so lost.
Yeah, well, me too, man. I wasn't thinking that it was worthwhile, but evidently it was. There's a immediate opening duel as well for Pinocchio. Oh, he was gonna just go aggressive. Gets 1 flash around again, and no reward this time. Zerl, good on the spray. That came close.
I love this from Hybe though, right? A very aggressive boost up there. He's got the Phoenix to play off of as well. Now he would have used both his teleports, but he's going to go, oh, he gets smoked off just in time. He spotted that before I could even understand what was going on. Now he repositions, throws his own shadow orbs down. He's got the backup of the Sage, but he needs to lock down short if they're going to start to come from this direction. So much committed to the A site, they're just backing away. This is huge. They're completely baited out only 1 word. The Cypher's got no idea.
He's put on his cam. Now he does. He's got an inkling, but unfortunately, he can't really do anything about it. He's got to wait for his teammates to rotate into play or risk taking a 1vx fight with a Spectre, which I don't think you're really going to want to do.
Oh,
That denies it. Hold on, 5 seconds left. Do they have time anymore? They've got to get in there and start planting now. They've waited too long, and it is done and dusted. Oh, what a disaster.
he should have gone straight back down and planted change. Pistol whipping at the end. So all the kills may go the way of TaFZ. So it's going to be an expensive round for only one word. But they won that off the back of that huge ult coming out. Amazing stuff from the breach. But I got a question why the Brimstone who was planting. Yes, he moved off. But then you just go back and plant straight away. He then went into fight.
I think he wanted to get back over in the corner. Obviously, with the stun in play, his movement was impeded massively. And then just maybe didn't realize quite how low that time was.
Yeah.
That's a disaster, though, really, for TaFZ. I don't know how they didn't manage to get that planted. Sure, they would have been overrun and possibly just mowed down afterwards, but realistically, if you need to plant it, you're going to lose anyways.
They have no problem getting the kills in TaFZ. It's just there's little details at the end that needs to be worked on.
Good start with the ult for you. Got all the way through towards window. That res is going to come into play. No spams or anything, so it's as free as can be, but at least they've managed to pop it in the early round. Build a man down afterwards, where they need to show up.
How they want to push on this. Smoke start to go down. This is the beauty of what they're able to do here. But Jeff, he's got the job done for now. Still a lot more to find. He's actually forced them away. Yu's doing it as well. I think now TaFZ are second guessing themselves. And only one word. It's just playing into their hands. So Raze jumps forward. Yu wants to flash again. Or it's the molly that goes out this time. Really nice setup in the end. They had him pinched.
This is exactly what we needed to see from only one word. The ability to build up round after round. They were down 6-1, and it was looking like they were going to be down and out of this half, and indeed this game on the back of that. But they're starting to get back into a position where this can realistically work out. There's been a couple ultimates used here and there that have managed to win them those fights, but they held on to them. There were a few rounds like the push towards A from TaFZ that they ended up winning, and I'm thinking, why is the Brimstone, or the Breach, sorry, not ulting? The TKCC was holding it for that later round when they had to retake C. Well, good management of the ult economy.
Getting very aggressive, feeling super confident now. There's a couple of good rounds and the game-changing rounds as well. They've come back into this in a huge way. The attacking side was looking so strong from TaFZ. Now they need to try and make something happen here. He swings up onto the Cypher, gets himself the first. Now looking to walk around into some more. Yu back in with the flashes. Throws one right. Jumps in. He's actually managed to stand strong. Oh, the Raze ult misses him, but he was teammates killed anyway, so it's not too bad.
I know exactly where.
Not checking the spot, not checking all the corners. TKCC overextending. Well, finding players overextending even.
This plant, though, they've lost control of window. This is going to be a big problem, but they realize that, look, that tripwire, well in play, it gets destroyed. Now they know they need to take control of somewhere, and it's towards the A site. They seize it. That peak down towards bottom mid. Now that they know there's an operator here, I don't imagine they're going to be playing all too aggressive. Paranoia is shutting the player out on the right. They can't go for the double peek they wanted. Breach goes to split in. What is that? Just not paying attention to the mid player. TKCC was able to grab one as well. And with that, only one word. They go up to 5 rounds. This is such a good recovery.
This was a huge recovery off the back of a round that TaFZ should have won. Remember, that Breach ult came in, forced them off. They couldn't get the spike down, even though they got all the kills. They took the money away from only one word. And now, it doesn't even seem to matter. Only one word. They needed that little confidence booster to come straight back up into it.
But the reality is,
I'm not a fan of walls.
If you get 6 rounds on the attacking side, that's fine. You know, you've already had a pretty good attack. But it's all about context, right, Banks? You go 6-1 up, and then you end up tying the half. That's got to feel really deflating because you know the next half is harder than it should have been.
Yeah, we really need to see TaFZ get this round and not allow only one word to spiral out of control with this.
Here.
Yochi making his way through. Gonna see if he can spot someone out. It's all about trying to get this early pick. Does see him, but can't connect the shots. Keeps tapping away. But at least he'll give the information over to his teammates. At least one player is there. This B push onto C has been the one that works successfully most of the time here for TaFZ. It's getting into B that then when they've tried has not been so good. So maybe they just go back to the old faithful. If they can remove TKCC out the window.
Right there.
50 seconds left on the clock, so whatever they decide on, it has to be made, or that decision has to be made pretty soon. Look at Hybe. He's pushing all the way up. Looking for the
TaFZ
kill on
ult would be
short. Right
perfect
here.
as well.
He's got one. He's able to set up for another, but no shot connecting. Change with the trade. Nowhere near getting his ultimate. Up online,
Nice.
another kill just offered up on a golden platter.
Great kills coming in there, but sadly with that Brimstone going down, his ult would have been perfect to force only one word back a bit, but now this is certainly a doable round for them. 3 versus 3, it is a retake position. Jeff expects the players to be boosted up here. And it's it, lands it. Oh, the upload as well. The perfect time for the ultimate. This could be really problematic for him. He started to move around though, then changing up position. He loses his head, change, steps right into it. Zarino, he's far outnumbered, he's completely outgunned. And it's 6-6 now in something that potentially should have been 9-3.
Yeah, I think that would have been a pretty reasonable scoreline to see coming through. For only one word, they're blessed to be in this position. They definitely got to be feeling it. Because TaFZ were looking like the way better team coming into the first quarter of this game. With only one word winning out so many rounds in a row as well, you got to imagine that they're all smiling, they're all feeling good. Even though this scoreline on the half isn't great, they're back in the mood, they're back in the swing of things. And it looks like they want to go towards C, at least based on those pings. They're putting a lot down.
You're going to have to see something special out of TaFZ now to turn this around. 5 rounds in a row for only one word. When they had so much control early on.
They're going to stun through window by the looks of things. And then just rush up C long. The smoke's already in play for long. Oh no, they haven't actually gone for the stun. Okay.
You're looking to try and play off it. Oh, oh. Pinocchios, you get caught off guard. He waited for you to finish all your bullets there. You counting smartly. And he continues to be the aggressor in this. Does get tagged down though. Spike to be planted. He's going to heal himself up. Make sure you don't burn your teammate though. That'd be less than ideal.
We've got to push this back in together. No smokes in play for them. Oh, that's how that worked out.
Not what he wanted.
Not at all.
Maybe he's trying to melt the wall. Maybe that's a new tactic, mate. We haven't seen it before. But here we go. The defenders pushing in really strong so far. Back and forth. Darkest hoping to save the day. Low on health. Does have the heal, though. But his teammate's putting in the work. Heals himself up. Is it going to be enough? Oh, he gets slapped in the head to finish it off, even with the heal. And Zell, he'll come in. He'll save the day. And walk away with 3 kills on the opener.
Even with the botched Molotov, it's still
Yeah,
manages to
yeah.
deliver. He's like, I guess I'll make up for all that. Really well handled by Zerl, but that round definitely looked like it was going to go to only one word. They split up into 2 1v1 fights in the end. Although on pistols, usually that's going to work out for you because you got to be able to deal the damage. Surely, this time it definitely doesn't.
Right here.
Got to be a little bit gutted if you're only one word. Winning at that pistol round would have been them in the lead for the first time in the series.
Yeah. I would have kept that momentum going from the first.
Exactly. And now maybe TaFZ get that, right? They're bouncing back. They're going to shut only one word down, presumably here. Really, you can only hope for like 1 or 2 kills in a round like this, especially attacking side. Defensive, you can camp a couple of corners with shorties, but when you're on the attack, it's not so easy.
They're trying to push up onto A site. Zarino, though, he's holding on the angle. Comfortably knowing that they might just push into him. He's got the better weapon. He can play it at distance. Yoki backing him up as well. You can tank that paranoia. It's not a problem. That teleport's never working for you, Hyde there. You tried to hide away, but they just stood strong. Problem is, TaFZ really can't allow what happened in the first half to happen again, right? Oh, get off to a great start, and then we just drop off. They need to stand strong.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of pressure on them for this round right here to continue delivering. I have to say, only one word. On an eco round like that, I would much rather a very fast strategy to just try and overwhelm with numbers, because that's a viable strategy in Counter-Strike, right? You go with Glocks, and Classics are definitely much stronger than Glocks when it comes down to it. They feel better. Obviously, if you get close, you've got the right click, which is a massively overpowered version of a triple burst. And
we've seen some creative right clicks, haven't we? The jumping ones.
Oh, we definitely have. We see players, when you're medium range on a pistol round especially, some players do just right click all the time. And yeah, I feel like that's figuring out how to play eco rounds in a better way is something where lower level teams can become much, much better just off the back of that.
TKCC trying to force some players out of position. He doesn't directly have the information to play off here. This is the downside to not having a Sova. You can't drone in and see how close people might actually be. Either side struggling with that. Jochi needs to be careful here. Goes in for the kill, but TKCC lands the heady. This will allow them to push onto the site, and only one word. They're going straight in for that spike control. They are dominating right now, and it's all going in their favor. Yu is looking unstoppable. Oh, finally taken down. Could it be their time to shine? Darkest. Oh, he's going to get the flank as well. Sereno didn't expect it. He looked the other side first. And there we go with weapons in their hands. Only one word. They still keep themselves within reaching of that tie for now.
I'm really impressed by their resilience. It looked like they were flat as a pancake, but here they are, starting to get some air in their flat tires. Reality is, they've got to win this round as well, though, because TaFZ have got the money. They're investing up. Their ults are about to come online, and impactful ones as well, like Zerl could be coming down with an orbital strike. Only one word, though. They're in a similar boat. A lot of ultimates either up or just on the brink. This 8th round would give them the lead because they'd be up against an eco that should be 9-8. You can see at the moment they're taking this one very passive. They do not want to give away any advantages. Possibility for an operator to be in play is definitely there as well. And if you're only one word, the last thing you want on such an important round is to swim wide and just get off.
Oh, Yu pops his ult, wants to go and push forward. No one's actually close by, though. This might not work out for him. He drops out the flash. They're ready and waiting for him, and he can't get it done. Does have the information to play off here, but it's an expensive one just for a bit of extra info. Need to be oh so careful here. The TaFZ don't try to swing on them.
I really like the response as soon as the molly goes into window that they just fall back, because they know at that point it's going to be a couple seconds before any sort of a retake is attempted, even after the molly fades in towards that map control. So it leaves them with question marks above their head and defending towards the C site quite heavily. Problem is, they took way too long if they were going to rotate to A, as you see them start to shift over towards more of a default or A heavy defense. But only one word, then swap back. It looks like they're not even sure where they're going. Originally it was C, then A, and now it's going to be the B site. They've gone through all three. And with the wall on the left, they should at least get a plant down. This is an important duel that goes Yu's way.
Yu going to heal himself up, but still needs to be very careful what's going on around him. Spike's going to be planted, but very close on time. TaFZ didn't want to try and push on this. They do not want to go through that shadow orb. They wait for it to fade, but Yu is right on the corner. This position could be huge. Starts off with the first, looking for some more. They keep going out towards him, and finally gets taken out. Great chance of the retake coming in. Ult being used. It's not going to get all of them, though. Oh, the spam from Hype comes in. He gets himself the first. He teleports away. Wants to move around a bit here. And this could be it. Done and dusted. Oh, this is just perfect play coming in. Completely owning them time and time again, the breach. Not just in killing, but using his abilities as well. And now only one word. They tie it up 8-8. TaFZ, they're struggling to hold on to this, Mitch. They can get a few rounds going at the beginning, but after that, it's just, they look like a different team.
You see a couple of small mistakes there, like in that 2v1 with the time quite low, swinging through for TKCC and look for that fight. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I would realistically prefer them to be able to run down that clock completely.
Right there.
But they don't get punished for it either way. They're not taken into those 1v1 fights. With the 8-8 scoreline, only one word, as we said, should be going away with a solid 9th. I don't imagine TaFZ will invest a whole bunch of anything.
I want to see TaFZ try and get a bit more aggressive here, Mitch. I want to see them try and actually get some map control, not just on this rounds like this where you got pistols, but on the gun round, because they're just allowing only one word so much room. But this could be interesting. 2 players hid behind the box. Jeff, quick reactions, but he does get taken out. No chance of TaFZ getting a weapon from it though, and they can just comfortably push onto the A site. The raise is going to come in, but might be a little bit too late depending on how fast they want to go. This nade could do something. Trap goes out. Oh, it lands directly on top of the Sage, but she'll back away. She'll stay alive. She'll keep it going. Hive continues to be a monster for his team. It's both the Omen and the Phoenix when it comes to only one word, who are just delivering.
You fought well.
I change even with a Spectre. Wants to try and take the fights, wants to try to take him down. It won't happen this time around though, because we're at 9-8 and only one word. They stretch themselves into the lead for the first time in this game. They've been fighting from behind non-stop. They've been giving it their all. Remember, this is the best of 1 group stage. The winner of this will take the 2nd place in the group for the time being. There is still one more match on this group though that has to be done, which is FiVEz taking on SD, and that will change up who would be on the 1st or 2nd position.
I have to say, Banks, it's I'm really surprised we're here. I was honestly counting only one word out in my head. I depressed the TaFZ would be the better team coming in. They were 6-1 up. Only one word were like literally they didn't look like they had any notion of what they were doing, and they woke up. They're now dialed in and hitting their shots as well. Everything is just turned around for them.
Oh yeah, they've been completely dialed in and ready and waiting for all of it.
It always impresses me when teams are able to keep themselves in it mentally after being so far behind.
Yeah. Shows strength in the teamwork, belief in what they've got to offer.
Here.
And maybe this is where you do question the team of TaFZ having that Omen and Brim. Too many smokes, right? Maybe not enough heavy hitting ultimates. Maybe not someone who wants to go further forward. Is that the negative of not having a Jet? Or even a Reyna? We've seen Reyna be very successful on a map like Haven.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking information play as well. Sova's been picked every single time we've seen Haven in play, and both of these teams have ignored it. Now, obviously, when the others don't have it, I guess you're both on the same ground, but yeah, the agent composition has been certainly questionable across this Asian tournament so far in the games that we've seen.
Yeah, just a bit different to what we're used to.
And here's the ultimate going down. You're talking about heavy hitting ultimates. What is that? The push through the cage by Pinocchios. He only gets 1, Jeff. What are you doing? He just ran through the molly. The spray by Hayden. Good for 2. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Change is able to take down the planter, put it into a 1v1, and the swing. TKCC just made a step. They know where he is now. But he switches up the angles. He's coming around. It's Ring a Rosie. His back is turned. He thinks he's gone mid. The res gives it away, though. And he's not able to win the fight. The 3K from Change. What in the world was that round, Banks?
That was a round that only one word pretty much threw away in a similar fashion to what TaFZ had done when they were on the attacking side. That revive coming in gave him the sound cue. TKCC wanted to look at it. Turns around and realizes, oh god, now I'm having to take a fight on top of trying to kill the one that's reviving. It's always hard. Which one do you go for, right? But at least for TaFZ, they got the round, but they had to spend a fair bit in it. That revive would have certainly helped them out here. Now we need to see them try and push back in a strong way if they want to take this game. This is such an important game. We said about pressure being on these two teams' shoulders. Well, how are they going to deal with it?
I will be their nightmare.
Well, we're gonna be finding out by the end of it, that's for sure. 4 rounds to go before we crown a victor at a minimum.
I like this from Hype. 2 quick teleports out. Wants to take a forward position in case anyone does want to poke out of B. You again, using his ult in the same fashion. He gets done through the wall. Okay, you've got the information again, but I'm not too much of a fan of how he's using his Phoenix ult at this point. Try and go in for some of those kills, buddy. Try and get it at a bit more close range.
I think typically you'll see like a Sova go out and grab that recon, so you know where they are. Or at least in a situation like this, you try for some of those fights and then entry on a pre-fire angle. Like they know there's a player close left. That's the perfect time to run in and do it. Unfortunately, Yu doesn't have his ults because he used it earlier, so it's him that runs through and gets deleted. Zerl somehow good for 2, even though he swung into the whole team. Kane stuck in the corner, nade through, wall as well to keep them back. Darkus in danger, has to heal himself up. There's the ultimate, but no kill, not landing at all. He pre-fired it into the corner, and what a waste.
Oh no.
Jeff's just beatboxing for us.
I love that, Jeff. Why the hell not? And he gets a kill off the back of it as well. You know, they're feeling super confident when he's just spamming it out like that. Only one word. They're looking to get back into the lead. They've got 2 more players to find. Oh, the Sage. They didn't spot each other. They can get this spike down. But they need to do it now.
The issue for them is there's no way they expect, after clearing that out, this Sage to be this close, this early on. Darkus is worried about Garage. But look at this. Already out towards the side as Darkus checks long. They're not going to spot it. And Change, the first one to see it, watching the angle, takes the shot, takes the kill, and a 10th round for TaFZ.
Very unfortunate timing there for the only one word team. They thought they had nice control. They planted towards the back of C site and thought, okay, we'll go ahead. We'll wait for them to come to us in a different way. We won't just sit in the site. It didn't work out this time around, and TaFZ, they're back in the lead. But it must feel like a long time for those guys since they found an opportunity to be back in the lead, because it's just been the only one word show from start to finish.
Yeah, due to those early rounds the TaFZ had, at least they were able to maintain it. But, geez, with the pistol round under their belt in this half, only one word have definitely been looking more solid. I mean, the reality is TaFZ have gotten off to an easy 4-0 start with how those early rounds have gone down in each half. And to only be 1 ahead at this stage, it's worrying. You have to wonder, you know, if Zerl doesn't have that 3K clutch, have you already lost the game or very close to it? Because that pistol round could have went to only one word. Remember, it was a 1v3.
So now TaFZ want to continue this though, right? Stretch your legs by a 2-round lead, don't allow it to go too much back and forth, then you might be able to hurt the economy of only one word. But it's all on this round. This is the all-important one. Mitch, we're not seeing a lot of operator plays from either side as well, actually. It's been very different style, especially on a map like Haven. We normally see it a lot more often.
Yeah, typically it's going to be used. Even double operator setups, I think, are most common on this map. So it's quite odd that both teams have been sort of neglecting it. Sure, there's been operators in play, but I do think that the lack of a jet compared to what we see in Europe is definitely affecting that as well. Like, we're seeing very passive operators like we would back in the beta, whereas obviously we're used to at this point having very flashy plays, early duels sought after again and again because of the escapism of a jet. What is that by Hybe? He checks the close corner, but not seeing that Change was just staring at him the whole time like a villain in a horror movie. Eventually he leaps through and gets his first kill.
Oh, the ult coming out from the breach though. Yu wants to push forward. If he can get a couple of kills here, it's going to be huge. They try to spray it out, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. His wall has gone up, but now it's already gone down. The spike may be planted, but only one word. They need to understand how they want to try and defend this site. They're playing it very defensively. They're going to rely on TKCC to try and force them off. Oh, the wall going up is going to change things here. They move out the way just in time, and Zarino's going to start off strong, but he's only good for 1. Back and forth, TKCC, he lines them up, he puts them down, and we're at 10-10, but it came down to the 1v1. And this time went in favor of only one word.
1v2 even for TKCC. It's impressive.
Oh yeah, obviously in that sense, but I meant after he got the kill, right, it was just back and forth trading at first, and then they went down into yeah.
Whoever got the first accurate shot off first.
Well, that's why it's so much better sometimes not to spray it out. How many players do we see just spray when they see this kind of double lineup happening?
Oh yeah, and
but up until that point, they were just trading so long that it really was any given person's round.
And what, you're like 7 bullets into the spray, and you've just no idea where the bullets are going anymore. So, or like bursting in this game. This is the way to go. Or tapping. Tapping's viable. Obviously, we had the 1.5 patch that really changed a lot of weapons just to give them that tapping accuracy. The Guardian especially, it's why we've seen it actually become semi-relevant. A lot of players still don't use it, but I feel like they just haven't gone back and given it a chance. Although often, if you're able to buy a Guardian, you're able to buy a Vandal or a Phantom, and I think you'd prefer to take one of those and light armor, for example.
Phantom all the way, baby, for those close range duels.
The position in window. Push up by Zerl. He's ready to swing on through, but little does he know that Spike's just been taken out from under his nose.
Hybe's thinking about it. German gold orb goes up. They try to get into the A site. Hybe's found, and it's the Sheriff that deals the damage. You, though, he's pushing on in. They've got the site secured. The ult's going up, though. Not too sure on the positioning from it. Doesn't actually force them off the spike. Well, it does a little bit, or just off the corner, but it was more towards the back of the site, actually. I think where they would be, right? You'd put that more towards short, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd imagine.
Oh my
so.
God, what is going on?
Pinocchio's just double sprayed down after the kill earlier on onto Hybe, retrieving a Phantom. Although he's dealt with eventually, it's now down to a 1v2. You in towards the back of the site, still with his ult in play, and that TP has not worked out in the slightest.
I'm guessing he thought you might be up in the window or something, you know, like he's trying to play defensively because it's a 1v1, but nope, only one word. They're in the lead again. This is closer than close, Mitch, when it really didn't ever look like it'd be getting like this.
That's really unfortunate by Omen. I think he put down his smoke to try and TP into it, but just completely missed and went too far. TP'd right outside it. No, Hybe's going to be kicking himself after that one.
Now, Yu's got his ultimate up again. He is really fragging out, so this is working. If he can use this actually successfully, because it's not worked out for a lot of times here, you should give them a huge push in. Basically giving yourself the 6th man.
Same thing again. 3 times in a row he's been ulting this way. At this point, I feel like TaFZ are just like, oh, again. Flash connected. He knows there's a player here. Great opening. He's dealt with eventually, but that's just fine. That's exactly what they wanted.
Oh, ho, ho, they push on in. Off the back of that first kill from you, and he can just sit here and wait. And actually, he can hear the footsteps. He's going to save the day for his teammates, but does still allow one to die. Timing not working out too well. They're still with a big lead in this one. German needs healing up either way. You flashing them out as well.
You will not
The revive coming in just to be sure they can make this happen. Even though it's a 4v2 at the time, it's now a 5v2. And only one word. They're going to put themselves on match point, and we're going to see the remaining players of TaFZ run away and save. You may as well just hunt them down at this point. Why the hell not? He's making a lot of noise, though. They're going to definitely be looking at him. There you go.
The thing about that was, if you had a teammate with them, I don't mind it so much, but by yourself stampeding towards the other side of the map, you're just asking for trouble.
That's the operator taking out. Now, Zerino will probably try and hold on to it. And he's going to, he's picked it up and he's running and he's running and he's running. He does not want to lose it. They know they need that important gun in the next round, especially if they want to avoid losing this game. And they started so strong, Mitch. I mean, that's the biggest problem here for them, is everything looks so good for them. Change has been playing so good. On the Sage as well, multiple revives up, even a revive in this round.
Can pull it back. They can definitely pull it back, and that's exactly what TaFZ need. So far, the ultimate from Pinocchio's has done next to nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that's really the issue for them. You have to be able to deliver the performance in a way that you're dealing damage, you're getting kills, but obviously when that ult comes online, 3 kills, pretty much. But unfortunately, we saw him, like, the other round, blast back into mid and just pre-fire an angle, but it was literally 1 out of 3 angles where they were not. This timing is going to be... Oh, what are you taking your knife out? He's mad and somehow still wins that fight. This
was a crazy entry. Not the most prettiest we've ever seen, but it's somehow still working out for only one word. They're now in a 5v3. Cypher ult goes down as well just to give him extra. You can spam this if you wanted. The revive's coming in from Change, though. He knows he needs to fight into this in a big way. That wall going up is going to delay them further, though. And TKCC playing off the side. Yochi. Oh, the ults come out as well. It's chaos from start to finish. It's going down to this, the 1v1, and it goes in favor of only one word. They take the game 13-10, and they'll move up to second place in the group, just behind Fives. Wow.
Impressive stuff, really, to come back into that game. We were next to counting them out, and all of a sudden they're in it. They're in it to win it for sure.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, they've done it. They deserved that win 100%. They
100%.
lost both pistol rounds, went down 4-0 basically in early rounds, and yet TaFZ still couldn't get it done. That's deflating.
Just imagine, right, if they could get themselves going earlier in this, if they worked on their pistols, this would be absolutely monumental win coming out for these guys. I was questioning a lot of his ult choices in there and how it was working out. He has to use it for information. They didn't have the Sova in there, for example. At the end, he even still walked away with a kill off the back of it, so fair play to him. Hyde played Mr. Consistent, as always, from what we've seen from him. Change was putting in work, though. Poor Change at this point. You're thinking, what else could he do? Because he needed some more backup. I've really got to question Zeril, how he was trying to use his ults as well. Like, they weren't very successful, even in just forcing him off too much. It was just strange positioning of it. I think that's one of the biggest problems. And the Raze ult came in twice, but because he wasn't fragging out that much, you just didn't get to see it very often. So it wasn't a big difference maker. I also think the Raze grenades were not being used too well.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor that came into play. The ultimates, the nades. I feel in general, if you're picking a Raze, you've got to be bringing a lot of value to the team. And there's arguments there if you're a Brimstone, if you're a Cypher, that, okay, maybe you're not going to be the one that's expected a top frag. But realistically, if you're playing in a way that you're supposed to be delivering damage, you're supposed to be getting kills, there's not many ways that a Raze can do her job without at least being within that top bracket of fragging.
Yeah, this is what it sometimes comes down to, isn't it? So, Mitch, now we go on to our next game, which is going to be Superdomineering, the team from Taiwan going up against Five, who are the invited teams from the Philippines. Now, Fives have just dominated so far. Been 2-0s, no problem. So, if they can get this third and go 3-0 in the group, that's one confident group we can see for them winning and then going through to the playoff stage on Friday. And then that's really problematic for the rest of them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights of that game anyways. You see it started out so damn well when you look over towards that attacking side coming out. I really thought that we would have the game that we wanted, right? We'd have TaFZ just dominating off that initial start, and then only one word, who looked flat as can be, started to turn up.
Now, when it came to what we've seen from both these teams, right, TaFZ started off the tournament losing 13-11 on Ascent to 5. Then TaFZ went up 13-9 against Superdomineering, where only one word, won 13-11 against them on Haven. So this battle here was against two very evenly matched teams. And so it could have gone either way. But TaFZ, I feel like they should have been able to hold on to a better lead on that first half. I think it's just cost them far too much. Maybe they got overconfident, maybe they were overextending at times, but either way, you can't lose games like that. You shouldn't be losing games like that.
No, you really shouldn't. The TaFZ 4-0 start, 6-1 lead, should never happen. But they came out of this as the worst team, evidently. And Banks, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by what came through. But for now, we gotta throw things over to a break. We gotta take a little breather for ourselves. We'll be back in a little bit with the rest of the action, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you real soon. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to roll with our next game of the day. Banks, how you feeling about this one? Because, I mean, look, Superdomineering ain't look the best, but they've had some close games versus the other teams in this group.
I knew what you were going to say there, Mitch, right? Because, yes, they can have some close games, but now they're going up against the best team in the group, right? So it's a bit of a problematic one when it comes to these guys. So I feel for Superdomineering, it's like you're in a rough spot. You're here just fighting for a bit of survival. If you can push back a little bit, if you can try and, I don't know, make some magic happen, then you could really upset the group. We could have a crazy tie and how it's all going to go in Group C. But ultimately, I'm expecting Fives to come out here confident. I'm expecting them to come out here dominating. I'm expecting Superdomineering to be super underwhelming. For them, they've got a point to prove when it comes to this, that they can actually hang at this level. But this is the beauty of it, right? They're a team that sadly haven't managed to hit the mark just yet. They've come through the Taiwanese qualifier. And for these guys, it's more about the learning curve, I think, right? There's a different level to what they might be playing and what they're used to and what they can deliver here today. For Fives, they just need to keep doing what they're doing. They were invited for a reason. They're one of the best teams out in this region. They're here to prove a point that actually we're not just going to make playoffs. We're going to come through in better fashion than what anyone's seen us just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. For realistically, when you're looking at Five, they want to be rocking out of this group flawless. They want to be able to cleanly walk away with the win. And if I'm Superdomineering, okay, maybe getting out of groups ain't looking all too good. Maybe even if you do, the seeding would be terrible. But the reality is, taking down Five, the top of the group, would at least spur them on with a little bit of confidence. And I'm hoping to see a good performance from them. The reality is, as I said, the games that they had were close versus the other two team TaFZ and only one word that we just saw playing. And so there's at least some hope that they'll be able to do the damage up against the giants in the group.
And this is what I love about Fives, right? They just got a stacked roster. We've got 6 players up there already, you know. You can change things up. You can mix it up a little bit. Gikama, who was playing the Cypher, I remember him having some really solid plays out there. Dispenser is an absolute beast on that raise. Over and over again, we were saying his name. And it was Borkama, who I believe was on the Omen, who I was very impressed with how he was able to get it done. For me, these guys have got the versatility when it comes to this teams. They're going to show us exactly why they are one of the best teams in this region.
Well, exactly, right? If you want to be coming in as we were talking about on the first day, these teams, whoever's topping out groups, whoever's consistently dealing damage within the region, you're going to be set up then in a position where when it comes to international lands, they're looking at you. You know, they're going to look at tournaments like this Ignition Series from Asia and say, okay, well, who out of these tournaments was performing well that we should invite?
And yeah, when it comes to these invites as well, I'm down for an event as big as this to still have invites, because I've been very critical that events, especially Ignition Series events, shouldn't have any of them. But when you've got a teams that's this many in a big group stage, I'm down for it. If you've got 16 teams, then yeah, okay, you can have some invites in there. Then a good amount of qualifier teams come through. So for 6 invite teams and the rest come through qualifier, it is giving a big enough opportunity. But it's also nice to see that some of these invited teams can actually live up to it. Because how many times have we seen a few invited teams just not hit the mark on other events? And that's always been a big problem in the early part here for Valorant.
Yeah, the reality is, in this early stage, there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be teams that are able to deliver when you don't really expect them to. And maybe Superdomineering are going to be that team for us. I think this game will really be a proving ground for them. We got to see if they're able to actually deliver against this team. And if not, maybe something needs to be looked at and they need to rethink where they're at. You know, and in terms of lineups, in terms of whatever. There's so much flexibility when it comes down to this early stage of Valorant. It's hard. I do wonder what we're going to see from them when it comes down to picking agents as well. Over on the 5 side, we know they're solid. We saw their lineups earlier. But Superdomineering, well, look, we don't have to wait too long. We can just check it out right here and have a look. And when it comes down to Superdomineering, I think it's a pretty normal setup. They've got 1 smoke agent. They've got a jet to play that more aggressive role. Maybe even going to be playing in towards the operator as well. You get a Cypher, Raze, Sage, everything you'd expect.
Well, let's see how it's going to go down. Another Haven coming in, right? Let's see if Superdomineering can show us something more than what we've seen from them thus far. For 5, I expect more of the same. I love the fact that we just get a Sova in. This is a bit more generic. There is a Phoenix in there. Some teams, obviously, over in this region, seem more favoring towards it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Sova. It's just regular, really, in EU. It makes a lot of sense on such a big map to grab that information across the map. Is this spray? Not too good, but they don't know about the second player, and this is where things get dangerous. Jet's over in the corner, right up behind them. They have literally no idea. JC Vash just following them. There's one, and he drops the spike. They've got the sight, but now they're realizing, wait, you're dead? How'd you die?
Sometimes that's just the way it goes. They're now questioning themselves, questioning the decisions, playing off the edge of the smoke. Ooh, Vash couldn't land those. Borkum's gone down as well, so now they've actually got a chance in this. Pissed around is all important, and it's not going the way of 5 for now. Dispenser, though, he has been so good over and over again. This time he's not on his raise. He tries to flash through. It's not going to work out for him. And here we go. We got a 1-0. Pistol round going for Superdomineering. It's just what you can try and play off of this.
Yeah, look, winning the pistol, any team can do. When you move from there forward, over to the buy rounds, that's where things can kind of spiral out of control. 5, we know are solid. We've seen them do it up against each one of these teams. The question now is, can they do it here? Superdomineering, they've got the name to go with it. So far, the results definitely not. And this round's going to start out with Superdomineering looking to move towards the C site very quickly. Only 1 player towards the back of it. And I like the fact that they've gone down immediately. Oh, no! Pop! They can get the heals. They just need to... He's still engaging. Look at this guy. Running forward on 30 HP, looking for every fight. The madman.
My camera is destroyed.
And they're holding on strong for now. That's what it's all about. He's just going to see him picked apart most likely from here. Thing is, at the beginning of a pistol round, when you're on eco, yeah, you can potentially get some damage done. But once that spike's down and they've got the defense, they've also got the numbers, it's just becomes so difficult to try and make any magic happen. Oh, bit of a flank trying to come into play.
Right here.
Spam through the box. They knew exactly where to look for him. It's not going to be difficult for him at all. And we're going to see 2-0 for Super Domineering. They've kept themselves alive and going. That's what it's all about.
Flawlessly as well is the important part, right? Not losing a single player. Now they come in up against 5 on a full buy. This is where things need to go their way over on the 5 side. They want to come in. They want to destroy Super Domineering and let them know that they're the ones that are Super Domineering. You're looking towards that buy. You're seeing a couple Vandals. There's only 2 in play over towards the defensive side. But if you take a look at what Super Domineering are working with, it is majority Spectres.
There they are.
I like this from Humi. Just avoids pushing down. They did want to go aggressive early on. The boom bot will at least keep him away. Now, JC Bash going aggressive and going down again, and even giving away an upgraded weapon. That's perfect for what Super Domineering will want here. And 5 need to make sure they try and get it together. It's Dispenser to fire back, and Dispenser has been the point man for this team over and over again. Going to be the one that's the big difference maker in there. Humi doesn't want to go too far forward, though, on that Sova. Because Popo, he's sat over there. Oh, he might get reconned out. He is... Ooh, no! He snuck through. This could be a huge play. If they hit this at the right timing, the Sova may not expect it. He does get 1, but then he's instantly taken down. They're going to push onto the site. The guy in Windows only able to get 1 as well, so they're just trading back and forth, back and forth. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. The wall goes up. And 5, the retake. It's possible, but they're going to have very limited information to play off. They will have the flashes up on the Dispenser, which is going to be helpful. That slow delays them further. Mal making sure to check on short. It's all about the timing now. How do 5 try and play this? Good Molly. He can jump across that without taking too much damage, though. Right on the edge, he can try and make it happen. Dispenser. He's back to his old tricks again, but he's now in a 1v1. Mal holding on to the corner. The flash doesn't get him, and he delivers. We're now on 3-0 for Super Domineering, and this attacking side starting strong again, similar to what we saw in the previous round, but I'm more impressed because I didn't expect this from Super Domineering.
Well, exactly, right? We come in, we just expect them to kind of fall by the wayside based on the fact that 5 are that strong team. They're up towards the top of the group. They're dominating these other teams, and so far as Super Domineering, as you see on the little board there, they're 0 for 2. Ain't been looking too good. But as I said, they were close games. I think it's 13-9 and a 13-10. So
close either way, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like they're getting knocked out without being able to win a buy round or anything like that. They're definitely capable on some level. Just is it the level of the rest of the teams? Well, straight away, here we go. Opening duel goes down towards 5, and ult orb retrieved, so Hunter's Fury is online. That's a great start to the round for 5.
And again, Super Domineering. They get the openers. The revised then going to come in to give them 5 players on this push. And they're just going to back away. They don't actually need to push off it. This is beautiful. They're going to keep 5 guessing. Fish being very careful here at window. And I like that, because how often do we see someone try to push forward once you gain some control towards A? They want to try and get on that flank a little bit. 5 need to do their best at trying to understand what Super Domineering might be doing here. Because the C side still only has the Cypher defending it. They're starting to move around more and more. Still 2 players up on A. They're so quiet. The clock's running down a little bit. Borkham just gets found. Fish ready for it. Throws the cage down. Why not? So they're only just getting the information that the C hit's going to come in. Oh! Popo, man! I don't know what that dash was, but it somehow worked out for him. He hits the shot. Your camera probably looked at it and went, huh? What? What are you doing?
It's an odd one for sure. For 5, trying to get back into this site is undoable. It's an unreachable goal. They just go to save towards the A site. The Super Domineering. One hell of a start, James. 4-0? I did not see this coming. I really didn't. Sure, they win the pistol. They follow up as well flawlessly. But right now, hey, they're living up to their name for what could be the first time in this tournament.
Question is, can they keep it going, though? That's what it's all about. I love this. We'll just sit down the bottom of the sea. We're making sure no guns are going to be taken for us. They're well aware that someone could try and just run around the corner at any point. But they're just tapping away, very comfortable, very confident. And okay, we do have the Sova ult online now. 4-5. Can that be something they can work off of? Maybe they're just getting off to a slow start. You know, their fingers aren't warm enough right now.
Could be. In all reality, they could have come into this just underestimating their opponents as well. Those first couple of rounds could be an eye-opener. Because they realize, you know what? These guys actually aren't that bad. They're pretty good. We got to see how things turn out as this round. Obviously, there's not everything they could possibly want to work with for 5. And C control given up completely. This is dangerous.
No.
Look at that, just the swing. Ikama, what's going on?
Oh dear, I did not expect that. That was a little bit awkward, right? He's just like not expecting a faster hit to come in. Now, Amanhola, he's aware there's a flank coming. Oh, it's a dispenser. His aim is so good. Is it going to be enough here, though? Flash goes out. He's looking for potential more. Trap gets destroyed. Dispenser's so fast and furious on this. He's even popped the ult, starts to spam away, looks in for the next. He's not lazy picking anything. He's charging forward. He's looking to seal the deal, and his teammates have helped him out with that one. A big round coming in for 5, and they finally managed to get one on the board. But I need to see a lot more of that style of play to come out for them.
It's only cost them 1 ultimate as well, so you got to be pretty happy with that. Definitely more heads up in their aggression. It's surprising considering how little they got done in that early round. Fact is, when you get a Cypher C, for those players to push you all the way up long and you still get caught off guard, that's unacceptable. You cannot have that out of a Cypher. It's the one thing that he's literally there for. It's the benefit. And the camera was in play, just not being checked at all, and even then it was quite passive.
Now, how do Superdomineering react to this? They got 2 hugely powerful ults up mid. That's where I'm scared for 5. They're 2 game-changing ults.
The damage dealing ones, these are the ones that get you those frags right away.
Oh, Dispenser though. He's up to his old tricks again. This is the problem. Once this man gets going, you always got to think, how on earth do we stop him? Because even that, Mal just goes into the window, head gets popped, ripped clean off. It's troublesome.
Where is everyone hiding?
Here we go. They just spotted them out. He's uploaded their information, and he's looking to at least capitalize on it. Seemed like a little bit of an overcommitment towards the ultimate, but I suppose 1v2, it's always going to be winnable. The second round goes on the board for 5 now, as they're looking quite good, not having to commit too much towards that round either. But Superdomineering still have those 2 ultis online.
Yeah.
Getting raised can turn the tide of a round straight away. And it looks like we might be looking at a faster round. You take a look at Raze, obviously focusing in towards the doors with a boombot in hand. Typically that's going to be boombot through, you rush in behind it, and try to get yourself that early advantage.
Straight up on and in it. No one's actually looking towards there for now, though. Smoke going to go out, and Popo's been the main entry fragger when it comes to this. It seems like ACLX is going to try and be the one to move around. Now, would have heard the teleport. It's going to look up high just because you know what those omens can deliver. And actually, Borkum's going to be pushed away. The paranoia goes out. Vision's been delayed. More smoke's being put on the floor, but the Spencer's found. That's a huge pickup for the team. Oh, and the perfect pack goes out. Extra damage done. Forces them away. Borkum, though, he's trying to get the flank on go, but it might not be working out. He's going to try and, hopefully, from the back lines, just keep pressuring them. Maybe push them out a bit further than what they want to be. Can the Jet get anything done? Already had low health from the pack going out. And ACLX, he stands strong throughout all of it. The first one in and puts the last one down.
That was a nice late round played out by them. Now the 5-2 scoreline, Superdomineering are definitely looking to get some serious damage done. The fact that 5 get off to that little bit of a recovery and then get smacked back again in a bye round, it speaks volumes about what we could be seeing in this match. When I think about Superdomineering and the position they're currently in, I find it hard to really go against them in terms of favor.
No, and this is it, right? Superdomineering, they're stepping up on their attacking side, but it has to deliver on their defensive side as well.
That's always something that could turn around.
The scary part for me with Super Domineering is they're not having to rely on ults right now. ACLX is popping off and doing really well. Ooh. Timing! Doesn't expect Morph so close up. That ult's worked out. That's actually a huge ult. We have not seen many Brim ults work here, Mitch.
Never mind many. Let's go with any. I think
It's probably right. Probably right. I said many because I'm thinking, have we seen one? Did we see one connect? We've heard them.
they've gone down for sure. Even in terms of pushing players out of position, it hasn't really come into effect. Great paranoia that completely blinds Popo Man. He's looking to pop a few heads. He'll get one eventually, but the push through the smoke by Dispenser. What is that on the fish? So well connected. And now a 3v1 Super Domineering finally meeting a roadblock.
Dispenser has been huge over and over again. But it's Borkham had a lot of success in this round. Now on their defensive side, they're chaining some rounds together. They needed to wake up a little bit. Get things going. But Super Domineering, they're certainly not down and out of it yet. I'd say what, if Super Domineering needs 7 rounds at least, and then they can definitely have that more confidence. Imagine if they pick up pistol off the back of it as well. Get the follow-up rounds. There's chance of it.
7 rounds and pistols, the dream.
There.
Really, if you're Super Domineering. Being able to trade back and forth buy rounds as well is a huge advantage for them in their current state. But look at 5. Look at the ults they've got in play. Surely that's going to give them an advantage to pull back into this one. At least for this round, connect 2 in a row, put Super Domineering down to a weaker buy. There's the ultimates all popped over. Super Domineering lose the opening, the second as well, as JC Vash tears them to pieces with a 3rd kill. ACLX falls, and with that, the long control completely out of their hands.
And Vash has been destroyed so many times from this position in the opening early parts of this game. And right now, he just came out and stepped it up. A flawless round, and look how many ults are now online. This is troublesome if you're Super Domineering.
I love that that Humi actually popped his ultimate and did nothing because they were all dead. Like, between charges, he's aiming at someone, they're already opt. He goes to aim at someone else, already opt. Fantastic work by JC Vash. Really, when you're a jet, when you're on the op, you see the benefits it brings. The fact that he was able to swing out wide because he didn't use his dash, right? Just swung, found a kill, went back. He always had that dash, so he always had in the back of his mind that I'm good to peek. Oh no, arrow out, that's very risky. Humi's in trouble, but luckily he's managed to make it out alive. Never mind make it out, he's making it forward, making it up, pushing right on into their faces.
See, the confidence has started to get higher now. And you can see Super Domineering have changed their style of play. They've got a bit more passive with it. Popo trying to hold on, but he'll go down. Mal's able to get the refrag in. It's a headshot delivered. We talk about the gun over and over again, how good the Guardian has become in those single shots. Spencer now knows, okay, we may have done a lot of the damage here, but I don't want to overextend into a couple of sheriff shots or I lose my head completely. Ping's coming in. They're checking all the spots, which is good. Oh, so close. Mao just off timing with it, but they will go down either way. You know, if you can't hit it, I think it's the first 3 bullets or so, you just kind of need to reset your aim after that when it comes to that Guardian. It's very hard to control.
I feel like as well, players tend to, if you miss those couple shots, they panic a little bit and they start tapping even faster. And obviously that only hurts you more so than helps, because you end up losing your accuracy. The reset time on those taps is quite low, but not low enough that you can read it like a vandal.
This goes
Be a little bit ridiculous. 5-5. You know, considering the position that we're at right now, Super Domineering are in trouble. We need to see them answer back with a little bit more. They don't check the corner. Not again. There's Dispenser with 1, but he's eventually shut down immediately, basically. And the res is going to come through. Good response by Super Domineering.
Ball comes out of it as well. They're the 2 real damage dealers that we've seen throughout 5's chances so far on the defensive side. And across multiple of the other games, But who me? He still thinks there's a chance. 4 alive. It would be a 2v4. Maybe they're just trying to take the weapons out of the hands of him. No, he's continuing to get it done. Eventually, that man Holo is able to hold on, but that ult is out. JC Vash wants to try and get it. He's getting spammed. Oh! Very low health for Mal, but he still holds on. He's holding on strong as Superdomineering grab that 6th round. This is where it gets very, very, very interesting. Because Superdomineering, if they get that 7th, that's what we said, right? That's the sweet spot, Mitch. But for 5, they were supposed to come in. This is the clear favorites. Yes, their attacking side probably going to be a lot better. We've seen that from them before. But you can't be sure of it. Nothing goes to plan occasionally in Valorant. We see it so many times.
What I want to see a little bit more from is that operator in the hands of JC Vash. I want to see him go for those early duels as he is right now, out on long, swinging wide to try and find a victim, but there's a smoke completely blocking him. Now they could be up short, and that's a problem. Those early smokes are very important just to keep the information out of their hands. You see that Sova wanted to rotate, but Humi has to stick in position just in case they do come through short. So with that smoke, they've caused confusion in the ranks, and now they're good to push up to C with just one player here, hugging the left wall, aware of where this camera usually is, and as they move on through, they've got to be very careful of the player in the back. The ultimate already popped out by Raze, just going to fire it randomly, and they haven't yet spotted Cypher, who's in the same position as he was last time they pushed, and catches 2 off guard.
Dispenser spraying them down, slapping them around. And now Fish, no spike planted. It's the last round, and you're just thinking, please, 5, will you make a mistake? I kind of like this 7th round, but it's not going to happen. JC Vash with the final kill. 6-6 after the first half here. And realistically, after Superdomineering had such a good start, they slowly let it slip away. They allowed them to come back alive.
They did indeed. Right back up into the game. 5 now looking like a far better team than what we saw just a few minutes ago. You know, we were worried about them. As we said, came in as favorites. They're walking away with a decent number of rounds. It's definitely workable. Now, for Superdomineering, it seems almost a win condition. If they want this to be even close to easy, they're going to have to take this pistol. And it's much harder when you're on the defense now up against a team that's individually above you, because they're going to be able to just thread through you. Use the number advantages and the skill advantages to just take you down. I want to see what Superdomineering have in store, where their aggression comes into play, because in fact they've got a jet playing towards Garage. That's not quite conventional.
No, definitely not conventional, but who me? He's been hitting some nice shots so far with that Sova. How many times did we see his ult in the first half? Twice? Or just once?
Twice, I think, yeah.
Twice, yeah. Again, some of these Sovas, they can be really good individually and pick up the ults, but it's quite a difficult one to try and make happen and make work here. There's Borkham. He's not finished with this one yet. Still a Sage to find, but his teammate's very low. Oh, he's teleporting out. They've got the A control as well. This is definitely winnable for Superdomineering, but Borkham's going to have to be the heavy hitter with it. He's now picked up the spike and surely doesn't want to try and push him to B just yet. Oh, that was close, because I was thinking the Sova might be caught if Mal just looks behind. But luckily, Borkham delivers with the pistol. And now we're up 7-6. They've taken that lead. They've taken the pistol. And that's where Superdomineering started their craziness off before.
I think one of the issues as well when you're on the attacking side building up momentum is that you're the one setting the pace. I feel like on the defense, like, yeah, winning a streak of rounds is good, but they can always vary their attacking side to catch you off. And taking risks on the defense, you know, going in for your own bit of aggression is always dangerous. And if you get punished on that, it can as well affect that mental state. But when you're on the attack, you're the spearhead. You're the one that chooses where to charge and where to take those engagements. And if you've got momentum on your back, you're going to be a damn happy boy.
He heard those shots rattle off and he still sits there to grab the ult point. That's mad levels of confidence. I would not be doing that.
Thanks balls, Max. Thanks balls, that's for sure. Just stare.
Look, he's just like, okay, I'm just going to face it, no problem. I only got a pistol. Oh, and he delivers. Fish is down, dead outside of the water, no longer breathing. Spikes planted. Easy for them to cover all of this. Now we're going to have to wait and see if they can maybe pick up some pieces. Camera, ooh, he misses the first couple of shots. It's not what you want to see. And a retake here, you're basically just saying, let's not retake and let's try and get some weapons. And I love this double player setup here. But they're being watched by Borkham, and we know he's not someone you want to fight up against.
See if ACLX.
Hey, there we go.
Easy peasy. Spraying away.
Lemon squeezy.
I get a couple more opportunities, but I don't think that range is quite effective with this weapon. Oh, there's a nade actually.
Ooh. Oh, what? Mao! Right click while partially blind. Picks up everyone. What did we just witness, Mitch?
I am gobsmacked.
I've never seen that with a right click. I've seen 2 kills, but 3?
That's like, I don't know if you guys have ever played Splinter Cell, but there was
Yeah.
you mark opponents and then you click a button and it just goes bang 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 and you shoot them all at once. Exact. Or Ghost Recon did that as well. That was disgusting.
Now, where is it up front?
Mal just that's clip it, highlight it, boys. They literally were all sat down there. They went to take down the kills, super domineering, go for the extra ult points. I get what they're trying to do, but you just can't prepare for Mal getting that right click.
Yeah.
And already we're seeing Humi gets tagged up heavily. He's very low on health. Remember, they don't have a sage to get the heals in.
Another point, right? Starting on the defense without a sage, it's quite unusual, especially on Haven, because there's so many avenues to lock down. Generally, you're going to want that sage. Especially
Really
playing
do.
towards B. It can be like that solo B player for a lot of teams, if they even do commit anchors towards. Because we've seen Liquid, we've seen G2 kind of ignore that part of the map. And play like heavily stacks towards C and A.
Going out.
With just one tripwire on top B.
It's very interesting, right? When you don't have a sage on your defensive side, you can get information plays like this. What Spencer's doing here, he's going to poke out with his ult, flashes as well, but trying to find the kills is going to be key. Tripwire. Oh, he goes down, but his teammates are picking up the rest of them. So forward here from JC Vash. He can hear the footsteps. He's going in for the kills. Mal's able to get one, but then it's one and done. Now this is where it gets very scary because Super Domineering just looked lost, Mitch. They're like, the attacking side, we had some confidence that it started to slip away, and now 5 have bought their A game, and our BC and D game is not really acceptable.
What I'm going to do, Banks, real quick, we're having that issue again. We're slightly out of sync. I think it's
Okay.
It's over time. So what we're going to do, I'm going to throw up this screen.
Yep.
Let's refresh together. Beauty of online cast, gentlemen. You get to see
Let's
this.
do it.
All right, 3,
3,
2, 1.
2,
refresh.
1. I'm at 3 seconds, 2 seconds,
Perfect.
1 second,
We're perfectly
0.
within time.
Yeah, there you go. We're in time, Twitch chat. We're ready to rock for this round, and we're ready to see if Super Domineering can hold strong. There's a lot of players out here towards the mid doors. Yakama's coming though with the opener. It's no problem at all. Smokes will be placed in. Vash puts his own one down as well. A bit of an interesting decision because, like, your smoke disappears so quickly. I guess you maybe want to bait them into thinking you're still going to push on it. But if anything, then you do actually try and updraft and go through.
Cover going out.
9-6. 5 looking good, and my god, that spray through the walls, disgusting. Popman's got to be really hurting after that one. Cage up as well, going to keep them back. Easy C control, easy plant, and maybe even easy round.
Let's see if it is going to be an easy round. That's what they love to see. And remember, I feel like the C site is so difficult to retake. Even though it's a big site, it's just the 2 choke points are so massive. You can just leave one person to look C long, and then you can put 2 players on either side when you're in a 5v5 like that. And they just tap them down, hold it on. Dispenser's getting aggressive again. Oh no, that's so unlucky for the Sage.
Being spammed up in the corner, trapped there. I don't think they actually know that she's there.
No.
I think that's preemptive. But look at that.
Oh, Dispenser. It's always Dispenser. Dispensing of every enemy in his sight. He may have not had a good defensive side, but his attacking side, he's back online.
Doing le damage.
Le damage.
A 10-6.
My French accent's so bad compared to you.
I
I don't even know why I attempted it with you.
C'est très bien, ben, c'est très bien.
Très bien.
J'adore. Oh my god. It sounds like you're trying to be from central London, like really posh. Just, oh, hello, sir. That is très
Mate,
bien.
There's a reason I don't speak any other languages. Not just because I'm lazy, because my London accent makes it sound terrible.
In fairness, my girlfriend's from inner city Dublin, and so her French accent is like, Bonjour, comment ça va? It doesn't quite work out. We're in France and they're like, oh, you brought a foreigner, I see.
And you're like, I basically am French in comparison.
Exactly.
Well, let's see who's going to say bonjour first in this round. Because Humi's pushing them outside of B again. Throws the shot that I suspect the player to be a bit closer. They won't connect, though. And it's actually Fish. He's the one who starts it off.
They found my way.
Can he hold strong for some more, though? He certainly needs to bring these rounds back if he can for his team. There's a flank coming in, but they're already starting to look for it.
Here's the paranoia, the push after by Borkham. No, he stays passive. That could have been huge. He's been spotted. Ooh! Needs his teammate to cover, and thank God Humi was there. This is one thing I'm noticing about 5. They don't seem to leave each other out to dry quite as much as some of the other teams. This could be dangerous, but they can overwhelm him. Surely, Hotman's managed to go in the smoke. The right click not landing. Out to the operator, but not in time. A 4K for Humi. This could be the ace with the swing out from Fish. Expected in a way, and there it is. Humi gets the ace. What a round.
Humi boss moded that and saved his team. He's making a statement that it's not just a dispenser show. He's saying, who you? No, who me? I'm here right now showing you what's up on my Sova. I've got my ult and it doesn't even matter. I don't even need to hit my ult. I'm just on point. God damn. Do you know, honestly, 5 out of all these teams we've been commentating, 5 is one of the best teams to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like you look at how many mistakes they're making, and it's next to none compared to some of the other teams. That's one though, just running in. Unfortunately, there was like a 3 stack on doors. You can just never expect that. Oh, okay, Aminola, long range on a Borkham through a smoke with the right click on a bookie. That's one way to open it up.
That was crazy, Aminola. Imagine if that was a judge though. Think of what you'd be able to do if it wasn't just a bucky. We know how good those judges can be, but still. Oh, Dispenser. He's on the hunt. It's no problem at all. It's 12-6. They just need one more round here. 5. They're on match point and they're living the dream. Are you seeing less quality? Is that what you're about to say?
Yeah. It's
it's
a little bit less for you as well.
It's dropped on my feed that's being sent for us.
Okay, good.
It's not me. My internet's fine. Everything's all good right now. I'm living the dream.
Once it ain't me. That's all that's all I'm worried about.
You always see it, right? Something drops and you're like, is it me or is it you?
Am I messing up? Or
Who,
is
me? Who you?
Who, me? All right.
Mate, Domineering started off so strong. Oh, no, it's not even working, but he gets domed. That's actually good. Amanola being able to pick up that kill is a huge one. So much early aggression being shown here. Super Domineering want to throw something that 5 didn't expect, and it's certainly working. They've got to revive up on them as well if they need to use it, but they might not even need to. It depends what the Spencer can get done. This is crazy. Super Domineering just swung out and delivered, but they had to commit so much to this.
You know, they've gone all in on this round in a way. Half in. Match in the pot. They've got a res still. They've got Raze to come through with the showstopper. And for Super Domineering, that's what they want. And they want to be able to pull into the next round and the next one and the next one. Because it's 6 in a row they need. You can't just put everything on the table now. Or you're going to be left short-handed later. B-side's completely open. There's a rotate on its way, but this should be a free plant. There's the smoke. Push around the back as well. Dispenser might have been spotted. And he was. Popman was too quick on that shot.
Popo Man has been so good as well. Oh, Borkham in a good spot though. He needs to land this kill. Oh! Not the timing working out for him. Who me? You've delivered many times before. They're lining up for you. Surely not like this. Fish comes in to take him down, but that could have been hella scary had he managed to land that one.
Definitely was hella scary for a minute. I'm only noticing now it's Popo, man, not Pop Man. Yeah, watch out, it's the Popo. He's coming around.
I take it from Dragon Ball Z. No, Mr. Popo?
No.
Oh, you don't watch Dragon.
I used to play Dragon Ball Z.
Help me out. Help me out.
I don't remember. I don't remember any
I'll
of the
educate
names.
you.
Vegeta
Really?
and Goku. I know like the main guys like Cell, the androids, Android
So
17, 18.
He was the assistant deity. He was always looking after the Guardian of Earth, so like Dende and then all the others that came in. He was a cool guy. He was really helpful.
Popo Dragon Ball. Oh, yeah, I remember this dude.
See?
Yeah, I didn't know his name, but I remember.
How can you not know Mr. Popo? Well, certainly the team's going to remember Mr. Popo on that previous round, but the ult went up there from ALCX, and he was really trying to seal it. He was really trying to get a third kill on the board, but he gets slapped just as he jumps up. Did he use a boost pack, or did he just jump himself?
He just jumped.
Ah, that's the error. So you need to do the fast boost and out. They can't catch you. But Superdomineering potentially getting a couple of back-to-back rounds here, especially the fact that Humi's very low as well. It'd be a huge blunder if Superdomineering can't take this round, though. Not just because they're going to lose the game, but because like you have such a good position and you've even got a revive in.
It all comes down to really what Borkum does here. Does he smoke first? No. Operator peeking that.
Oh,
Shot
what?
missed. Oh,
It's
man.
so, bro, that's not what you want to see happen.
There were two of them as well lined up. It could have been a collat. It could have been it should have been at least one kill. But nothing instead. I like the use of the cage there as well inside the smoke. So that, yeah, okay, smokes are not walls. You can't push through them, but at least they'd get an alert if they started pushing through the cage.
If 5 get this, it'll be crazy. Mr. Popo won't be revived by the Dragon Balls this time because it was used on ALCX. And Borkum's in a good spot to try and get this kill. Oh, he misses it though. He whiffs the first couple of shots. And Fish is running round. Now they can strike. Positions are going to be revealed. Yakama's going to try and stand strong, but it's not going to work out for him. The defuse comes up. But still, 5. Even getting to that position was pretty crazy.
Yeah, big whiff by Popo. And with that, Superdomineering had to come back into it on the clutch play. They managed it. And 12-8. The retake going in their favor puts them back on the board and back in a position where it's doable. 4 in a row. Not impossible. Still so difficult. 5 on the attacking side now, up against no ults with none. Where are they going to take it? These are the questions that Superdomineering need to answer. What's the approach of 5? And at the moment, it seems to be spread into defaults. But the operator over on the C side is starting to get aggressive, pushing all the way down. Oh, the TP, the right side was heard, but somehow Borkum's won that duel. That's ridiculous.
And look at Dispenser now. We know how good he can be, and he's just pushing on A-Long. They're all over the map. He's going to go off the back of the... Oh, I love that, right? You go in for me. You go and try to take the other drone, and I'll be there to try and tap you up. The camera's found one as well. This is not looking good for Superdomineering. Humi's found another. Oh, the shot comes out from Mao. It does land. But Dispenser wants to push on everything. He might want to heal himself up, though. It's kind of vital right now. He's on 10 health. Yakama's on low as well. Borkum needs to come around and back him up, and he's on a huge flank. This could be deadly, Mitch.
Oh, man. I really
smoke.
expected the wall to go up here by Dispenser
Yeah.
already, just so he can heal himself. I thought he was just
He's
getting in
like-
a better position, but he's decided
He's
against
just
it.
chilling. He said, you know, 10 health, we're still going to win. I'm not that worried. You should be worried, but he's not. And now they're just pushing round. Oh, no, he gets it with 10 health. Dispenser, you naughty boy. 13, 8, and 5. Clean out the group 3-0. So far, our only team in groups to get 3-0. What an impressive performance from those guys, proving why they're the invited team, Mitch. They look unreal. Okay, sloppy start at the beginning, but they just need to wake up clearly, and then they just went bang and slapped them around.
Yeah, exactly. They needed a little bit of warm-up time, but they definitely had it now. That was ridiculous coming through to the end. I thought we were going to be seeing Superdomineering taking their first win. It definitely looked possible. That first half played out pretty well, but really, we were cautioning it. We were worried about it. When you go over to that defensive side, that's where the better team often can just come through and smack you individually. That's definitely what happened here.
But what can you do against the like of Humi and Dispenser when they're playing like that? Amanholo had some successful ults, but still overall not getting enough kills on the board for it to be viable in there. ACLX started off strong and then massively slowed off towards the end. Borkum is still Mr. Consistent for this team. I just like what I'm seeing from him. I haven't got any real complaints. So what a wild way for this to go. I would say overall that when it comes to this game, 5s, even when they're being so far behind, prove that they've got the resilience and they've got the confidence in their own game and game plan. Because like you said at the end, they were going back to just saying some default plays. So even when they're just doing some defaults, it doesn't matter so much because they still didn't need to change things up even when Superdomineering started to get more aggressive and throw it back towards them.
Yeah, this is the thing. When I look at Humi as well, the ace that he had was so impactful. Can you imagine the morale after that? You got to be through the roof. Just wrecking house. And with 23 kills on the board, you see that, okay, you had that one ace. Other than that, though, the team is really, really nicely balanced in terms of the fragging power. It is definitely Humi and Dispenser that are doing a lot of the work in this game, but we saw it from Borkham in the previous as well.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
definitely capable. And when you got that much versatility on the lineup, all I want to see now is that from the start, they're tuned in a little bit, because it did get scary, right? They went down by quite a bit, and having to come back into the game, even if you are the favorites, is never ideal.
Now, Mitch, the next game we got coming up is Thailand Attitude, who are currently 1-1 with Paper Rex, right? But they're going up against Team SMG, who are 2-0 as well. So it could be the only other group that gets a 3-0 in here if Team SMG can handle Thailand Attitude. And then Paper Rex will be the last game of the day, going up against LGDS. And for Legends, they're not in there. They're on 0-3 potentially now. The highlights are kicking in. It's time for us to kick it to a break. Thank you for kicking it with us, and we'll see you guys real soon. That's what I just kept at you.
Get out of my way! Nowhere to run! Focus.
What's going on, people? We are back, and we don't just have 2 more games for you guys to love and enjoy when it comes to Valorant here. We got 3, because it's going to be a tiebreaker game, so make sure you stick around for that. But next up, we've got Thailand Attitude taking on Team SMG. Now, Fives became our first team to take the 3-0 in the previous group. We now move on to the last group, and they have a chance, Team SMG, of getting a 3-0 as well. The question is, will it happen? Well, we're about to find out. You got myself, James Banks, and Mitch Man taking you through all the action as always. And Mitch, today has been a lot of fun. And you can see Group D, we're finally there. We're nearly at the playoff stages, mate.
We are indeed. We're definitely getting there. Team SMG, they've been wrecking house the whole way along. Look at that, plus 10 round total. They've been looking pretty good. Now, I got to say, though, we saw Thailand Attitude the other day, and they weren't looking all too shabby either. Sure, there were a couple of instances of check your corners, but if you remember, what's his name in game? It's TaFZ, I think. THA, TaFZ, but his name's just The on the board. So I guess I should have been going with that. He was solid. He was insane as a Cypher as well. You generally don't see a Cypher do that much, but for him, he was delivering. Boom Barappa, Mushroom, Nugent, Patafan, all these guys dominated in their individual duels.
Oh, yeah, and this is what it's all about right now. We are looking at the wrong team on your screen right now. That's not who we're going to be seeing. That'll quickly change around. We're just trying to keep you guys on your toes, make sure it's right, make sure we're all doing it. Now, Mushroom or Mush to Room or Mush to I don't know how you're going to say it. I'm just going with Mushroom. He can just take his name like that. And Patafan, I was very impressed with. You mentioned Fee as well. This team does have a lot of skilled players on it, but we see this all too often when it comes to Valorant as an esports. Some of these players don't check corners, at all. It's not even a lazy peek. It's just, we think we've got the information. We play off that. And it's like, oh, whoa, no, wait.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple of instances where 2 or 3 times in a row a team pushes past the same corner, doesn't check it, gets sprayed in the side. But I think Thailand Attitude were one of the tighter teams that I saw up against Team SMG. Obviously, statistically, or based on what we've seen, it should be SMG that win it. But I don't know. I think they're in for a pretty rough time.
Interesting, right? We don't see this in EU and NA. Teams with more than 5 players on the roster, yet it's becoming quite a thing over here in Southeast Asia. I'm guessing that a lot of these teams are just trying to play off maybe people who are specific to an agent rather than we're seeing many teams over in our region mix it up a bit more. And I'm kind of down for this as long as you can keep the teamwork and synergy going. That's maybe where it could be lacking. I know Colbat, he's a name I'm very familiar with, but we've not even seen these full players play all of them yet. We've just seen mainly the main 5.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're talking about substitutes. We could be talking about coaches in here as well, something like that. But yeah, we've seen a couple of rosters that have those 6 or 7 players. This is quite unusual for us. For SMG though, they're topping out the group, so whatever the hell they're doing it right. To keep it up.
They really are doing it right. And when we look at this, right, this is the head-to-head we're going to have up as Zesby is up there with a huge average combat score. That's one of the highest I've seen throughout this tournament. Now, their wins, though, have not been all that, super dominant. They've had 113-6 against Paper X, but Paper X are actually a team that's pretty good from what we saw, right? They can hang. They even took the win over Thailand Attack. But then when it comes to them in the game they played to start off against Legend, who is the technically weaker team, and at least they've not showed up in the same way, it was a 13-10. So I'm looking key to see what kind of map we're going to end up here, because for SMG, they've played Bind and they've played only Bind. So if they can get another Bind in here, maybe that is their comfort zone for it. But maybe Thailand Attack can throw something at them, because Thailand Attack, the win they've had so far was on Split. And I know you love a bit of Split, Mitch.
I do indeed. Yeah, that game versus Legends was really interesting to watch. It was very close, right? 13-10. But I also mentioned during that game that Thailand Attitude didn't win any of the pistol rounds. They went down 5-0 because they forced bought second round attack. And with those aggressive decisions, sometimes you do get punished. But for them to still come through, win the game, and what was a fairly convincing second half on the defensive side, I'd love to see another split coming out in this one. I just don't think that SMG would be wise to allow that through.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's Split is one of those maps. I think Split in the center of the maps where it's not so much a middle ground for many teams, right? You get teams that are really good at Split. You get teams that are really good at Ascent. You get teams that will also just play it, but not to the highest enough level when it comes to it. And we're getting Ascent, Mitch. I haven't had this over the 2 days of commentating just yet. I'm down for an Ascent to come into play. And you know why? Because it is my favorite map, because I got queued it 9 times in a row and just thought, oh, okay, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's one thing, right? When you're consistently giving it, you gotta make the most of it. But for Ascent, for me, maybe in the future. Maybe I'll like it then. It's not captured my heart the same way as
No.
Split. Not just yet. The Team SMG going to be starting out on the defensive side. Considering the position that they're in, as the top team, I want to see them walk out with a pretty convincing defensive side. But as I said, Thailand Attitude, pretty capable team. We saw a lot of individual skill from them. And this is our first time commentating Team SMG. I wonder what we're in for. There's a lot of names there that we do recognize them.
Alright, so early aggression might be shown towards A. They're trying to peek out into it. They were delayed a bit. Now they're going to try and make this happen. Nice start coming out from Thailand Attitude. Domination from start to finish. Nugan jumps up with a right click, delivers a headshot. And SMG don't even know what hit him. That's probably the fastest round we've had, Mitch.
Absolutely, yeah. When it comes down to pistols or buy rounds, just over in the blink of an eye. Apologies to those that blinked and missed it. But Fourth Island Attitude, they gotta have smiles on their faces. The blitz worked, the fast, energetic play. Now it looks like there was a little bit of mid-round discussion, a mid-buy round discussion, about where they wanted to take things. And they're gonna move over towards the B side, stacking up with 5 players after just leaving a Cypher tripwire outside of A in case they decide to push.
Don't worry, Frazlive. You said you blinked and missed it. There's a VOD. You can try again. We'll play it in slow-mo for you, maybe. That might be an option. For Team SMG, though, they have to be very cautious of that on the next pistol round, right? Maybe they see some aggression even on the defensive side of Thailand Attitude. But it is only the pistol. It will get them the upgraded weapons for this round. And already, Boom's found himself a bit of mid-control here. He's pushing up with a Phoenix squad who only has the pistol. They need to be careful. This player crouched down. They need to check this. How many times do we see this not get checked and they end up being in a world of hurt? Oh, he's out in the open. He gets smacked in the head. On SMG, they get the 2 opening kills. But Thai, they're coming back, hoping they can hold strong and get into the B site. And what? There we go. 3 quick headshots. Patty Fan, you just showed them what the hell is up when it comes to using that ghost. Doesn't even need a weapon.
Tapping away. And that's what you'll see a lot of teams do, though, when it comes down to that round. They'll go in for a much weaker buy just so you can afford like an early operator and indeed just give yourself some more economic security. And the fact that there's Bulldogs in play, obviously we saw them buying those up in the previous round. I much prefer that. It is a bit more of an investment. It means you can't afford to lose players, obviously. But in general, the weapon is far, far better for this round right here than what you'll see from a Spectre. Spectre is useful in some circumstances if you can get up close and really catch them off guard. But Bulldogs can win head-to-head duels versus Vandals and Phantoms.
Yeah, definitely better on the Spectre being more close range, right? But the Bulldog, the Guardians, we've seen some craziness go down with that time and time again. I was actually expecting Pat to come in and get that operator, maybe try and look for some control at mid, try and get an early pick. But again, they want to favor this A-site bust potentially. Their Cypher's up towards B, making sure no flank comes in, which means they've got their asses covered for now. Recon doesn't even get any information. All it will tell you is that there's someone there. And here we go. Boom's going to get ready to pop it, and they're just going to play straight off the back of it.
Smoke is a little bit too deep over towards the A site, defensively speaking. Oh, this is
Making
nice.
it.
Ultimate through. That's sick, though. Lexi with a double just bails back. No, he sticks around a little bit too long, and that's loss of control. Now, look at the B site. Look at the position TaFZ is in, or just the, as it may be. I seem to know, though.
Killing it.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro, indeed.
Start removed.
This is not so good. You think SMG would have an awesome chance in that, right? An absolutely awesome chance. Because they got that 2 from behind. And now it's just looking that Thailand Attack have come out and with a new lease of life and just said, all right, yeah, cool, we lose 2 players there, no problem, but we'll battle back. This is... What do you do with your team SMG here? The confidence must be super knocked.
Yeah, you got to just take a save realistically. They had a read on the positions for each player, but they're still going in for it, throwing their weapons away.
Ooh.
It was very unlikely they got into that. I guess just because they're the favorites, they thought like, oh, hey, let's take the risk, let's go for it. But now they've been punished.
I'm not so much a fan of that, Mitch, I'll be honest.
No, but neither am I. Not at all. If this was a force by a second round from SMG, I'll accept that scoreline. But the reality is now, again, they're going to be on a light buy with pistols. And so, for Thailand Attitude, You should be looking at 4-0. That's a huge start for them, considering they're the underdogs.
Well, underdogs or not, maybe Ascent is not the one that we see for Team SMG. But remember, we've seen this a lot on Ascent. The attacking side can be oh so dominant. And then it becomes problematic for everyone else.
Revealing area.
Oh, Nugan. You got to be careful here. That Omen's looking to sneak through with a shorty in hand. Oh, he gets it, but he's only good for one. Oh, extra work being done. A bit of extra info as well as to where they are. But you can't really play off that because they're just hanging around in mid, right? They're not set up for somewhere. They weren't looking to go in a certain direction. So it's just a one and done kill.
I've realized how stupid I am now that Thailand attitude, all the players have Tha in front of them. But just because it was TH and TaFZ, I was like, TaFZ, that's a cool name.
Oh, dear.
It's just the... God damn it.
By the way, say Thailand again, please.
Thailand.
Thailand, not Thailand.
Oh, I was raised proper. I say my H's. I'm not Dean.
It's not about H's. This is essentially how you say the name of the country. You can't keep destroying this country name. But what they can see is Thailand attitude absolutely destroying SMG here. This is what I did not expect.
I thought that sneaky play on the back of the site for the Brimstone could have been huge, but... Well, I suppose it could have been, but it wasn't. Just got shut down in the end.
Gonna get you these language lessons, mate. Don't worry. We'll educate you on countries.
I don't know, I've always just... because I'm Irish and obviously people here do not pronounce H's, I've always been very conscious of saying like th.
Yeah, but some H's just aren't pronounced, you know. It's kind of just how the language
Too confusing bangs. Why can't we just all speak Irish? It's much easier.
Definitely not. No one wants to hear that. You only became loved and notable because of Conor McGregor, but oh, it's not checked. The corners again. Luckily, Fido just runs straight on him. Is able to take him down, so he won't be able to save the weapon over. 4-0. Thailand attitude looking good. They certainly have the attitude to run over him with, but they need to keep this going. They need to keep the pressure up. They need to keep mixing up. Don't want to become too predictable. That's going to be the main thing here because we do know what Team SMG can do. Now, what will happen? I just need to look at the groups again. So if Thailand actually get this and they win, they should be in. Yeah, they'll be in first place. But then if Paper Rex win their game against Legends, there'll be a 2-1. Oh, wow. We could be in, potentially for another tie here because Paper Rex beat Thailand attitude. Oh, Mitch. Oh, Mitch. This could get interesting. Yeah. We might have some more games on our hands for the day.
Also, I just wanted to point out that Bono was the original Conor McGregor. Maybe not so good in a cage fight, but slightly nicer person, so I think it balances out.
Only slightly, you know.
Only a little bit. Never heard of him punching an old man for not drinking.
I didn't actually know Bono was Irish.
You didn't?
No. I thought he was American.
Oh, okay.
He's lived in America for the most of his life now, hasn't he, probably?
Yeah, tax.
They all moved there.
That's all tax. But yeah.
Benefits of being a musician.
There you go.
Benefits of being a Valorant player in this region, though, is that if you're from Thailand attitude, if you're Thai, you'll be singing the praises of your team for now until Lexi, a forward position again. He's good for 2, similar to what we've seen on that round that still Thailand attitude took the win in. So SMG, can you make the most of this now? They're coming onto your site. They're trying to push forward, but the molly will slow them down. Great use of it for now. And the rotations come in fully. Full commitment. 3 players on the site. Only the Cypher towards B just in case. Dash comes through. They're going back onto the site. This could be a nice entry. Great stuff there from Zido. He's got the operator in hand. And that's it sealed. Kama comes in with a final 2. And they actually get around on the board. But it's taking some incredible plays from Lexi now to just even make it look like it's possible.
That's the problem. You can't have a player come through and just deal like 2-3 Ks to win you around. There's got to be something more reliable than that because you simply can't do that every single time. If you look over towards the attacking side of Thailand attitude, sure, it's been a top-heavy scoreboard for some of these rounds, and for most, I suppose. But on the attacking side, I think that's a little more achievable round to round. Where's that camera actually over towards the B site?
Ooh. Can you see? I can hear it being used.
Up in the window, is it? No, it doesn't have side over. It's just on this wall as they come through. It's been spotted now, tagged up. It's really nicely played. It was the ult that they took down through the smoke, but still, at least dealing with it before it can do some serious damage.
SMG trying to hold on here, but it's not going to work out. Boom. Comes in with a swift 2 kills. Still a winnable situation for SMG, but they need to get the information. Nugan needs to be very careful. Might not expect this player being dropped down. Oh, did spot the barrel of the gun and then walk straight into Z's. This is not what you want here. Paddy throws out the flashes, wants to make sure he's pushing them back, wants to bide as much time as possible here. Lexi going forward though with the molly, the smoke's down. This is a great execute from SMG. This is what we expected to see from him. He should know now where the next player is as well. Oh, but it's boom! Making it go kaboom in every way because Lexi's all alone. His teammates have fallen. He didn't expect it, but Lexi's looking to clutch it out. He's been a master on this Phoenix so far, but he's dancing around. He's being played like a fiddle. He's going to try fake out the defuse, but it's not going to work out. There's not enough time. Lexi gets the kill, but that's all he's going to get. Despite his best efforts, he dies to the spike, and the round goes to Thailand Attitude. Wow, what a great execute from Thailand Attitude, Mitch, but SMG handled it oh so well.
Yeah, SMG did a really good job. Just getting in there, trying to find all those kills. Realistically,
it came down to timing.
It came down to timing. It came down to Boom Barappa having just one of those rounds we've seen from him before, man. Just wrecking house with that 3K. But I will say a little bit overzealous going in for that final because when he just swung, you saw how close that came. That really, really could have went back over in the favor of SMG with that 1v1. But the Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie game was perfectly handled by Thailand Attitude. 5-1, man. It's gotta hurt for SMG because it's one of those rounds where you do everything right and then you just get smacked out by a guy hitting headshots one after another. And you're like, come on, really, we needed that round. I gotta do it now.
Now, when it comes to what SMG need to do here, the aggression's been working out for them at times, but eventually Thailand Attitude are going to expect it and just wait for it. And this could be happening again if they're not careful. Nugan's popped his ult, which is going to be huge. But in a round like this, do you pop it this early? Is it that needed?
I guess, like, in a way, it's good to have, but I prefer to just keep it in case you do end up low on money or in a disadvantageous position in the round. But look, he's trying to entry with it anyway. Trying being the keyword. Ran out of knives. Now the ultimate through. That's dangerous. They've all got to run out to site. Split. Nugent manages to win the first duel and the second as well. That's ridiculous on the trade back. He's got site control. Oh, that's nice.
Dominating. He dominated when that ult went off and still was split away from most of his teammates. Doesn't have much health, but he's done the damage he needs right now. How are they going to back away? Surely. Do they really want to go for this? Surely not. Maybe they're going to go for exits at best, but you're heavily outnumbered. Position's being checked. Yeah, the first few shots come out. The Cypher says, no, we're not going to try play on that. We can't get any control. There's no way in right now.
Yeah, time to just go and carry these weapons through over towards the B site. You can see they're running away. And a small detail, but it's sweet. The Cypher picking up all those little tripwires, getting his extra bit of cash. He doesn't have to invest into the next round. There's Thee doing the same. Or Thathy, as I was calling him the other day. I still think that's a good name. Thathy. Goes well. I want to hear Dean say it. Hattie.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's 6-1, Banks.
This is scary. Really scary.
We saw this exact scoreline earlier, though, right? And the team came right back into it. The problem for me is that at this point, there was like 4 or 5 ultimates online. I think it was 4 with 1 point away from the 5th. They were able to, charge into that one, smack them out. They'd already had some individual performances. Right now, for SMG, they don't look like the team that's topping the group. They really don't.
No. Oh, there we go. Mushroom. He's got information. Tries to make the ult work. He's going to try following through the wall. A little bit too far, though. A bit overstretched. Throws the last one as a shot in the dark. But New Jenny's got so far forward here. Boom puts the shadow out. Oh! You're being flanked, though. Less than ideal. This could be what SMG needed. They start off strong, but New Gen goes into a wall. Headbutts that, and then Lexi rips his head off with the ghost. Look at the new positions. They've gone to take off this mid.
Zesbu literally has the spike just in his sights, but now he's been flanked out on mid. Big play. Mushroom needs to run away, but takes out the shock dart. Didn't need it. TaFZ was quick on the trade through the wall. That's really bad for Thailand attitude, though. They've been slowed down. The opportunities are being given back to them, though, Banks. SMG going out for fight after fight individually.
Oh, nice shots there from Camera at the end, even with the Sheriff. A really solid round coming out from SMG. Thailand attitude. That was just unfortunate. If the Jet could have got maybe one more kill, they would have been able to push in, but they were held back at B for so long. And they really didn't know where to look or where to turn when it came to that.
Yeah, Banks.
I'm wondering, when it comes to SMG now, like, you just need to get some momentum from it. Do you just start throwing some aggression back their way?
Maybe. We spoke about that earlier, right? Though when you go through for aggressive plays over on the defensive side, it can spiral out of control really quickly if things don't work out. They've just spotted a couple players outside of B. I'm surprised Hunter's Fury wasn't popped up like immediately to try and deal the damage in the early round. What's also odd that we haven't touched on, I think we've just gotten so used to it at this point, is that the agent picks are absolutely wild in this game. That's a nice opening to TaFZ. Hold on. Nugent in with another up close. This is a disaster. Nugent's still going through the fire. Got a little safe corner. It's all clear. They know now that they're coming from mid, and although TaFZ falls, still 4v2. Should be pretty easily winnable. Indeed, it proves to be. Oh, hello.
Oh, the hunt. He's there as well. Nugent was happy and hungry for those kills. And Thailand attitude, they're not letting off the gas at all.
So, yeah, back to the Asian picks.
Yes.
No Sage on a map where typically you'll always have a Sage, which is a very odd decision-making curve. You've got Sova, normal. Cypher, no, normal. Omen, again, very normal. Now, Omen and Brimstone on SMG seems to be an Asian meta that they're going for with the two smoke agents.
Yep.
Interesting. I haven't seen the merit to it just yet, but we'll leave it a while before judging. As I said, new things always need to be experimented with.
What I'll say on that, though, I think it's also styles. You can see definitely the styles of how these teams are playing are very different to what we've seen in Europe and North America in terms of the execution. So maybe this just fits better for playing against these teams. They will likely have to play this very differently when it comes to world events and going up against teams that are in NA and EU.
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. It's like it works at this region, but when you go international, I don't know if it's going to work up against the more, I feel like, structured style of play over in Europe.
Yeah, you got to mix it up a bit more. That ult's going to be popped again from the Jet. Is it going to... Oh, no! Lexi delivers it with the Sheriff. Still, though, there should be a Thailand attitude round. SMG, though, gets sideswiped, and ZB, he is the man. Okay, the flanks on go. He nearly puts the heart on them, and boom! 33 health, and he lands the headshot onto Lexi. Lexi's been huge for Team SMG over and over again, but this time around, he can't make it work. Oh my, boom, boom, bang. Headshots delivered, my man.
Massive performance. And again, like Boom Barappa, we mentioned him as a player that did a lot of damage last time we were looking at this team. And jeez, he's delivering on just a ridiculous level. I'm glad we came in with that caveat, right? Not just going, oh, well, SMG top of the group, so they're the favorites. Like, we saw so much promise from Thailand attitude on that split game versus Legends.
Especially on maps as well, right? Because we haven't seen Team SMG play Ascent, and it's a very different map to everything else.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Obviously, they've done their homework on this one. They're ready to go. Because these executes have been fairly nice, I think, considering the level of team they're supposed to be up against. And even now, they get control over towards A. They then back off. They're grouped up in the B site. They are still poking short, but it's with a Jet who has that fallback mechanic we spoke about a couple of times. The only problem is now that the smoke fades on mid, I feel like she's pretty much trapped over towards this site. Look, it's just a smoke, popping the cage, making them commit over towards the A site. Now they've spotted them, though. Now they know there's 3B. It should be a full rotate. They've got to go quickly before those rotates come through.
Push comes in. Oh, the Jet is on point, rushing forward, wants to do some damage, but instead gets taken down. They're trying to work around the sides. They're pushing smokes, which isn't ideal. They're giving SMG a good chance. The Cypher ult on Fee is going to be used. We'll reveal the positions for now. Tries to spam it, but they'd already moved. Oh, it's a Cypher for Cypher ult trade-off. And even the camera lands, though. Fee, fast and furious with it. Mushrooms delivered one with a shock dart. And this is looking bad again for SMG now. You're in a 2v3, but you need to start winning some rounds. These are rounds you need to try and make happen. It has to go clutch mode. All right on the edge of the smoke. Mushroom pushes through it. This could be the error that they make. Oh, he knows it. Nicely done. TaFZ is getting there. Camera comes in to finish it off. It may be just a 1v1 at the very end there, but that's the way you play it out. The Omen taking his advantages wherever he could.
I've learned something new today, Banks. If you shoot someone in the hand, it kills them with the operator. And I genuinely didn't know that. Because obviously when you look at Counter-Strike, and indeed this game, if you leg someone, they don't necessarily die. But the hands, they're essential for holding the gun, obviously. So you're as good as dead if you can't hold your weapon. That'd be interesting, actually. If you shoot someone in the hands, they just drop their gun to just run at you, bite you or something. I'd like to see that mechanic.
Hand of death, man. Hand of death. Remember, if you don't have your hands, you should die because like you can't pick up the weapon anyway.
Exactly.
Rip clean off.
You still got teeth. You still got feet. It turned into some karate stuff. And spin kicks on them.
Jet can do it. Oh, the aggression. He does manage to tag him. But his bees was doing huge work in that previous round, going down already. Drone goes out to get some extra information in there. Now Paddy wants to find some success in forcing the play out of position. They need to push off something like that. Oh no, they've got to be careful from the ults going out. Isn't actually going to connect though. We'll at least just... It was a very random ult, wasn't it? Like maybe he expected them to push, but I don't know, man.
Panic. Like it
It's
wasn't
like, oh, they're
even,
coming.
It wasn't even aggressive that it would push them out. It was for them running out. He's essentially used his ult as a smoke that lasts a few seconds. That was so odd. Now they've just rotated B on the back of that easy plant, and what a waste from Team SMG. Like such a valuable ultimate. It was out the window.
It's the last round as well, so I guess he just felt like, oh, I need to use it. But it'd be better on a time like this. The B site's so small. If he could deliver it, that'd be huge.
Or when they do actually, maybe it was miscommunication on the player that was peeking, but when they actually do push through, that's when you use it realistically, so that you can split them or kill them if they do continue to run through.
SMG, I don't know what this round was, but that's not how you play it out. 9-3 first half. Thailand attitude. They're loving a bit of Ascent. Admittedly, we've always said this, right? That Ascent is very good when it comes to being an attacking sided map. But I mean, I'd say like, this is so difficult. Like we've seen this from teams like G2, we've seen this from teams like Liquid, but like SMG, you've been good. You're 2-0 right now. You potentially going to be 3-0 in the group. I'm just very scared for what they can do.
Maybe SMG have been watching a whole lot of EU VODs of NIP. They're like, okay, I know what to do. We need to get smashed on the first half and then come back into it later. That's how you win games. It didn't work for NIP, but you know, maybe they figured, well, in Asia, that's exactly how you do it. We'll see.
Ooh, that's a really good shock dart as well. Lexi put on to 82 health from the very start. He's checking for a camera, but camera's a bit more defensive by the looks of it. Up above him, I like that camera angle actually. Because for you to look at that as you come through, you're exposing yourself from the Sova trying to poke you. Triple icon at least though. Oh, takes a few shots at the Phoenix. He was already low. Why is Phoenix not trying to heal himself up a bit now?
I guess it's just he wants to use maybe the wall to get himself out, the Molotov to clear positions. Like it makes sense in a way, but entering when you're low HP, maybe not so much. Good trades though. Fall.
Power.
He's doing it.
Is it going to be enough though? Plant comes in, the retake's on its way. It's a bit more synchronized from Thailand attitude. They're all grouping up together. You've got the Phoenix that can flash you in as well. Good position from SMG to avoid that coming in. Oh, and I like this from Paddy. He's just checking. He wants to make sure. But that's not so good because Boom's gone out on his own. Oh, the shorty's working out. He's going to grab himself a ghost for his trouble. But Foul, he stands strong. He delivers all the kills on the Cypher. And that's going to give him a 4th round finally. Potentially leads up nicely into the 5th unless they get upset because they will have the better weapons with it. It's still game on.
That was really interesting there for Padafan as well. It sucked running on through. He thought that the Molotov had spread into the corner, so fall couldn't be there. But he was very wrong. Oh, that's bringing back memories of beta. I was a Sova main in beta, and that's all I used to do while we were waiting for the walls to disappear. Just continuously right-click, make a little tune out of it.
Have some fun at the beginning, hype yourself up.
Exactly.
With your Sova music.
Like in that game Hold Fast, you gotta play the drums, play the bagpipes, play March in the War.
Such a great game. Oh, Lexi though. Are they gonna... Yeah, he might just walk out to his death here. If the shock dart goes out, they're gonna have good information on where the Sova might be. Oh, misses it though, Fee! No, you can't get the shotgun kills in. Lexi stays alive. He's actually got good health, all things considered, how close range that was.
Looks like Thee was trying to play that game. He was using a musket there. The accuracy was just non-existent. Only connecting a couple bullets, but here we go. The shorty charged. They're chasing him down. There was no way out. Oh my!
Just was like, okay, rip me. This is not fun. This is not possible. Ooh, new gen. Hello, going for the flying shots. I like the style Thailand attitude is showing us.
Well, let's see.
The next round's going to tell us a lot, though.
Lexi, what are you doing?
Oh!
Swings up close to the
with
shorty.
it, man. He's all up for it. He's like, I missed one shorty killing me. I'll miss many more.
He's immune.
He's dodging the
Invulnerable to
bullets.
shorties.
Rainer on a Phoenix. How scary is that? Zesby. Oh, what?
What a shot.
That was quick. He took it. The shot just hit him. 20 health, and he still lands the heady. This Bees loves the snipers, man.
Oh, he's even upgrading at the moment. He says, screw it. I don't need a Marshal. And honestly, considering the position in rounds, I don't know. I'm not in two minds. One, they need to win this one, right? Continue the streak. Yeah. But also, if you lose this and you've fully upgraded, then you're in a really bad position. You'll probably have to eco.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather him keep it.
I'm down for him to upgrade just because obviously if he has to double tap him or can't actually hit him enough, you know, at least with the operator we know we've seen what he can do. Yeah, it's all about him getting these openings of it. I think it all comes down to how confident they might be feeling, but the confidence may be dwindling after that initial pick. They're also going to have the information spotted out here for him. Lexi wants to flash his way around. Mushroom just tanks it. He just stands there hoping. But that's not going to work out. Spectre's actually getting 2 kills is very important. Oh, boom. I like that. You push around the drone. But then you run into Alexi, who has been popping off since the very beginning of this game. Doesn't matter that SMG are down on rounds. He's just been having a great game.
Shadows traveling.
Here we go. 3 versus 1. Not a likely winnable position for Nugent.
Yeah, New Gen is in a rough spot for sure. We'll at least get the kill onto Foul. But timing. It's all about timing. Will they try and hunt him down? Will they just allow him to take the weapon away?
I'm guessing this lady's not going to go for it. It's a shame because he has the dash still. We know that can be a game changer, but
yeah.
In the position he's in, he'll hear them as they start to run out towards the attacker spawn. This is a chance if they do, but it looks like defenders where they're going.
Yeah, no problem at all. They exit together. They keep their weapons. They won't be found. They try to get a bit of spam in case they are hiding away. But SMG chaining a few rounds together now, looking better. But they're still not out of the woods. It's a long road ahead of them. 6 rounds even to make it to match point. No mistakes to be made here. Because we know if you allow Thailand Attitude back in, it's going to be all guns blazing for them. I'm loving the fact we're seeing some shotguns pulled out as well. So we're up for some more craziness to come into this.
You know, I like the bookie. What I like about this game is the fact that the bookie and the judge are both viable, but they have their advantages. You don't want to judge long range, but a bookie has that range capacity. Obviously, close range, you probably prefer to have the judge, and certainly against hordes of enemies, that's going to help you a lot more. I feel like it's quite well balanced, which is something we don't get in a lot of games. Again, it's like, even if a shotgun does work, there's 1 out of 3 or something like that. There's an example of the bookie doing some work as he just takes down Fall, who does, in fact, live up to his name and falls right there in the middle of the entry towards the A site. And Zespew, what is this guy doing? He just heard a bookie and saw it kill his teammate. So he starts pushing forward. It works out for him, but that was one hell of a risk.
Risk versus reward. Can it pay off here? SMG. Nice position here from ZBs, but yeah, he gets it easily. Paddy can't push through that. Pushing for a smoke against an operator is never an ideal position to fight from. Now they've only got one more to find. It is the Sova who's just going to be hanging at B and hoping to hold on to what he's got. But that could be 7 now for SMG. Slowly but surely they're pulling their way back into this. They're looking a lot better on this attacking side. We see it all too often when it comes to Ascent.
Yeah, and Zespew just has no fear coming in on that scope, right? He's just swinging on in, looking for duels. Now that they're on the attacking side, you need an opera like that who's going to be able to just go for those aggressive peaks. Again, versus the bookie, maybe not the best of ideas, but it's paid off for him. With their 7th round on the board, you got to also think on the fact that Thailand Attitude didn't have a full buy here. The disadvantage for them moving forward is that they obviously don't have a lot of ultimates in play, whereas their opponents definitely do. But if you are Thailand Attitude, I don't think you'll be all too tilted just yet. Now I believe they got a full buyout. You can never trust what we're seeing on the screen at the moment. Those phantoms just appear above everybody sometimes. I'll wait until I see a scoreboard to conclude. But I think they should be able to invest into this one because they light bought into the previous. Yes.
I'm getting very impressed with why SMG were here right up at the 2-0 because this is a real comeback.
They're up against the double op setup, but Patafan's already been dropped. The early advantage massive, and we talked about that, right? Zespew, the aggressive operator player, but maybe a little bit too much.
Even with that Cypher upload coming in, it was just a lack of timing there for him. If it had been a second later, he probably would have seen him through the smoke, been able to take a shot, an accurate shot onto him. Time actually still well within taking this round. Foul has to get that spike and decide where they want to go. They've got a bit of control towards B that they can work off of here. Mushroom looking to try and get those shock darts done, but not going to connect with anyone just yet. Players are too far away. His recon bolt being destroyed, though, is going to give them a telling sign.
Yeah,
With a force of rotate coming in. Not just yet. The smokes are going down. Oh, the push in. Oh, from the side. Lexi was given a free ride. And he instantly takes down Fee as well. Only the Omens are fine. But Boom is standing strong on his own. It's now all on Lexi. He's been pivotal for this team over and over again. But NewGen, what a shot. With the operator, fast and furious. He flicks it and he hits it. And they finally get a 10th round on the board.
Well, that was just disgustingly good. What a flick by NewGen. And the round could have spiraled from there, right? It would have been a 1v1. Who knows which way that one goes. Very valuable round win for Thailand Attitude. The double operator setup pays off. But sadly, they haven't got the credits to pay for it this time. In fact, they're even down to a Bulldog and a Bookie. Up against the strong bite that SMG have after winning 4 consecutive rounds. This is not the ideal situation for Thailand Attitude. You want to be able to get all of the weapons you can. The opening duel is going to be so important. NewGen picks up one, traded afterwards. They have to be careful now. The drone went through. They clear out B. That operator is going to be retrievable. The question of whether they want to or not. They've now lost control towards market. This is starting to get very dangerous for the B player.
Timing on this, divine. It's a scary position for him to be in. Doesn't have much health either, and he needs to deliver for his team to push in. Because if he doesn't get this play, if he doesn't clear this, oh no. He does the recon, and Mushroom probably won't be spotted by that, will he? Oh, it comes in timing. It works out. He checks it. Mushroom's down. Paddy. On the edge. This is still doable. Oh, he checks it. You love it when they check corners, Mitch. It's finally happening. But the Cypher tags him up and runs away. He'll get back up to full health. Boom can push on this quite nicely. Together, this is definitely doable. But it's going to come off to a lot of timing with this. Especially with an operator. He's always upgraded to the Vandal. So Paddy now goes in with a rifle. They're going to try and make this happen together. It's all going to come down to this peak. He's right on the edge of it. Oh, the Cypher misses. They both swing on him at the same time. He doesn't know who to hit. And Thailand attitude. That's 2 in a row. They get the 11th round. What a big play.
Absolutely massive work, Banks. That didn't look really all too doable. I know you believe, but as Patafan came down that ramp, I was just saying to myself, check your corners, man. And he did. And that was honestly one of the spots where I didn't think he would. I wouldn't have. As you go on through, there's so much to worry about over towards the house itself. Underneath where the switch is for the door. You got over towards spawn. A close left corner, you wouldn't imagine they'd be in that aggressive of a spot that early on. But they were. And he checked it, taking the kill, winning the round on the back of that pretty much, or opening up the potential for it. With a 4-round lead, Thailand, there we go. Thailand attitude might actually be able to overthrow Team SMG from that top spot.
Oh, nice shot landed though. At least for Divine to take that camera down quick. Will be spotted out, but didn't get the dart put on him.
Shadows traveling.
So much being committed to this from SMG. They know their backs are up against the wall, but I'd like to see them try and bait out using the Omen ult to force someone to push up into it. Divine now, vision denied. Can't see as he tries to work his way around this. There's a jet on the other side, and it's New Gen. Oh, that was close. Zesby. That was like at his toes. He's only got 9 now.
I feel like that caliber shot would take off more than just one, to be honest. Oh my god. Look at
Lining
this.
him up.
How is he
This
doing
is
it one
it.
after
Oh
another?
my god. One by one, they poked him. You should never be doing that as an operator. Go together if you're going to do it, guys. What on earth? You just made it so easy for him.
A 4K in the space of as many seconds with an operator. That's just insane. Mistakes by SMG really starting to roll on through, and if you're Thailand attitude, man, you've got a smile on your face. They've just been gifted match point, and they might just be taking the top spot in the groups. This is insanity.
Install as well on Ascent. They've thrown him a curveball, mate. They're now running with it.
Nowhere to run.
Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Popped off in the distance. Looking for some kills. New Boombarappa with the frag. Mushroom as well. And this could be it, James. A 5 versus 2. And only Hunter's Fury in play for SMG. Oh, the no-scope attempt. It's, gotta respect it.
Yeah, he's just going in, but he's like, we definitely got this. No problem at all. But instead, the slight problem is that they're heavily outnumbered, certainly outgunned. Shots being rattled off, but nothing going to connect for now. Divine just hoping for an opening here. He wants them to poke. Now, they may have done it on the previous round, but it was... Oh, New Gen. He's loving life right now. It could be a 13-7 scoreline for Thailand Attitude to take first place in the group and upset the potential 3-0 for SMG. It gets done. And my oh my, Mitch, that was a game of really madness from start to finish that we just didn't expect. We came into this saying, yes, we've seen Thailand Attitude. They've looked good in a lot of moments. But we said SMG, they're up 2-0 at the moment. Okay, some of the games are a little bit closer, right? They had the 13-6 against Paper Rex, but most teams are able to get past that. Paper Rex actually beat Thailand Attack. So this makes it crazy. If Paper Rex beat Legends in the next game, how does that work out? That would be Paper Rex going first in the group because they beat Thailand Attitude. Oh no, how did this work? I can't do the maths, Mitch. I can't work it out.
I think at that stage you need a tiebreaker, right? Because Paper X beat Thailand
yes.
Attitude. Thailand Attitude beat SMG, but SMG beat Paper X. So it's like a 3-game round robin madness.
Oh man, you do love to see it, right? That's gonna be wild.
That
We
would-
already have one tiebreaker, so we're gonna have potential 2.
Potentially. We'll take a look at that if it comes up anyways. Look at that scoreboard for now. Patafan, 24 kills. And really, what pushed him up so far above his teammates was that 4K where they just ran into him one after another. He was so happy with that. I'm surprised, though. Thea and Mushroom, he definitely was one player I complimented a lot on Split. And he didn't really have a great game. Not terrible either. Doing his job for sure. But as a fragger, he was massively there in the previous game. And so to see the rest of the team have that reserve to step up, it's scary, man. Thailand Attitude definitely a team to be feared in the region.
I think I need to look at the rule book as well again, because the round difference come into play as well, because it's +5 at the moment for Thailand Attack, +4 for Team SMG. If Paper X beat Legends, they're only on -3 at the moment. If they have a really good game against Legends, oh man, this is going to get wild. This is going to be a lot of fun. So our next game is Paper X, who came through the Singapore qualifier, going up against Legends, who came from the Hong Kong qualifier. We.
Two quality teams. And even then, when you take a look down at the results, like Legends, obviously we saw them lose to Thailand Attitude. We saw Paper X beat Thailand Attitude and lose to SMG. It has been a really competitive group down in Group D. There's no easy games, that's for damn sure.
No,
the only thing
definitely
is,
not.
Legends have got those 2 losses, right? So at this stage, they should be out of it. So they are, yeah, they're definitely out.
Yeah, they're done. They can't win.
So for them, I wonder where it's going to be at motivation wise, but it's definitely still worth it if they are the team that's, you know, guaranteed a loss in this. It's still worth it to keep yourself in it mentally, just to try and get that win and prove to your team that, you know, there's something to work with there.
Well, I'm really excited to see how this is going to work out, because Thailand Attack, we said how good they looked yesterday. They just went up against a team who was looking like the best in the group and showed them how to get it done. But I did say, right, when we were looking at it, SMG, they'd only play Binded to this point, clearly not an Ascent team. But we're running to a break, guys. Enjoy the highlights, get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks, and come back for Paper X taking on Legends.
All good. Joke's over. Good day.
Oh, really? Everything's fine my end. What's going on, guys? We are back. It's time for another game to go our way. And actually, it's not the last game of the day because we are covering off the final group here, Group D. And it's going to be Paper Rex taking on Legends. An all-important match because if Paper Rex win, we get a three-way tie, Mitch.
Yes, we do, and that will spawn some interesting scenarios, to say the least. I'm not qualified to talk about exactly what they are as just yet. We'll have to have a look into the rule book to see on that one. It's always a little bit different, depending tournament to tournament. But as to whether that's going to happen or not, well, it's all down to Legends and if they can take over Paper Rex. We're seeing on our screens right now, and for our first time, Banks, we didn't get to cast these guys yet.
Yeah, and this is it, right? I get to see how Paper Rex is going to be able to hang, what they're going to be able to do here. And this is a team that, okay, yeah, they're sat down in third place, 1 win, 1 loss, but they just beat, well, they beat in the opening day, Thailand Attack, but then they lost out to SMG. SMG didn't look so good in that previous match we saw when it came to playing Ascent. And for Paper Rex, they play Bind twice. And again, there's a lot of Bind. I'm going to say, all these Group D's been the Bind day. One split in there, and then a hell of a lot of Bind, and we just saw an Ascent go down.
These teams definitely love their bind. It's like that middle ground. We'll see if they go for it again, though, up against this opponent. I feel like if you see a team consistently playing the same map, maybe it's something you want to ban out, but then again, maybe you go back and check the VODs out and find some interesting information. Easy to take them down. Here's Legends coming on your screens. A team that we saw over on Split taking down, or going off against Thailand. I keep going to say Thailand Attack. Thailand Attitude. There we go.
Yes.
And obviously they didn't win that game. It was relatively close, but I think this was a team that had many more issues than what we saw from the Thai team. consistently not clearing corners. They were a little bit messy when it came down to the attacking side as well. And as I said, they went up 5-0 in early rounds and yet weren't able to close out the map, which is always really alarming if both pistols go your way.
Oh, massively so, right? Now, here for, I guess, for Legends, you sit here and you want to prove a point that you're still viable in this. But for Paper Rex, this is the game changer. This is where you can still make it to playoffs. This is what it all comes down to and how you want to show your best level. Look at this average combat score that we've got here for I Am Allen. Well, Mr. Allen out here, pretty high up compared to Brandon when we're comparing the two heavy hitters for the team. But the difference is, it never really matters that much if you can't find your comfort zone, if you can't find the confidence. What games have we seen today? Games that started off in ways we did not expect, Mitch. One did finish the way we had expected, and the one we just saw definitely didn't. It was a curveball thrown at us, where Thailand's attack just looked so strong on ascent.
When Paper Rex took on Thailand Attitude, who we just saw, he had an insane game. He dominated 21 kills, Nuchin as well. And obviously, those were players that were kind of missing over towards the game that we just saw. Now, when I look at how Paper Rex performed, they managed to get a total of, 6 rounds on the defensive side. Now, this was over on Bind, obviously. And then they came through to do a little bit more on the attack, winning at the pistol. Yep. And, okay, they managed to finish out 13-9. It was a victory. They had, most importantly, a very tight-knit scoreline. When it came to the scoreboard. Egoist, Brandon, and Nudomnia is what I'm going to go with. God, that's going to be hard to say. They're all within 1 kill of each other up towards the top of the scoreboard. And that, again, is something that's quite important when you're just assessing a team for the first time, if it's fairly tight-knit and not just one player carrying everything.
Ooh, okay, we're getting a Haven. Should be a middle ground for both, right? Should be something where everyone can play it. I think Haven and Bind are the maps which everyone finds their most comfort on. Split is becoming a bit more normal, certainly in this group, as we just touched on. But most importantly, when it comes to Ascent, it's still that map that some people just absolutely hate or they absolutely love.
I don't think I know a team that doesn't like Haven, actually. Not playing it at all. The thing about this map, and I've heard a couple of pro players say it, is that it's essentially, it's a great map whenever you realize that the B site doesn't exist. As soon as you just start ignoring it, and we saw that from Liquid, right? They were playing very C and A heavy with Cypher Cage on B, essentially treating it like map control as opposed to a defensive bomb site. Because realistically, it's very easy to retake if you split in from both sides.
Where they're playing for those retakes over and over again. Oh, the timing! Retler just went. Flash in? Oh no, there's a wall. That's unlucky. They're being pushed a bit from this as well. They're having to fall back. A few shots being fired out. The wall will eventually be broken, but they need to get some kills. Oh, Brandon. He gets shock darted down to 45 health already. No way.
There's the smokes coming on in. They want to push through the garage. The boost as well in play. That blind not quite working out all too well for Egoist, but it also stopped their opponents from peeking. Unfortunately, they just fell back and set up this crossfire, spraying down in the firing line and taking kills for days, leaving just JD Faker, and he's tapping away with the right clicks. It ain't working for him. Good night and sweet dreams.
Paper Rex were unlucky from start to finish on the opening parts of that round. And then we get to see it go in a different way where Legends start to battle back into this, try and make it work. And then they do it even when they allow them to get site control. Huge plays coming out from them and a good read on what their opponents were throwing at them.
The Legends are going to be very happy to find that opening duel. As you said, great reads coming out from them as well. And this is a team that, okay, if you just look at the score up the top and say 0-2, they've had 2 losses, and obviously Paper Rex have had 1 win and 1 loss. You look at the team they beat, Thailand Attitude, who also defeated Legends. You would think then, logically, that Paper Rex win this game. And whilst they can, I'm not saying they can't, the likelihood for me sits in towards a very tight game, a very close one. And Legends certainly have already proven themselves to be a worthy squad.
Now, Twitch chat, you know I like to hear from you guys at the beginning of the game. This round is definitely, well, this game is more important, sorry, for Paper Rex. They've got this chance to make a 3-way tie. Where Legends, they're fighting for survival, they're fighting for a bit of respect to be thrown their way. respect put on their name. But which way are you guys going? Who do you want to win this out? You more on the Paper X side or the Legends side?
I think
What are you guys thinking?
I would probably go with Legends. I don't know how Twitch chat are going to respond, but I think
Mitch.
they've just had so much to show us over these last games that we saw from them.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a couple rounds here and there, a couple loose decisions and corners not checked that cost them, but surely they've got to learn over time now that they've had a couple of games to practice. They also have a much larger history playing this game as a team than Paper X do.
Oh, wow. Paper X with a shorty still on this round, looking to do some damage. Spectres helping out at the same time. Legends being forced away out of their positions. Worried about a push coming in as well. You can't turn many corners on this one. And easily headshot landed. 1-1 for now. And that's a great second round to get up on the board. Paper X getting it done. Because you picked the Legends, Mitch. It's all your fault.
Yeah, I've cursed them. That's my bad. My predictions on what map it'll be were always good over in the previous Ignition series. When it came down to who's going to win, though, it was the exact opposite. 100% map rate pick, 0% team win pick. See if my luck's carried forward. As I said, I'm expecting a tight game between these teams. Answering back in the second round definitely is a massive boost for Paper X. Remember, winning this one gives that three-way tie and makes it a very, very complicated scenario to decide the top two.
Yeah, when you look at this, right, you should be saying that Paper X want this more. Legends just want to avoid humiliation of going 0-3.
Yeah, there's no prize money, there's no placement. All there is pride.
Ooh, okay, good entry this time though. I am Alan on the raise. Just tries to walk in and have a look towards B and just gets domed. Straight into it as well. No, that means A is completely clear. And for Paper X, they're running around large and in charge. Oh, the trip's just going to spot him out as well. Pandemonium has the information to play off of. Ooh, gets very close to a shorty. He's down on 42 health. Luckily, manages to get the kill on the board. An Egoist. Well, his ego is going to be running high after that one. They both tried to peek into him. It wasn't going to work out. He picks him up. He was only against pistols, though. So now it's where we'll start to see the real battle go down.
I will say I really liked Paper X's attack. You saw them actually push up towards B, smoke left side for the doorway, but on the right, they didn't actually smoke for the players rotating in from A. Instead, they smoked off for the back of site in case someone had fallen back to that position. That way, they could push forward and seize control of the right side in towards the A site. And obviously, you saw them win that duel up against Null, claiming that map control for their own. And that negates the possibility of, as we were saying before, retaking B by splitting in through both angles, because they no longer have that A side control, and now it's a choke point essentially because they have to push through from the C side. And as long as bottom mid is under their control, it's fantastic for Paper X. So that's a good adaptation on Paper X's part to not just do what some teams have done, which is plant the spike and then just kind of turtle in and go, oh, I hope they don't kill us.
I have the spike.
Yeah. You saw Hux just then, by the way, get absolutely bullied when trying to come through the window. He's thinking, ooh, I might have a chance here. Not at all. Alan also goes down, though. This is not what they wanted to start this off. They're trying to hold on to the B site. The paranoia goes out, which will at least buy them some time. Maybe the rotation can come in. But Noel stands strong in the first battle. He's got the backup he needs as well. And this is looking pretty good.
Things are looking good for sure, but with just... God, I don't want to go for that. Pandemonia. Oh, Pandemonia. Okay.
Yeah, Pandemonia just take away.
I was thinking pneumonia.
Lost the A.
Like,
oh, God, no.
Oh, the shock darts come through. I like that, both landing at the same time, but the first was a double bounce, so it's a little too easy. What is this? Pandemonia almost comes through with the 3K clutch. That was nuts, but Hux on the flank finally finishes it off. Way too many opportunities given to him there, though.
And when you have too many opportunities, you can take huge advantages of them and do it like that. Sorry, I left you hanging on the last one, Mitch. I was coughing to death.
That's
had a drink and swallowed something and was like,
I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you. Just this once.
Okay, never again.
That's
Next time I'll just die.
That's your
Or
one
cough.
strike, thanks.
How am I allowed one strike? Isn't it 3 strikes and you're out? Why are you going to be so harsh?
This ain't baseball, all right? This is
Damn.
Major League casting, not Major League Baseball.
Damn.
Look at this.
Ooh, Major League shot's going to be delivered by Brandon, though. They'll find the opener with the operator. Rettler's pushing in as well. Phoenix on Phoenix action. And this is just a quick turnaround from Paper Rex. Yes, that previous round fell, and they'll just go, okay, no problem.
Easy as can be. This push into side. I love the second camera angle we're getting here because you can see Null on the swing, but you can also see Rettler coming through to take him out. The Molotov goes down. That's going to be easy. Double heals popped with the wall as well. Look at the shock darts. Again, we're not seeing them both come down at the same time. It's not quite a Jamba play, but it works. A little bit too shallow, though, so they're able to plant the spike securely. Shock dart up. Opt as well. Ace didn't stand a damn chance.
Brandon on that operator. Pretty scary for these guys to face up against. Paper X only losing one player as well. Definitely got the Paper X fans in chat. They're happy with this performance now, despite the less than ideal start. Can they hunt down this Raze, though? He's actually still just sticking around spawn. Baker's just checking up high. And this is good, actually. I'd rather him be cautious and just double check that someone's there. It was being looked at from either way. Oh, headshot straight away. Didn't stand a chance. Both of them swung on him. 3-2. Still, though, Paper X, they need to keep going. They need to keep pushing forward. They need more rounds like that. Like we've got to keep mentioning here. This is their chance to tie up the group and force us into another game.
Well, Banks, the reality is that extra game could be coming our way. It could be happening.
Yeah.
Because I think it's arguable at this point. Obviously, we're still very early on. But we're learning about these teams consistently, right? Oh, look at this. Again, a garage push. They seem to love it in this region with the Phoenix just rushing into garage. Coming out. Rettler even gets the kill on the hooks. Again, a great opening for Paper Rex. The ultimate to clear back left. It's doesn't get any kills, but it clears that information for free. And now they know they just need to focus on spawn.
Oh, Hunter's Fury is going to land onto Allen. Can't hit anything else with it just yet. Smoke's down, which is going to cloud their vision. Oh, his location's revealed, but it's at the worst timing. Egoist, he pokes out after destroying the dart. And he is hitting headies for days, Mitch. Very impressive.
Yeah, gorgeous work by Egoist to leave this into a 1v4 that realistically you would expect just the save. But obviously with the weaker weapons, they want an exit. And you can see Sage sitting outside along. Brandon, oh, he's left this very late. He's going to have to use his dash. He's going to have to run for the hills as well. I think he's made it now, but that was a little bit tight. Thanks. I think we got to do our typical
refresh.
Yeah, let's do our refresh. Let's throw this screen up for everybody at home. This is the beauty of online broadcast, but we know how to fix it. All right, ready, Banks? 3, 2, 1. Bang. Refresh.
22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17.
Let's go one more. I'm a little bit behind. 3, 2,
You're behind now.
1. Refresh.
12, 11, 10.
Perfect.
Yes, there we go. All right, we're in sync. I'm not massively behind you and you're not massively in front of me.
That's what we want. That is what we want. So, there you go. Action's back for all y'all at home. We're running this from a clean feed, so all the production's being done abroad. They're giving us all these cool camera angles and stuff that we couldn't necessarily do at home from our isolation tanks. But luckily, we've got this feed to watch together. The only thing is sometimes you got to sync it up. That's
Yep. It's all part of it.
Yep.
We handle it. We want to make sure it's synced. We want to make sure the commentary is good for you guys at home. And we, in general, have avoided all tech issues today. Everything's been smooth.
Yeah,
Fingers
I
crossed. So I don't want to jinx it, but today's feeling like a good day. I was hyped from the beginning. And Brandon, operator and ult on the same round. Ooh.
dangerous.
I'm not sure. I'm worried whenever an Omen jumps up and you've got someone like Brandon with an operator there just waiting. The flash is going to go out. Egoist. He's been on top of it with his aim today, man. He's just taking out like a madman. That combat sim, he knows where to use it. He knows how to place it. Oh, he just walked straight into the Hunter's Fury dose. JD Faker was found, but he's taken a lot of damage. So much landed. That's a really solid Hunter's Fury because it maybe doesn't get the kills that he wants in terms of all of them, but he's done huge damage to him.
Damage and information, right? They know where at least two of those players were. Out to the swing from IML, and he's looking for a little bit more. Player on the site dealt with, And that will be the defuse now coming through for Legends. A third round achieved at last.
Big pickup there. Really big pickup. Egoist was doing God's work, though. He was putting them down over and over again. But when he took that hit, the Hunter's Fury just ripped his health in half. He could not stand up any longer. Madness from start to finish. But that's good for Legends. They get a third round. And it's a defensive round where we've seen, especially in this region, the attacking sides be the ones that prevail most times. Did the clean thing lag for you, Mitch?
Huh?
Did the clean thing lag for you?
Just a little bit ago, yes.
Yeah, cool, cool. You went quiet and the clean feed went, so I was like, huh?
Do you want to check the times?
Yeah, that's just
25?
a quick...
24?
Nope. Let
You
me
behind?
refresh. Yep.
You give me a countdown.
Waiting for it. 14, 13.
Oh no, you're still massively behind. We're at 8 seconds. the glory. Yeah, unfortunately, guys,
7,
that's what we gotta
6,
do sometimes.
5.
No, we're at 2, 1.
Jesus.
Oh,
58, 57, 56,
55,
55,
54.
54. Yeah, cool. That's
53.
good enough. That
All right,
worked.
it'll work.
Oof,
We'll
oof.
get there. We get there eventually. Yeah, for...
They were having typhoons, weren't they, where the clean feed is yesterday, so
Yeah.
you never know.
Some shaky things going on. I mean, it is being transmitted from a whole different continent. Look at this push, though. The nade goes through at the perfect time. And although he doesn't manage to get anyone on the push, the nade does decent damage, splits them up, and allows Edmund to just spray away.
Oh, Edmund's swinging on him. Egoist is down. That's a big pickup for him. The operator trying to find the opening, but Edmund, he doesn't care what he's going up against. They all just fall and they falter as they try to push into the B site. 4-4 in Legends. They will not allow Paper Rex to get too far ahead in this.
As we said, we expect a close, competitive game, and that's exactly what we're getting, man. There is just no letting up if you're over towards the Legends side. You don't want to allow this to slip out of your grasp. I'm impressed. Definitely impressed by what they're able to offer at the moment. The double operator setup in play now. Edmund upgrading after his spree of kills over on the Phantom in the previous round. And Ace is the one to open this up. Brandon taking a fall right away. And you can see the A aggression is just completely abandoned. Legends were going for early picks there, but once they find the opening, they abandon it and then go back out for it, which is odd. But Edmund still got the reward.
Edmund is having a really good couple of rounds here, turning the tide for Legends. Oh, nicely done by Huck. He's able to continue this up. He needs to be careful, though. There was another player he just spotted. Throws down the molly, wants to avoid them being able to push up. Egoist just runs straight back into the grasp of Edmund, and that operator delivers once again. And now Legends are the ones back in the lead. We've really got a game on our hands here now, Mitch.
Oh, yes, we do. Legends really don't want that extra tiebreaker game to come into fruition. They're sat here ready for just a nice, clean 1-2 scoreline. Get themselves the win on the board at long last. And hell, they're not going to be going on the playoff stage. It's guaranteed, but at this point, it's just about making sure that they don't go out without a win. You never like that.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Now JD Faker looking to get some extra information, but it's taken out. They'll have a good idea where he is, though. It's kind of an obvious one that'll be up high now. Oh, Edmund missing the shot. This could be their way back in. Paper Rex. Oh! That's huge. The paranoia goes down, but no, still can't weather the storm. The Cypher's up with 8 health. Took a lot of damage, but picked up a big entry that's allowed him into the site now. Fight gets planted. Pandemonia still not healed up, still has no chance of being healed up, but he's right on the edge to get it done. Oh, he could be spotted, so he's got to be careful. Doesn't even matter, though. Brandon and Faker. They're large and in charge for this round. Ace is going to try and get as many exits as possible. They gift him a second one as well. To be fair, I wouldn't expect someone to poke back into that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be ready for that every single time. You think the save would be hard committed to? Now Ace is in trouble, though. He's been spotted in towards the garage. They know exactly where he is. The flank is coming around. He needs to get this kill very quickly. And the jump up. Oh, he's ready and waiting. Running away now. And it looks like he'll make it as well. Tucked in the corner. Good recon just to clear out that they're not coming from his left.
Mitch, answer me this. Which way do you think it would go? Would you choose the operator or the sheriff when you're waiting for a shot like that where he's not looking at you?
Oh, I guess the sheriff. I guess it's the player, right? Because even if you miss, you can just start spraying like crazy. You're right up next to him.
It always triggers me when I see players save with the sniper, and I'm like, just please pull your pistol out. If you're hiding and you're waiting for him, just pull the pistol out. At a long distance angle, hold the angle, then quickly swip over. But like how he was in window, it's the perfect play to just sit on the sheriff. Ooh, we're seeing actually some aggression straight early here. Brandon wants to go for the player in cubby, and the other player swings on him as well. This is not what they wanted. And actually, that Phoenix ult's been popped. But it's actually been popped on the Paper Rex side. He needs to go with something for this. He needs to make a move happen. Shock darts going up. Wall's been put up as well. Rettler might not get anywhere with this ult at all.
Not managed to get out and deal some damage. Oh, his ult was already wasted away. I don't know how that went. So
wow,
fast.
he just popped it and did nothing, but Paper Rex still got the good position in this, and now got the information to fight off of as well. Daily Faker trying to line him up, but there's only so far left that guy can go. Oh no, he's walking away with it. Pandemonia finally takes down Ace, but it's time to see how this can play out. No, with the clutch. That was such a confusing round. It was like they didn't really know what they wanted to do.
The lines of combat were definitely blurred on that one. The flank on flank play. Everybody rotating in, not realizing the one in front of them was an enemy. But eventually, we get a conclusion. It goes to Legends. 6 rounds now on the board for the defensive side. They want one more. They want to close this out on 7. Set themselves into a position where at least if they lose the pistol, they'll be even Stevens rather than being miles behind.
Yeah, it gives you a good fighting chance within it.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Legends are on the potential of ruining the hope and dreams of Paper Rex from having a chance at playoffs. Such a big game to be on, and you're against a team that hasn't won a game yet. They're desperate for their win. I just expected a little bit more from Paper Rex's attacking side, Mitch.
Yeah, I did as well, considering that they're coming in as a team with a long history, and the fact that they got off to a pretty decent start. But the thing is, we mentioned that Legends have got potential. They're definitely not a team to be underestimated. Sure, their games didn't go their way, but I picked them as my favorite. It's still nowhere near concluded. The ultimate for Brandon. This could be huge. He's going to updraft. You can tell. He's behind that box ready to go.
Oh, here we go. Slows on the 4 for now. They're going to not give away their positions just yet on how they want to play this out. Edmund just throws another slow down, and he gets caught in the middle of it. The ults are coming out as well, and Ace, he's been hitting his Hunter's Fury ult so well. Oh no! Great as well onto Pandemonia, who's put on 70 health. Now, they may have the sight, but that doesn't mean they have the round here. The camera goes up. I think it was destroyed instantly. He's trying to play on the side of it. No one flanking him, though. Everyone's coming out from the defensive spawn. One up in window. It's going to be all down to this first engagement. They're just waiting patiently right on the edge of it. Ace looking to try and find an opening. No one's overstepping the mark just yet. They're being tapped away by Alan, but he's just trying to get them to move out of their positions. Pandemonia. Oh, Egoist is there as well. The headshots flying out, and it's a 6-6 first half here for Paper Rex. They're not out of the woods yet. They're not out of the dark yet, because Legends are putting up one hell of a fight.
Now the attacking side comes into play, where hopefully that fight will continue, Banks. I don't know. You can see it in 2 different minds. Paper Rex, obviously they've got a composition that typically on attack you'll want, or on defense rather, you'll want to see that Sage in play. They don't have it. But also, when you look at the fact that they've got the Phoenix and how I think typically his ultimate hasn't really come through with a whole lot of damage, I'm hoping that that'll be a turning point here over on the defense.
All right, we got a bit of chat back and forth as well, Mitch, now. Let's go Paper Rex from some. Come on, Legends from others.
I said I actually got the Phoenixes confused for a second. Obviously, Paper X is the is Retla, right? So his ult was actually quite useful on the attacking side because they got garage control plus a kill. I think 2 times minimum, maybe a third as well. Can't remember entirely. So yeah, it was pretty decent. When you combine that on the defensive side, you'll be able to push forward and presumably grab a little bit of damage as well. A bit of info whenever it's coming up online. It is the close game we were hoping for.
Yeah. I didn't just want to see Legends get put down without a fight. And, well, at least in the first half, they really tried to stick it to Paper X and not allow them to get too far ahead.
Cover going out.
But is 6-6 enough? This attacking side's going to have to be incredible from Legends. They're checking all their corners, though. They're not lazy peeking at either, Mitch. You know I love to see it. Tapping from the window. Pandemonia. Trying to find some success, but it's actually Retler that opens up. Headshots delivered, and he's not done yet. He's hungry for more, and eventually will fall. But what a way for them to get in. There's only 2 players left. Oh, no, poking in, though. Pandemonia's head is right out in the open. Edmund getting the spike down. It's still a 3v2. Smoke's coming into play, and that's a huge idea. Oh, no! Slowly but surely, JD faking now in the 1v1. They're dancing around each other. He has to heal up, and Edmund delivers it. What a play from the jump up.
That was gorgeous. It came way too close, but for a pistol win, you'll take it. Legends get their 7th on the board. Now going to be able to invest. I'm curious to see, it's always interesting team to team, what they decide to invest after winning or losing the pistol round. Winning, usually you're going to see a lot of Spectres coming through and some Bulldogs. But for Paper X, I'm more curious about their decision making. And you can see classics, some shorty. Oh, Retla, what are you doing? Looks like there's a little bit of discussion coming in the last few seconds of the buy time. And they're going to go in for a force buy with Spectres last we saw.
Last minute decision. Will it change the way it's going to play out, though? Boombot being used towards the B area. Well, that didn't work out at all. That was not a good boombot. Oh, dear. Maybe they expect someone to be close, pushed up? I don't know. Bit of a strange one. Oh, Edmund, though. He's going to get it with a pistol. No problem at all. Heals himself back up. That's the flank dealt with as well. And look, it's causing a rotation over towards A. This is over-rotation.
There we go. The trades. Retla needs to continue a little bit more. The reality is, when you force buy up like this, you get very little leeway. Losing now would be everything thrown away for your team. And saving in this 3v4, I don't even want to see. I want to see them go for it, Banks, and really try to win this round because they've invested enough. They need to see a reward.
That's the thing. When you've invested like this, they need to make it happen. Okay, it breaks away. Retla looks to try and push around it. They're just checking that no one else is around on the corner, but that recon's going to give away the information. You need to go now. Egoist with the headshot on the Sheriff. He's not done yet. Now the rest of his teammates need to follow up, and they still can't get it done. The timing, even with Egoist doing the best work he could with a Sheriff. Oh, my. That hurts, Mitch. That really hurts. Egoist is like, I got this, boys. Push, push. Pops them off with a Sheriff and nothing happens.
Well, Banks, it's a real shame when you see something like that. You're firing away, but it feels like you're shooting blanks. I know the feeling. Happens to me in every game.
You're talking about Holdfast that we were just playing together before we started commentating?
That's ridiculous, dude. Come on. Well, you're there popping every shot, and I'm just shooting rocks. I'm like, what is this?
Me and Mitch are true gamers, Twitch chat. We play way too much at the moment. Even before the game, we were getting involved. But Ace is getting involved. And this is actually not too bad. The shorties have paid off, but is it enough here?
I don't know, Max. I mean, when you've got just those weak weapons, I'll accept it. If you're managing to find 2 kills with a share or a shorty, go for it. And there's another. Look, already.
Just don't give him another weapon. He's hitting headies all day with the Sheriff.
He doesn't need
the Sheriff
rifles.
is so difficult to use as well.
Yeah, it's that first shot accuracy. I mean, it's basically This is the thing about weapons like this. It's a Vandal in a way, but on range it's not, because it does the 145, right? So you also have to hit that first shot, because the spraying accuracy, it's not there with it.
No, you can whiff so many off that, right? You hit the first, and then you basically draw an outline around them. But Egoist, he's looking to do some more damage in this round. He's certainly not slowing down the headshots. Egoist, you sheriff machine. Doesn't even look to get himself a weapon. He will go down in the end, but he's made that so competitive out of nowhere.
That was ridiculous, Max. I really don't know how he's managed to get so much done. Like, even that last kill just sneaks through the smoke and then pop right on the head. I'm with you now. I was there for the joke, but now I'm here in all seriousness. Just don't give this man a rifle. Give him a sheriff all day.
It's deadly serious. Egoist is 13 for 10, right? And you may think, oh, that's not that impressive. But what, we just saw about 5 kills coming with the sheriff from that. Oh.
Got me all sweaty. I have to turn my AC on.
Oh, no. But Edmund, he goes in for the peak. Brandon had the advantage. He was there just before him. We've seen the ulti pop from the Phoenix. Is it going to pay off? No, he's just not. Oh, he done it just in time. He was soon to disappear. Hux went in to frag him out. Is now looking for him.
For Legends, where are you going now? Locked out. They got to try and take a little bit of control towards mid, but sprayed by Egoist. It's just so difficult. Now the flank is on the way as well. It seems like almost insult to injury, like it's unnecessary, but it may well be unnecessary, as I'm Alan, the last one alive now. And look at this, Cypher up behind. There's no way they expect this.
Oh,
There we go. He spotted him. I'm Alan had turned to check it. Hey, Barex,
could have
get
been
the
close.
They needed it, right? Because obviously, look at how this half is gone. Tied up, you lose the pistol, you force buy, and get nothing done essentially. And then their best looking round was where they had just like shorties and sheriffs.
A lot of risks, but they've found a reward in this round, right? It's when you force up, you have to know that you're potentially going to take an eco and be so far behind in rounds. So that's why we saw 3 rounds go the way of Legends. But now this should be much better. And oh, look what we see in play, Mitch. There's the Odin.
The Odin, you love it for spamming on through the walls, doing the damage. And if you're Legends, really, it's always going to be a concern, especially like the main place you're going to see it used is in towards Garage. That's where it, pretty much exclusively on this map, it's the benefit of having it.
There we go. Ace has been smashing it with the Hunter's Fury. He successfully does so much damage. The Jet is on 45 health.
Most importantly as well, look, she's used her dash, her updrafts, used everything to try and evade that. And because of that commitment, finds a duel.
Still gets a kill, you know. Still gets a kill despite being low health. Still confident even to go for it, Mitch. I think that's the most important thing here. So Paper X still start off with the opening kill. The Jet's now got her ult up. Not probably the round to use it in, though. Unless we get into a real bad position. JD Fake is just going to allow him in and then try to spray him down. He hears the footsteps. His teammate goes down, though. Oh, the ult being used at just the right time, but Hux, he delivers it. JD Faker couldn't even get spraying fast enough to manage to make this happen. Legends have got the site under control, and now it's going to take off some incredible effort from Paper Rex to try and force this out. Oh, the flash goes out and blinds them. They're delayed further, but no one pushed on them.
Quite surprised at where we saw that Odin being used. That range is not an advantage for it. I'm Alan through with a beautiful double kill, shredding them on the site and putting that round into the hands of Legends very securely. Yeah, typically, Max, as I was saying, you'll see that Odin used in towards the double doors of Garage.
Yeah.
But on the C site, especially C longhold,
Distance, mate.
it's not where it's going to be very useful. And you see it there, right? Like, okay, you start the spray, you get the first 6, 7 bullets off, but that Phoenix just turns and bap, one tap, you're dead.
Legends are looking to destroy Paper Rex's hopes and dreams. They got 3 ults up now, the Cypher, the Sova, and the Jet.
Get out of my way.
But that doesn't mean anything if you can't get these kills, if you can't find your way to do it. I'm seriously scared for Paper Rex. At times, they're looking like the better team, but the confidence the Legends are showing, even at the beginning here, right? Yeah, it's trading out effectively, but this benefits the attack inside. It benefits Null even more that Pandemonia goes down. He decides to try and push. He expects more players to be in mid, but they're just ready and waiting for him. It's now a 3v2. The Omen ult's going to be busted as well, and he just finds himself up in the window. Oh, he went just below it. My bad. But still, he's up there. Here's the spike. He's living the dream. Sova ults. Ooh, no success this time. He's changed up where he was going to plant. I actually like that.
They already had so much control, so it was very easy to just plant over towards the bottom of heaven. It's being spotted now, though, and they should be aware there'll be a player in hell. Ralta, Retla even in with the first frag, but swinging out into the operator, and it's all down to just one. The Sova versus 2 has an inkling on where the first player is after that operator shot, but no idea on the second. He moves forward, tapping it. They're not in a position to deny it, are they? They've got to push around.
Ooh. 11 rounds up on the board for Legends, Mitch. They're 1 away from getting that match point. They're 2 away from destroying Paper X's chances. Not like this, Paper X. Not like this. You got to fight a little bit more.
That got really scary for me, just because I think he could have stuck that. I think there's a possibility for him to actually full stick that and win it. Certainly if he was like a Brimstone, for example, and just smoked himself, wouldn't have even been hit by the recon. But it's swinging out wide, and it was really the fact that he didn't know where the second player was, that they hadn't shown their forehand just yet. That's what caused all those problems. That spray, and that's what I'm talking about with the Odin, but it comes through on the Phantom instead. It's double spray down.
There they are.
Paper X is so on the back foot now. They're trying all their might, but it's not working out. They're getting slapped every push they try to make.
In this round, though, Banks, they did only have pistols, right? So you can give
Yeah,
a
you got
little
to do
bit
something
of,
different.
a
Yeah.
little bit of leeway.
But it's
on
just
that.
like we've seen aggression, we've seen fighting coming back out from them, even on the gun rounds. And Legends, they've hit another level.
No, they definitely have. I picked them as favorites to come into this, and I'm very happy because I finally got a prediction right.
You threw that out there, and I was like, Mitch, do you know something I don't know? But you could be right, mate. Because this is the 12th round going to be secured easy like that. Brandon goes down. Oh, man. And that means we're not going to get a 3-way tie. That means we only get 1 more match after this, guys. We don't get 3 games more. We're only going to get 2. The more Valorant, the better. I want more Valorant. That's 2, by the way, with this map included. This is actually about to end, so there we go.
I wonder who. So it must be over in Group A. We'll have to have a look at that afterwards. I'm guessing it's attack all round and MOTV that need to compete.
So Boom, attack all round, and MOTV all on 1-1. So I guess I'm getting attack all 1 versus MOTV because Boom's up on +6 on the round difference.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that anyways in a minute. Obviously, we haven't been covering Group A all week, so it'll be our first time seeing both of those teams. It's been Tom and Ryan.
Joke's over.
But we're still in this one. Oh, this ult's going to be wasted. Ace lets him by, goes for the actual kill, gets it, and runs away from the ult. He's not going to make it. Oh! Bunny hop and almost got him.
Damn.
That would have been huge.
Impressive that he was able to.
If he made it through, he would have killed Phoenix afterwards as well. After the ult disappeared.
Timing. Big timing.
Oh, Retla, what are you doing? There's a huge risk. He knows they're both here. He's got the info to play with, but they've spotted him. They know he's here. He needs the support from top mid. I don't think he got hit by that, actually. So he's good to find the first headshot. Flash coming around, and Null's in a 1v2.
I'm not too sure on Edmund swinging with the operator like that, though. Oh, no, a miss comes in. Luckily, Retla's there. Turn it around for him.
That was awkward.
Wild, wild, wild. That's all I'm saying, Mitch. Paper X do get the round, but there were so many moments. Moments where anything truly could have happened. It could have gone either way.
Oh, Banks. So,
yeah.
this is interesting. In that other group, it looks like attack all round forfeit. And so did Kilo was dead. Yeah, that group's really weird. We're going to have to have a chat with the admins after and see exactly how we got to that position.
Well, Kilo is dead, definitely forfeited, right? And then we just saw maybe they couldn't make a match.
Yeah, it could be.
Yes, so now they have to play. It did not turn up in time, it says. So the tackle round did not turn up in time, means that they then go into a tie format because actually AAA beat Boom and then Boom beat MOTV. Interesting.
Well, 12-8, bangs. 4 rounds to go. Paper X could make the comeback. They could still get another 3-way tie thrown into the mix. Just a matter of winning those 4, getting to OT and winning there. Simple, right?
Oh, yeah. Just like that. Pandemonium are going to make it look simple, but can't get the second. Edmonds on the refrag. Oh, no. The ults have gone up, and Alan lands it. They're trying to hold strong, and Hux is the one to deliver. 13-8, and Legends, they take away that playoff spot chance for Paper Rex. Oh, that means, Mitch, that now neither of those teams will go to playoffs because Legends were 0-2 anyway. They'll both end on 1-2, but Legends in third place, Paper Rex down on the bottom. And so there's no more tie for Group D. That means on Group D, we see Thailand Attitude and Team SMG go forward. Thailand Attitude in first place. For Group C, it's 5s and only 1 word. For Group B, it's Sharper Esports and AHQ Esports. And for Group A, well, we've still got one more game for all of you guys kicking it with us right now. And that'll be the decider for Group A between MOTV.GG and AAA. Oh, Mitch, what a day.
It's going to be one hell of a day moving forward into that final game, Banks, because we've got another playoff spot to give away. I'm always excited for those games. But look at that one there, the scoreboard coming up on your screens, and man, Retla, that Phoenix ult was used so many times, and this is one of the occasions, one of the few occasions, Banks, where I'm gonna say he got those kills because he was playing Phoenix. He justified it, but was it because Phoenix is OP and sick, or because the opponents didn't really know what to do about it? I'll let you decide.
Mate, I'm all down for the Phoenix. Especially in the way we're seeing Southeast Asia play Valorant, it's very different, right? It's not as conventional as what we're used to seeing. It must be semi-viable. I'm not going to throw it away from them just yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. They've had at least viability for some really weird Asian compositions that we wouldn't typically say are able to work. What's
so after all group stage matches finished, average of all group stage matches, victory rounds difference is 4.7, 5 rounding it up. Base of the rules, match score of MOTV versus attack all around is 13-8. Eee.
Interesting.
It's going to be an exciting tie.
It is. It is indeed.
So they need to get... So, yeah. We have to work this out. That happens exactly what they're going to need. Quick maths being thrown at us.
We'll have to have a look afterwards. As we said, we haven't been covering Group A, so the things that have been going on there, we've been concerned with C and D exclusively. We've been left to deal with the fallout of Group A now and figure out, because due to forfeits, teams not showing up on time, figure out exactly what's going to happen. Let's take a look at the groups here.
So right now, there we have it, right? Group A, we're still going to have this tie. It's going to be AAA versus MOTV just after this. Group B, Sharper and AHQ, they have qualified to the playoffs. For Group C, it's 5 and only 1 word qualifying for the playoffs. 5 potentially looking like the best team, obviously depending when they get to playoffs, because they didn't drop a game. And then Group D ends with Thailand Attitude and Team SMG going forward. Thailand Attitude edging by +1 round into first place.
I will say I'm not an expert on mathematics, but 5, it says they've got a 0+ round advantage. But 39 minus 27 is definitely 12. So I disagree. But that means that they've obviously got the most positive, not just in terms of match record, but also in terms of round advantage over any team in this tournament at the moment with +12 or +0,
yes,
depending on what region of mathematics you're going with. It's quite impressive.
Really is impressive. Oh man, I'm looking forward to this tie now. I'm looking forward to see how this can all work out.
Hell yeah.
I really feel like when it comes to a tie, that it doesn't matter about any previous things that happened. It's all about like the mentality of the players going into it. Because you may have forfeited the first game because you didn't turn up on time. Hopefully they turn up on time today. Imagine if you don't turn up on time for the tie.
That would just be ridiculous. You just never turning up.
Well, our highlights are kicking in. It's time for us to kick into a break. We'll be back with you guys very soon for one more best of one. It's AAA taking on MOTV.GG.
No more charges left.
I have the spike.
I was muted. I did it again. Thank you, Mitch. There we go. I have to mute, and then I have to unmute in time. But we got a tie break, and I'm not going to mess this one up. We're going to see actually a game which is very meaningful, because who's going to decide who the last team is going to be through on Group A to the playoff stages? It's Attack All Round going up against MOTV. Now, last time around, these guys were supposed to face off on the 17th. Attack All Around did not turn up on time, Mitch. Not exactly good. So the official decision was, nope, not going to be played, not going to happen. So now we come into this, and because they had a team also that was disqualified in their group, called Kilo is Dead. Not exactly the greatest name there for a team, I'll be honest. They went 0-3, so now we have a 1-1-1-1-1-1. Boom Esports, they were wrecking face, so they're through nicely, and these two will face off against each other again. We're looking at MOTV from the Philippines. It's another team with a 6-man roster to it. I love the Photoshop's heads, mate. Everyone's looking real funky here on this one.
Yeah, I've seen some of these where they just stick their face on.
Yeah,
that'll do. What I will say then, as we look in towards this matchup, is I gotta favor Attack All Round, provided they turn up today, because they were the team to beat Boom Esports, and so it was only the fact they didn't turn up to their previous game versus MOTV that really screwed them over. So in this game, I think it's obviously just the fact that I guess the transitive property, Boom beat MOTV, Attack. Sorry, Boom beat MOTV, right?
Yeah.
But lost to Attack All Round. Therefore, Attack All Round should be MOTV. But you know that doesn't really work out every time. It doesn't check out.
No, sometimes it's not as clear cut as what it should be. There we have Attack All Around. They are from Thailand. They're sporting proper jerseys. They look like they had the actual photos done themselves. It's looking pretty legit out there. So maybe if they actually turn up to their game, like I gotta be honest, right? How do you not turn up to a game on time
with a 6-man roster?
Yeah,
that's even worse.
Well, wait a second. It's a 5-man roster, and Ginny is looking like a girl. So I'm pretty. Sure
okay. Well, with 6 people on the roster, I think it's like dude. It's transitive to me. The same thing.
Okay.
We've got 6 people on the roster looking good, looking to take this win. And look, based on the games they've had in the past, I'd definitely be quite favored towards them. I mean, we saw Congarad just conquering people. It was wrecking face. And presuming, obviously you don't know which 5 are going to turn up, but from what we've seen, he's a really, really strong player, one to be feared by MOTV.
And they were one of the invited teams as well. I think that's the most important. The starting roster should be Congrad, Ginny, Ace-Tix, Chromex, and Wannafly. And then when we come over to the MOTV side, who should we be looking at for that? So let's go down and look at these guys. They came through the Philippines qualifier. We got Robocop, Aoi. Oh god, Aoi, A-E-I-O-U, Aoi. I guess we're gonna go for. Yeah, why not?
I think Tom and Ryan were just calling them vowels. That was the play.
I'm gonna go with Aoi. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a go. But look at the average combat score rating here. That's nearly double. That is scary. You mentioned him, right? Congarhead. Damn.
Yeah, as a Sage as well versus a Raze. That's even scarier, because really your Raze should be the one that's doing the damage. You got to take into consideration the fact that MOTV have played obviously up against the top in their group and lost that game. And then they got 2 forfeit wins versus Kilo is Dead and Attack All Round. They haven't won a game. And the one game they had versus Boom Esports was 13-5.
Yeah.
That ain't great. Realistically, this is a team that... And obviously that contributes to the fact that Craigies looks so poor when you look at the combat score, purely because obviously he played one game and they got 5 rounds. So you're not going to... No one's really going to be rocking in with 400 combat score, are they? But yeah, just considering how they got here, I think it's quite clear that Attack All Round should be the strong favorites.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with that, right? You don't want to have to fight that off. It's going to be a scary position for those guys to deal with all of it. But when it comes to it, we're on a Haven again. We talk about this being this middle ground map. It threw us a curveball in the previous game, right? We saw poor little guys in Legends fighting off. They were 0-3 potentially, and then they came back and defeated Paper X. They ended us from having another tie here. Anything can happen on a map like Haven. It's one of these teams all know and love.
That's quite interesting, actually, looking at Haven. We call it like a middle ground map, and obviously the middle ground doesn't matter on this map of B. Most teams just completely ignore it, play a little passive, at least at high level EU. Obviously,
We've seen a lot of these teams commit heavily towards defending it, and it's viable as well. It just seems like the prevailing strategy amongst the higher level teams is to play more C and A heavy with a passive hold on B. What I like about Attack All Round, they're playing their Sage on mid. Obviously, we already spoke about their Sage being a monster, but also in some of the previous games we saw where there wasn't a Sage in play, or there was, but they were playing A site. You often want to have early round B presence just because you can slow them down so much if they do decide to rush and overwhelm you with numbers.
Oh, AUI, as we're going to call him now. He starts off with a nice little heady onto Wannafly. He can just back away from this. Just chill, keep it nice. Don't have to overextend at all here. They can look to see what might be going on towards C. And actually, all this recon might give the Sova a bit of a false sense of security. He's continuing to push down C long, and MOTV, well, he didn't spot anyone out, but is the cubby going to be checked? The Omen's looking in for it. He still delivers the headshot. He actually gets 2. That's evened up the numbers at least, but they're going to push onto the site. The Omen's there, and it's Ginny. She's able to hit the first headshot. She's looking for more from Robocop from around the side. Metal arms and all. Pinpoint precision. Technically cheating if he's a Robocop himself.
Hopefully not. Hopefully he doesn't have that lock on aim that Robocop does. Can only hope. Oh, this is going to be a rough retake for Attack All Round. The position from Conqueror already given away, but he's up there, full health, full armor. The ability to heal up his teammate as well. Has a wall if they can isolate a player towards long. Cam comes out, they don't spot anyone. 15 seconds till that's up again. Probably won't come into play. This fight has to be forced up very quickly with that spike ticking away. Shots immediately. Don't find the trade. And Robocop swings through to issue some justice. Thanks. Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna make a quick phone call to AAA because seems like they're broken down.
Massively on that one. Well, how many people will get that?
Well, if it's majority Asian audience, not many people. AAA is a helpline for if your car breaks down, and obviously it's Attack All Rounds.
Isn't it AA and not AAA?
AAA is a battery, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Nice try, man.
Let me look up AA.
AA is breakdown cover, not AAA. Oh, Twitch.
The American Automobile Association.
Yeah, not what you were thinking of there, mate.
Oh wait, hold on. No, AA is Alcoholics Anonymous. I think AAA is the car thing.
No, it says AA here. Yeah. AA, breakdown cover insurance route planner.
God damn it! I just presumed Alcoholics Anonymous and then was like, oh yeah, it is AA cars. Well, you know, that ruined that one. We spent way too much time on it. Let's swiftly move on. You know, you could have just not done me like that. As we said, majority Asian viewership. No one would have known, but you just gotta do me dirty.
Every one of you guy in there. I'm helping you, man. I'm helping you. I'm helping you learn. What's not helping them though right now is MOTV getting down this spike. The attack come in, a frenzy being used by Ginny. Still up and running with it. Can't get past this wall just yet. The rest of her team are falling around her. This is not going to be a winnable situation. She might be good for one. She does. It's crazy. He has his back turned. But there's still a lot more for her to find in this. 2 players quickly swarming her. A UI. Stealing the deal at the very end there. And now it's a 2-0. Semi-okay. Like, you had 3 dice, so it's not ideal for MOTV. But you still didn't walk away of, like, it getting too close to being a lost round.
See, here comes the buy, right? Here comes the real weapons. A majority Vandal, actually, preference towards Attack All Round. Something we've lost touch with completely over in EU. It's become the Phantom game, with the exception of players like Angel, like Scream, who love to take that out and go for the one-taps. And I remember there was a long time where we were questioning the viability of the Phantom even. But obviously we realized after a while that it brings in accuracy when you miss, or when you hit that first headshot, it wrecks the opponent's accuracy, so you can easily spray control down. And I mean, Phantom's just very, very easy to spray. It feels right.
It really is. We often see some of the entry fraggers though going in with the Vandal, right, and trying to pop off in that way.
You just don't have the same time to kill. More like if you get in a direct aim duel, obviously you can take it with the Phantom versus Vandal. It can go either way, but it's going to take slightly longer because you hit the first headshot and then you've got to spray for the second bullet down and third bullet. So Obviously, if you're playing a Vandal, you can just go in, tap, 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 and 3 people are dead.
No, MOTV want to try and push into B again. They did find success here on the previous round, but it came very close. Oh, Mikozu jumps in. Doesn't actually get anything done. Puts the smokes down and provides cover at least for that spike to be planted. Now you're looking at a 5-man. Retake on this. He said about Congred before. Oh my god, he's absolutely dominating them. Chromex is backing him up. They're just rushing into the site. It's easy so far. Robocop doing his best, trying to hold it up, but it doesn't work out.
He's just too good.
Delivered, man.
He's too good. It's a fact at this point. Oh, we're going for the eco res as well, just to allow that extra weapon to still be in play.
Here.
So they had money that they could have invested. Like, for example, Congorid could have easily dropped his teammate over that weapon, and you would have had a full Vandal Phantom lineup. But obviously the res is just deployed so that they can have that little bit of security in the, if they do lose this res. A matter of fact, Congorid has dropped over the weapon. Of course, the other player was resed. So at this point, you would genuinely have someone on a Spectre or without utility or something like that. So the res definitely makes sense. I remember I did that in matchmaking, very similar scenario, and got shouted at. Someone said I was a moron for resing after the round. People are smart.
AUI, he did really well on the recon dart that went up. And then when the drone came at him, not so much. Couldn't also land the shots onto the Sova. Less than ideal. MOTV going to try and put these sheriffs to work. They're hoping that an overextension from attack all round might net them a weapon or so. But realistically, attack all round should have this round in the bag unless we see something incredible coming out. Spray down's nice and easy for 2. They're pushing in like that. Ginny will easily be able to get a refrag. Look at the shot that comes out. She's spot on with it. Craigie's trying to heal himself up in the corner, but... Oh, okay. That was mean. That was nasty. It was only 1. Still, it's the beauty of a shot to hit. You just need to push a little bit harder.
Well, the 2-2 for attack all around is nice to have connected. I'm a little bit sad we didn't see Craggies at least have a little bit more from that. It was looking like we were going to have another sheriff round on our hands. You always love it. Just those one taps. It feels so satisfying to look at.
Shit.
And it feels not very satisfying when you miss all of them and you try to do it on the server. That's the worst thing about being a commentator, Bags. You see all these pros do stuff and you're like, man, I can't wait to play. Let's go play. Come on, let's go. And then I run out and I'm like spraying away all the bullets. I'm like, why can't I do it? I watched him do it so many times.
I always get that. You commentate a tournament, you get hyped up, you're like, oh, I'm going to go and put loads of hours in and own it up. And then you realize you're just not as good as those. Like that. This is a long time for me since I was these days.
Oh, he's got to go.
He's push coming in. Chromex locking it down for now. Oh, he still lands the heady though. Off that ult, he actually achieved quite a lot, but they're ready and waiting for him to push from the same position. Shadow Wolf goes out and Wannafly lands it. 11 health left, but the shot still connects. This is much better from AAA now on their defensive side. We said about the attacking side for the Southeast Asia region being the best, but AAA, they want to prove us otherwise.
So that was really nicely handled over towards the defensive side, because you saw as soon as they went to push up, the wall goes down. That also stopped the ultimate from moving forward. Then, when they're just about to break the wall, Wannafly towards the B site just shocks, or rather, stuns straight down short, catching all the players and making it very hard. Okay, Craigies did really well to still find a kill, but maybe he would have found more. You know, it was that damage that he did is really the impressive part of it. Another 3-2 scoreline, attack all around, have 3 ults compared to the 3 of MOTV, putting them on a fairly even ground. But this defensive side, we also mentioned that, you know, when you have the better team on the attack, that's where they build up a lot of rounds. Conger had almost got his head taken off. That would have been very dangerous with the wall going up. But it looks like we're going to see a little bit of time before any fight goes down as MOTV just slowly back off towards the bottom and middle.
They're going to see if they can put some of those sheriffs to work. Oh, that's just like the slowest peek into him, Slim. You want to give Wannafly that kill for free. It's like, oh, right, there you are. No problem at all. He's going to go back to having a look at it, see if anyone's pushed up forward. But little does he know, they're slowly getting themselves ready for a push up into this A site. 2 players there for them to deal with. Shadow Orb goes up. It's going to delay it for now. The push comes in, but it's Chromax again with a spray down. He's backed up by Congared, and they are looking strong from start to finish here. He will eventually go down, but the team works there. The refrag's on point, 4-2, and for MOTV, they try, and then they fail. They try again. Maybe they can try again now and succeed, but they're even struggling to get into the sites, Mitch. That's a bit of an error. That's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it definitely is. For MOTV, having those 2 rounds on the board might not look terrible, right? 4-2, attacking side, well, yeah, okay. You have a little bit of a disadvantage, that's fine. The problem for them is, as you're saying, Banks, they're not having access into those sites, and those 2 rounds were on the back of the pistol and a tight second. Realistically, we now need to look at them and put pressure to at least have promise and make this round close. If they fail to do that, then they're going to be miles behind trying to figure out their buy rounds on the last ditch attempt. For MOTV, the pressure's on, and they're looking for mid control. They're starting to move in with the Phoenix a little bit. The ultimate not in play on him, but everybody else has them to play with now after that orb taken early.
How much do they have to spend, though, in order to get this next round? Can they just do it off some sort of a clean execute? That's what would be ideal here.
Spike drop.
They're not 100% sure on where they want to focus fire first. They seem to be gearing up towards an A after trying to hold on to that mid control. Ginny not being pressured in window at all just yet. No one actually rotating over, which is the most interesting thing. Now the first Shadow Orbs go down. Potential for it. The Omen ults up on the MOTV side of things. Trying to get himself in a position where he can be an absolute nuisance to him. But Chromax is just spraying through smoke. He makes it look so easy. Picks up the first 2 and he's hungry for more. Oh, Ginny's there to back him up as well. And it's all falling apart for MOTV. They just don't have an answer to it. They may have even got in the site this time, Mitch, but it doesn't look like this spike's going to be planted. Then it's a flawless round. Everyone's got their ult except the Omen now on attack all around. And they are attacking all around MOTV, no matter what they try and do.
That's just ridiculous. Ginny's position, having ulted up behind them, was nuts. Able to completely catch them off guard. But look at the access that Chromax had. Literally all they had to worry about was a window. They whiffed the smoke up there. Thought it was open. The Sage of Robocop tried to go and wall out in the open. The smoke, having missed, left him for dead. A second kill found on the site. Chromax just backs off then as they try to deal with him. Ginny comes behind. It was so well handled by attack all around. They lost control of the site, but it wasn't even like they lost it. They gave it to their opponents and then sandwiched them in, baited them into the trap, and destroyed them from all angles.
Deploying drone.
Judge in play, Mitch. We love to see it. Oh no, he runs straight into the ult. He just about manages to escape though. Just in time. But AAA are all over him once again. This is disgusting.
Man. Just stop this guy, somebody. Congared's given so much. Look how good he is. 3 aim duels. They were looking at him. And he just keeps shredding. It's insane. I know I highlighted him. He did well in the previous game versus Boom, but this is insanity.
He's able to make so much room for him and his team. But the way he's doing it is he's not even just like finding easy kills. He's finding you in different positions, putting himself nicely. His movement's real good. And this is your Sage. Revive's going to be up all the time. But at the moment, they don't even need it. It's 6-2.
I'm honestly gobsmacked by how much impact that Sage has had already. Congared blowing my mind round by round. Little sneaky play. Ooh, I don't think AEIOE was spotted. And as the Vowels come into play, unfortunately, they're not able to line up in a nice way as Ascetics quickly takes him down. Goes for the ult as well. Craigy's just about able to make it away. That third blast not coming through as Ascetics gets dropped, but they're not ready for another. As Ginny just completely catches Mikozu with his pants down.
What's really interesting as well, they start to leave less and less players towards B now. They're just having so much confidence. May as well use the revive Congared because you're probably going to get another one up pretty soon anyway.
Cage triggered.
Now it's in a 4 versus 2. Yeah, I'm going to get the spike down, though. That's a positive push forward. Sorry, 5 versus 3. I didn't see the Sage was still alive as well. The Sage actually does have a revive up.
Look at where the teammates died, though. Towards Garage, towards C.
No, it's too far away. Oh, you're now spotted out. Your position's known. Right in the corner. Chromex is not finished yet. He's looking to spam up the seconds as well. And it's just so easy for him to push in as a team. Good communication, good synergy. A 7th round on the board. No chance of letting that Sage get the revive up anyway. So MOTV didn't have another number in it. And I'm just saying, attack all around. They're looking deadly.
They absolutely are. This first kill is great. Chromex scares the second player who's low HP, and this is where teamwork comes into play. Craigies was so focused on aesthetics because realistically, what's the main threat for him? The player up above him in the window that can't see him? Not so much. The guy running and wide swinging on him from defender spawn? Yeah, that guy. So he's focused on him, and that just opens up room for Chromex to drop down and take an easy kill point blank, turn to sight on the player that was already lit up, and finish off Robocop. Everything about that was so well played from attack all round, because without the other players moving into position and pushing at the same time and baiting those shots and getting the attention, Chromex drops out that window and dies. Matter of fact, he probably dies up in the window still before he even gets to run off it. And that's the difference that I'm seeing in attack all round versus some of these other teams, that they're so synergized and MOTV just can't deal with it.
No, this is the tackle round. They're looking like a really solid team right now. And I'm not just saying because they're winning. It's like what we're seeing from them. So I completely agree with you. Congared has gone down this time, though. MOTV picking up the kills. The revives come in as well. They've got a huge numbers advantage in this one. They've got the B site secured. They need to be able to do this, but they need to be able to deal with Chromex right on the side. Want to fly. Oh, he's going to get the Omen teleporting away from him. He goes on the hunt, but he's bouncing away. Is he going to be able to take him down? Oh, he does it with a pistol. Want to fly. Let off their necks, bro. Give him a chance. Kikazoo. That's nicely done, though. Ginny has fallen. This should be enough. Great stuff from them as they finally get around on the board after so long. It had been 7 in a row for a tackle round before we get this third up here for MOTV.
And yeah, Banks, I'm just taking a look over to attack all round. Their ultimates, they're coming back up. Wanna Fly Ginny just about to have them. Obviously, Chromex didn't even need to use his in the previous round when they went for the retake. MOTV not quite in the same boat. AIOU will have it soon as well. The others are miles out. Now, for MOTV, I feel like ultimates are going to be a big deal. It's how they can get some of these rounds on the board, but when they have got so little to invest into it at the moment, do they just pop their DPS right now, look for the Jet and the Phoenix to do damage on their push forward? There's only 2 rounds left. They need both of them.
Oh, they really do. It's certainly possible, especially after getting that kill. That's a big opener for him. Ginny's got to fall back off the top spot. Trying to look towards C-Long, but Congared's already made his way across. AUI has gone down. Slow put forward, looking to get the wall up as well. I'd love to see Congared just boost himself up on top of it. And try another forward style position, but they may be going towards A for now. Chromex is there. Where's his camera? Okay, he's just put it up. So he's using the camera to look at short. He can keep having to spot over towards long. Oh, the ult's coming out from Craigies though. Flashing round, double flash. Oh, he's got his back turn. Oh, he gets taken down. They're all being destroyed. Congared was in such a good position, but they're just getting slapped. It's not over until Congared is in the action. And when he does, it's over for you. Because MOTV, they didn't check their corners. They failed the mission. And they allowed another round back in the hands of a tackle round. This was scary.
Yep, that phrase just comes up again and again. Banks, check your corners. And they didn't do it.
He fought by double flashing it. They're like, oh yeah, they must not have anyone there.
Unfortunately, that blind doesn't last forever. That's the sad thing. Oh man, if you're attack all round, you're laughing right now. Coming up on 9 rounds potentially. A Spectre and a Bulldog in play for MOTV. They're definitely on a weaker buy than before. Craigies just takes the fault line. He just deals with it like a champ. They had the slowdown. So, oh no! He wanted to swing around. The blind didn't even work. Not well enough anyways. No res in play to get him back up, and that's devastating. At least they've managed to trade out the bit of over-aggression coming through from Breach. And Congared, well, I wouldn't even call this over-aggression. The man's just such a beast, but he can't win that duel. And that's the res gone.
But your teammates are there to pick up the pieces, Mitch. Ginny, operator in hand, lands 2. She's looking for the 3rd. Only the other Sage to find. The Omen and Cypher ults are still up. So actually, if the Cypher can just find the body, cool. But we'll just find the kill instead. No worries. Robocop walks straight into it.
Solid 3k from Ginny in that round. The aggression down B early on. I didn't actually spot it. Probably should have looked, but I'm presuming that she put a smoke down in the window as well, just because she wasn't worried about that angle, just holding over towards the boxes. And then falling back, playing the passive angle, eventually going for retake garage control with that operator. Everything about that was so well played. For attack all round, they're over the moon. 9 rounds on the board. Moving on to their attacking side, honestly, I expect them to deliver far greater results on the attack based on the individual skill we're seeing right now.
And that's a scary thought. A real scary thought, just to let them unleash. Send them off to do whatever they want to do. Congared had a monstrous game, not just because of the score, just the way he was playing it. You go back, that's the kind of Sage you want to see played. That's more of a standard Sage we see, Mitch. The one that can get involved, can still heal up his teammates, can have that revive up as much as possible. Crazy thing is, Congared didn't need to have the revive up because he didn't have to do many revives.
Well, that's also true. Even when they lost the duel, it felt like the round so quickly went back over in their favor, or ended even, that they would lose one and then there's like a 3k spray down to trade them.
Oh, this push through though. They're ready for it. He's got his Shadow Orb ready and there's the Sage close by and the Phoenix tucked away in the corner. Craigie, he starts off strong and actually, they're just hanging around. They're waiting for it. I really respect that. They wanted to take that fight. They wanted to get the numbers in their favor and make it work. Oh, straight onto the guy in window as well. But the battle back comes in from A6. He just turns it back in their favor when you really shouldn't even have a chance to do so. They need to look up towards window. It's the Cypher. Oh, the shot's being landed. It's the Jet, actually. MOTV do have the Jet, the Sage, and the Cypher up in it, though.
The icebreaker coming through. Robocop had to knife it away. Eventually get it done. Closing in the distance on the side. Ascetics with a 3k in that round, but it's still not enough. That will be it ending in favor of MOTV. They needed the pistol round, and they've got it at least.
This gives them a fighting chance. That's what it's all about. They forced bite on the other one, didn't they?
Yep. I could see it.
Let's see. Shorty on one of the line. No one else really doing anything just yet.
They're actually going in for the eco. I'm very surprised. Considering how far ahead they are and the fact that they got that spike planted, the round came kind of close. They're against weaker weapons. I could definitely see like a full ghost armor rush, but I respect it. I think it's the right call in most cases going for the eco, but sometimes confidence is warranted. Jeez, look how passive they are on MOTV. I really don't like this setup. They've got a Sage watching for B from C side, 2 in garage, 1 C side, who is a Cypher, and then a solo A side Jet. I hope that's not their buy round strat.
Oh no! Chromex straight to the dome. MOTV are standing strong though, but that spike still goes down. It was very easy for them to get in. He's good with a pistol, but he's only good for 1. MOTV will get the round, but they allowed a hell of a lot of room for attack all round to just push in.
Both kills were with classics. When you 4-stack towards the C side, I mean, I just don't get it, Banks. I really don't. You have a Cypher C. He doesn't even need to be there. He can go over and play A side and at least spot it with the cam. And then you've got 2 players in garage and 1 B side that can instantly rotate to help out if it's needed. The fact of just leaving him... Okay, now he's playing A, so it was just for the eco round. Obviously, they were anticipating a B hit. Wanted to play for the quicker retake. If that had been their buy round setup, I would have lost my mind.
There's a method to the madness, Mitch.
Aggressive cam? Yeah, it has to be. Oh, okay. No, I thought he was going to spot over towards short. Like right now, you know, C all the way up. But that cam is a very, very passive one.
So he wants them to walk down, and he's just going to be checking on that, and I guess focus more towards long. Especially 2 players already pushed up on long, though.
This
Oh,
is
yeah, look, if he looks now, it's huge.
It's even better as
Yeah.
well, though, because if they heard it and destroyed it, you know they've pushed short. Not that they're all the way back in spawn
Yeah.
doing nothing.
You know, they're up close and personal already, and hey, they'll be aware of this. It's how they now want to approach it, which is going to be the interesting thing. Oh. Back and forth shots. Still going in favor of MOTV. They're locking it down, Mitch. This could be possible for him. Right on the side, Spectre's still in hand against the big weapons, and it doesn't even matter. MOTV, they are cruising for this round. Ginny might be able to turn this around, but she has to do it on her own. One up on short. Puts the paranoia out. It's going to be helpful. Oh, straight in with a nice clutch! That is huge! Ginny, you absolute beast! She destroyed them with a huge clutch and saved the day. They were up against Spectres over and over again. The big weapons from their hand of attack all round. It was a slow push onto A, and MOTV looked to have that round in the bag.
What a...
Pat yourself on the back, Ginny. I'll certainly do it. That's crazy. That's wow.
You got a few in We Play Banks. I never used mine, so holy shit, what was that? That was phenomenal by Ginny. Just headshot after headshot. Blown away, just like the heads of her opponent. And for attack all round, it's free. Like, that. Yeah. There's no way they should have won that. Now it's 10-5.
And for the guys asking in chat, MOTV is from the Philippines and attack all round is from Thailand. Conga Red, we said he was good, but Ginny, you can pull off some stuff like that. Wow.
Congared's definitely the consistent beast, though. The kind of play that if he was in it, I'd be like, oh, he's already got it. He's already won.
You got that much faith in him.
Absolutely. A beast. Oh, I like this. So Cypher's cleared out A short with the cam. Now just going to push forward. Clear out this information, sees it's completely open, and a passive rotate, in fact. I'm presuming he's just going to go to B. And I like that. Rather than pushing up behind them and risking getting taken down. But look at this. Blitz out towards the C site. Easy kill to Craigies. Late play as well for info. Doesn't land. And AIOU's good to trade onto the star of Congared.
They're right on the edge of it though. AIOU needs to be careful. His teammates may be dying around him. They've got away with this. That's huge.
A late play by Wannafly to take the B site. Gets the control.
No! Ginny tucked away in the corner. Stops the flank from coming in. Now can get back to the site with the rest of her teammates. Beautiful stuff coming in. Only one more to find. Wannafly gets it done. It's 11-5 and attack all round. Well, they just look like the much better team here, Mitch, by a mile.
It's the best Valorant we've seen being played in this tournament, at least for you and I, is attack all round. It was so clean.
Definitely.
The decision making to go for that flank by Wannafly, realized then, oh, I've got B control. I'm just going to sit here. They rotate through. Ginny waited in the corner behind the door. There's no way they expected that because they thought that at that stage the players would be full committing towards the B site. Waited for a conga line to come through, but only one player leading the charge, so just a quick shot in the back of the head. But Wannafly is really the star of that round. He gets the info to open up the possibility of going B, and the 3K to close it out. And remember, that round started so well for MOTV because they managed to kill Congaret. That's like a win condition at the very start of the round. You got to delete him. And they did it, but then they couldn't. Look, Ginny's just on fire right now.
She's feeling it, man. She's comfortable with the poke. She's entry fragging. The rest of her team is just wrecking as well. Tackle round, we're like, you know what? We forfeited the first game. We should have made it. Okay, we were not on time, but we are the better team. Here you go. Have some of that. Oh, and have some of that. That's a headshot and a half. The sheriff delivers. Any more for the cause? Not so much. Wannafly comes in. There was a world where I could see Miko coming in and just dropping another heady, you know. Woo, woo. No, didn't happen. Hey, are the ones.
It's another voice clip I'm gonna need. Someone clip that and send it to me, please. I'm gonna make a song about it.
No. I need to stop saying these things.
All I need now is for you to say the bottom fragger on MOTV, so I'll have woo woo woo. Let me hear you say hey. Oh, get some proper house beats on it. It's gonna be great.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh man, 12 to 5.
Luckily, he's not fragging out. That means you didn't get it.
Eventually. Let's hope for like a 3.
Using technology. That's what his name should be. I'm so down to call him that from here. He is the song. That's what he tried to do.
Oh, that flank's just being wrecked. Omen spotted.
Revives in. This is it. This is game over. This is game, set, and match. AUI is trying to come in to make it work, but Congored stands too strong. Robocop all backs away. Just thinks, maybe not.
I love
hope
you.
they realise.
I love your approach to saying his name. It's like U is the last letter. You're just like, let's throw 3 vowels out. AUI. It's good enough. UIV. Let's go. 3 letters in there. Everyone will know what I'm talking about.
The guy with the stupid name. How about that? Congored delivers the last kill. It's a very fitting end here. There's a 13-5 victory for AAA. They will be going off to the playoffs that start on Friday. We're not here tomorrow. We're getting a day off for us and the teams. We'll be back on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to see the rest of the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open continue. And my God, Mitch, that was a fun game to watch at the end there. I am so impressed with Ginny and Congored. I know you mentioned Congored, but Congored and Ginny were on point. That clutch was fire. And Chromex, he was just a turret, man. He was the staple lockdown guy.
Yeah, I feel like every player really did their job here. I mean, I wouldn't even look down towards Ascetics and say he needed to do more. Turned up in some clutch scenarios to deliver at least almost clutches. And constantly grabbing the information for his team. You look at the push forward, he was towards the back lines, just firing away the Hunter's Fury over on the C site, grabbing information. And by the time he could have gotten anything done, the whole enemy team were dead. So it's not necessarily always clear cut, like, oh, this guy got 10 kills, you know, put someone better on. No, they smashed them 13-5. I think it's fair to say everybody did their job. And this is really what we were expecting, considering MOTV have only had forfeit wins along the way. We didn't expect a lot from them. I think we had some rounds where each player probably showed up in their own regard, but ultimately it was definitely attack all round we're looking at now as the solid, the best team in this group by a long shot.
Oh yes, we are, Mitch, and we're gonna see our group results here. Boom Esports, attack all round, they're going on forward. It's still obviously it comes with a 1-1, but either way those teams were making it forward now. That was the tiebreaker. MOTV, they didn't take the win. You guys just saw it. So we've got all of our teams here, all the ones in white. Boom Esports, attack all round. Sharper Esports, AHQ Esports Club, 5, only one word, Thailand Attitude, and Team SMG, all making it to the playoffs.
There you go. I'm really out of those. I really do think attack all around. Now, I can't comment on Group B. We haven't actually got to cast AHQ.
We did Sharper,
we did Sharper. Sorry, we did. Yeah, we did Sharper and LZ, I think, was the game we covered. But I really do think that attack all around, then, in that case, have been the strongest that we've seen in this. They would be my favorites going through the playoffs, just off the games that we've had. And then probably Thailand. Oh, no! Thailand Attitude attack all around, playing each other straight away in the quarterfinals. That actually hurts me. That's going to be one hell of a game. I'd keep an eye on that one.
Mate, there's some banging games in here. So think about this, right? 5 who we saw that didn't look all that great. We get to see them go up against AHQ Esports Club. You got Sharper Esports going up against only one word. Only one word. We liked them, but they made quite a few mistakes, and we were questioning some of their decision making. Yeah. Then you get Thailand Attitude taking on attack all around, and all around, like you just said, we just saw them. They look incredible. Then you got Boom Esports going up against Team SMG. And man, when it comes to Team SMG, they were a team that we came in and thought, yeah, actually, okay, yeah, you're going to be rocking it. You're going to be no problems at all for these guys. And then what did we see happen? They end up losing to Thailand Attitude unexpectedly to us.
Yeah, that's the real problem with some of these other teams, is that I feel like their consistency isn't there, because it really relies on them showing up and having individual performances. And I think at certain levels within Asian Counter-Strike, it's a very similar thing, that you'll see, like what Tyloo, very tactically adept, Vici even more so. And then it kind of spirals out of control from there because of just how regionally they match up. They don't get as much cross-play with some high-level teams as you do within Europe, for example. And but definitely attack all round. It blew me away. I'm looking forward to seeing more from them.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing more from them as well. Everyone who's been watching at home, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for taking part in the event. We will be back on Friday with more action. It's the playoff stages coming in. Bromex official is in chat himself. Give that man some love because his team just managed to get it done and to qualify here. We're rocking and watching the highlights, and we'll see you guys on Friday for the playoffs.
Cage 3.